1, 2, 3. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Hey! Alright. Alright.
Here comes the boy. Hello, boy.
I think.
Welcome. There he is.
Hey! 5-second delay! Let's go! Alright, we fixed it. We fixed it. We fixed it. Let's fucking go! Huzzah! Congrats, Bispore on first, Chips are on second, and Bispore on third! Yay! Claiming multiples. Let's go! I did that in Reza's stream the other day. And by the other day, I mean yesterday, I think. Excuse me. Where I, yeah, hey! Hey! Oh my god, it's been so long! I know, 𝒟𝑜 𝒟𝑉, hello! I did the thing. Let me, boop. I'm gonna disappear for a second, and I'm gonna reappear. Real quick. There we go. There we go. Alright. Who the fuck was criticizing me and my 1 minute and 14-second delay? Who was doing that? Who was doing that again? Oh, it couldn't be anybody I know. No, no, no. It couldn't be anybody I know. Adric? Only Adric? Sure. I believe you. I believe you. Yes. I believe you. I'll let you know in a minute when the stream catches up. Fuck off, 𝒟𝑜. Okay. We are completely we're only 5 seconds into delay now. It was 1 minute and 14 seconds according to 𝒟𝑜. But we're back to only 5 seconds, which is amazing. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Yes. Yes. Love that. Let's see. We're gonna chit chat for a minute, I think. Yeah? You guys want to chit chat for a bit? We can chit chat for a bit. We can also take a look at the clips that were made of me for this stream. Gosh, I can't possibly know which one it was, which ones they were, which, talking's hard. You guys, you know when, hey, you know when you talk for a while and then you can't talk anymore because everything comes out wrong? Yeah. Might be feeling a little bit of that. We're gonna move myself off to the side here. And then we're gonna take this. And we're gonna go ahead and... Ooh, you're locked into place. Why are you locked into place? There we go. Thank you, little. There we go. Let's see. Okay. Hold on. Yep. Yeah, I knew that was the one. hold on. I need to give it gain really quick. All right. No! No! Wait, no! Yes, I love to drink the dew of life from your right horn. Wait, no. Wait, no. Wait, no. Wait, no. No! No! Thank you for the clip. Thank you for the clip. Really appreciate it, Umber. Really making me look great, huh? Alright. Next up we have chat delayed, a ruined moment. Oh, it's silenced.
That's hilarious. Mountainous even. That's hilarious. Mountainous even.
Not the fucking hilarious while this was happening.
Hilarious.
No.
Mountainous even.
Wow, Lycan. Yeah? Thank you for the bonk. So sad. Repel! How could you do this to me? How could you do this to me? You guys are great. Thank you for making me feel so good.
That's hilarious. Mountainous even.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. My other thought was I could do some ort for the rest of the night. We're here all week. Thanks, Lycan. The other thought was that I would do some more ort.
More coffee?
Oh, more coffee?
More Leo.
Hi, Leo. Hi. Leo over here going. When I replicate his squeaks, cat hair all over the air. Whenever I replicate his squeaks, the mic is like, no, what is that? No, what is that? No, actually, what is that? It hates me. Coffee. Delicious. Meow 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 meow. Yep. Squishy. We're having a moment here. Guy Tech, thank you for checking in again. Thank you for the head pats, Chipser. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take a meow burger and a meow nuggie. I see. Okay. What would you guys like from my hypothetical fast food restaurant? What would you guys like? Would you guys like the vegan burger, the meatless burger, the chicken burger, the turkey burger, or like I guess like a beef burger? I guess that's fine too. What would you guys like? Huh? What would you guys like for my hypothetical? Chicken burger? Ooh. Take a sippy. I just opened up my probiotic drink, so I'm gonna take a sip of that. Chicken sounds nice? Ooh. I do love me a chicken burger or a turkey burger. I had an Oklahoma smash burger today? Whoa. What makes it Oklahoman, aside from it being, like, from Oklahoma? I'll take the flesh of Christ burger! All you get is 2 pieces of grilled bread. With a side of fish. I had a chicken burger earlier, though. Ooh. They smash it with onions? Oh, interesting. Interesting. Were the onions, like, caramelized or anything? Or were they, like, just raw onions that were, like, lightly grilled on top of the meat? A Fosh sandwich sounds bomb right now. Ayo? Ayo? You like a fish sandwich? Let's go. I used to really like canned tuna. I feel like I can have, like, a little bit of it, but, like, can I get a Blood of Christ cola too? You want some wine? Dude, imagine, yo, okay, this sounds a little white trash, but, like, imagine there being, like, soda fountains, but with, like, carbonated wine in it. Like, fucking, like, sangria or something. Or, like, just a sparkling rosé. Could you imagine the fucking wildin' that would go down? That would be... That... I would never leave. A good fish sandwich slaps. What kind of fish sandwich do you like to make? Like, tell me about your fish sandwich. I want to know. I want to know. Restaurant idea discovered. At least let the cops take you. The onions are smashed with the patty. Okay. So that means it's like raw onions mixed with the raw patty, and then it's grilled. So, like, sometimes some of the onions on the inside aren't grilled, right? So that some of the onions on the inside are, like, just softly steamed, I suppose, within the meat, and then some of the ones on the outside are more, like, crispy because of the grilled meat part, smashing part. Yeah. Or is it more like burger placed on bed of onions, smash? Steamed hams. I do. Smash, pass, pass, pass? Smash? Oddly, but smash? But yeah, tell me about your fish sandwich. I want to know about your fish sandwich. Smash indeed, smash indeed. Smash that burger. Smash that burger! Smash that burger! Oh my god, wait, where is it? 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 Show me Tom Cardi! That's not what I want. Get out of here. Get out of here. Show me my brain worms. Show me my brain worms. I like a breaded salmon fillet or cod if I have a choice. Egg batter, avocado oil, along with well-seasoned flour, lemon juice, tossed arugula, spicy mayo, romaine lettuce, tomato, red onions, perfection? Whoa. Preferably on a grilled brioche bun or a good flatbread TPH. Ooh. Thank you for telling me in excruciating detail about your fish sandwich, because that does make me kind of think I might like it. My only issue with salmon is a little stinky sometimes, and so it, like, really gets to me. But, like, tuna tends to be less stinky. So I'm like, okay, this one is probably fine. I feel it in my sneakers, I feel it in my toes. Our motherfuckers mean to harm us, and I got to go. Gonna get it now. I'm going around with the tight crew. Ha ha. Gonna do boys gonna bless you up. I'm gonna roll the one. Fuck. boys are otherwise engaged. On myself, yeah.
I forgot. You're supposed to tell me what I see, right? Yes, thank you. Let's just slow it all down a bit. So you notice that one of the hooded figures is a little shorter.
I cast vicious mockery, nat 20. Let's go. Nobody likes you. God. Now do that, guys. Relationships. Baby, need a bitty body, and I hate it.
Attack lands and absolutely shatters the mind of the cloaked figure. Perception check, please. Nat 20, let's go. You perceive the figure was so short because it was a child. There's always a kid. Specifically the child you've been looking for the last 15 days game time and 5 days of our actual lives. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know I'll be better. His body's just lying there, right?
Right?
Right? Yes.
Loot that body. Gonna loot that body. Loot that motherfucker. Loot that dead kid's body. Bitch. Alright. That's what we needed. That was all. That was all. Okay, anyways. Yeah. By the way, the fuck on the rolling ones is too real. I rolled all ones when I was making a character 2 weeks ago for stats. I rolled up a new character ASAP. All like, that's so rough. I usually go with standard array, honestly. Thank you for the bonk. I usually go for a standard array just so that I don't have to deal with that. But sometimes I'm kind of in a mood to be like, yo, what if standard array plus the 2 highest rolls you do? And then it's like you replace those 2 highest rolls with whatever, like, extra, whatever ones that you want, right? So, like, if you do end up rolling a 20, you can replace it with whatever one you want. But then in that case, you're, like, sacrificing some of the higher number ones, right? But I don't know. I think it's a good rule. It helps with, like, maybe giving your character an edge somewhere that you really, really want. My DM gave me new dice and put the old ones in dice jail. Yeah. Yeah. Squirrel, your burger today was too juicy. Oh my goodness. That's so cool, though. I love a good juicy burger, honestly. Oh, wait. What are those called? Juicy Lucy's or something? No. No. Oh, shit. What are those called? Are they called Juicy Lucy's? Yeah. Yeah, I think they're called Juicy Lucy's. I think. Yeah, okay. I was. Oh, yeah. Juicy Lucy's are very interesting. I've had them, like, I've had a spin on them once. And I do have to say, cool, but also, that's a lot going on. That's so much going on. It's like your whole burger's inside your patty, right? Like, that's so much stuff. I do love me a good burger, though. A good burger. The last week, I was super craving just, like, crunchy red meat for some reason. Just, like, was so down for it. We had flank steaks the other night, Andrew cooked, and it was so good. I ate so much, and I went to bed being like, oh, but it was so tasty. Oh, thank you. Thank you, baby. I got more coffee. More coffee. Yum, 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 yum. I tried a burger joint I passed by a lot, and I don't regret getting a smash burger and fries with, like, a monster sauce, chopped beef, and bacon. Wow. That sounds good. I feel like I am, like, incredibly plain when it comes to certain stuff. Only because I feel like I get, like, really used to a certain, like, eating it a certain way, right? So, I get used to eating it a certain way, and then from there, I'm like, ah, yeah, like, I really want to try, like, I don't know. Like, you get, like, a preferred way of eating something, and then that's how you like to eat it, right? I've never sounded more neurodivergent in my life. Oh my god. I just really like eating that one thing the one way, right? Like, a certain salad I really like, my mixed greens, my Caesar dressing, or like a green goddess dressing, or like an Italian dressing. But I like mixed greens, spinach, a little bit of kale, like some breadcrumbs, or like croutons, and then I just like a whole bunch of veggies in it. So like, you know, snow peas or carrots, tomatoes, broccoli or cauliflower. You know, I'm a big fan of like all of that and like any variation of that, and I'm like super down for it. I'm like, hell yeah. But as soon as like a new element's introduced, I'm like, like, I don't know, you know? It's just, I like my meat grilled. I like, you know, I like sausages because they have texture and snap, but I don't like hot dogs because they're homogenized and they don't taste like anything, and they also leave this like film in your mouth. Not a fan, you know? Just not a fan. No. 0 out of 10. Chase likes their meat. Chase likes sausages. It's real! It's real! I'm a big fan of just like a good marinated grilled flank steak. Like, that's my favorite. I love flank steak. Flank steak is so good. So Chase is a glizzy gobbler? What the fuck does that mean? Then you'd love a bratwurst or a brötchen. Is it a brötchen? Is it a brötchen? Or is it more of like a broken? Brötchen? I don't know. I don't know how to say it. Borchen? Not me rolling my arms. Both not? Oh god. See? I don't know. Not me rolling my R's over here for German. The O is hard. Yeah, isn't it like an It's like a Frug. Hold on, let me do the thing. Let me do the thing. Let me pronunciation. How to say brötchen. Broken. Oh, it is like a broken. Broken. It's like a throaty R. Broken. Yeah? That's what I'm literally, I have a video up. I'm listening to it. It's definitely Borkin. Broken? It's not? Let's see. Brötchen. Okay. According to Wikipedia, it's brötchen. Brötchen. Wow, Austria sounds so nice. That's good? That's it? Okay. I don't know where that guy was getting so throaty with it. Brötchen. But it's like Berlin. It's like Berlin. Brötchen. Butchin. Bullet. Butchin. Okay. Yeah, like bullet. Okay. Bruchin. Bruchin. Butchin. Alright, alright. Alright. Is it Chi-Chi? Since I had it next year. Pyro, animal, I can't take it anymore. Welcome to German Language 101 with the Chase. Yeah, exactly. 3:30 a.m. Let's go. No! I guess it's the weekend for you guys, so I guess I'll allow it, you know. Thank you. You're too kind. You're welcome. You're welcome. Fear not. Fear not. I am a benevolent god. I need to stop saying that. People are gonna think that I actually mean it. Like I mean they think that I mean to say that I am I think of myself as a god, but I don't think of myself as a god. Why am I so small all of a sudden? And off to the side. The hell? Oh, I see what it is. The resolution changed when I changed monitors. I see. Alright. Can I ask you for your opinion on my drawing? I finally finished! I saw! It's so cute! It's so cute. You did such a good job. You did such a good job. Look at her. Art? Should I do some art? Maybe we'll do some art. I think the more important thing is, Guytech, how do you feel about your drawing now that you finished it? Do you feel like you want to do more art, or do you feel like you're good? That was a nice attempt, but you don't want to do anymore. Like, tell me your feelings about it, because I think that's more important. No Breaker, close your eyes? Wait, what's Breaker doing? What's Breaker doing? Oh, you don't want Breaker to see? Breaker already has seen. I send Breaker constant updates about where I am with this. And I'm like, look, she's alive. She lives. Thank you. I learned a lot from it, and since it's my second drawing, I stepped up my sketchy first one quite a bit. I definitely am going to continue. Still have ways to go and lots to learn, but it's super fun. Hell yeah! Excuse me. There's a lot of resources. I feel like I should make like a playlist for this, but they literally already have a playlist made of this. So it would be kind of repeating, not myself, but like the playlist existing. Oh, excuse me. Oh, okay. So I'm thinking of, hold on. So 𝒟𝒊 has an extra channel called 𝒟𝒊 Extra. And let me find it. 𝒉𝒆 Extra, and then 𝒉𝒆 has playlists of their Patreon classes. No, shush, shush. Look at her! Nothing is fine, it's just a joke between us? Oh, okay, okay. But yeah, there's Breakers! Breaker Stream Commission! Yay! Thank you again, Breaker. Hi, Frog! But yeah, so this is the playlist of 𝒉𝒆's like draw classes, and I am a big proponent of like recommending their stuff because for me it's really good to see all the different perspectives of each one of the artists as part of 𝒉𝒆 to see like which ways they learn best. So like Jacob, for example, is self-taught. Jacob did not go to art school. He has a liberal arts degree in like literature or something. And so he taught himself how to do art from like copying other people and like kind of bringing that into his own way of like drawing, right? 𝒟𝒉 went to art school from high school and went to an arts college as well. Julia was self-taught and then went to fashion school, so her background in art is like all fashion and all very like rigid anatomy and like life drawing studies and stuff like that, whereas like 𝒟𝒉's is much more heavily influenced by like anime and stuff like that. And then you have Nathan, who has been drawing as a hobby, and I believe he went to art school as well. But he like did it as more of like a hobby up until he started doing it more as like a job. But he's been drawing like all of his life as well, but like never his influence is definitely more like American cartoons. Like you can tell where he got his inspirations from the start too. And it's just really cool to see how their different paths led them to where they are, and they all learn very differently. And so when they're hosting classes, each one of them, they all host it very differently. And I think it's just really interesting to see their different perspectives, and some things might work for you while other things might not work for you, right? Like my way of learning was very close to 𝒟𝒉's way of learning, and so I latched onto her lessons a lot better than other people's. But I also admire 𝒟𝒉 a lot, and I've been following her for a long time. So that definitely wasn't an influence at all. But yeah, I used to actually attend their classes live. I used to be part of their like Patreon class. And just being a part of it helped me a lot with just trying to like be a part of class, you know? It was really cool. I really enjoyed it. And sometimes I miss it. I would like to go back, but the classes, if you wanted to attend live, are on the $50 tier, and I was like, I can't really justify that right now. So when I lost my job, I went back to their like $5 tier. So I was like, this is a little bit more affordable, something I can justify, while also contributing, you know? Yeah. 10 out of 10. Everybody else, the journey of your lifetime. Alright, let's do some art. Okay, they've updated. There are rewards and commissions. Woohoo! Do a little stretchy. Nothing like sitting and co-working with me and being like, wow, art's coming along swimmingly, and then cutting out for a couple seconds and then reconnecting and being like, oh, I kicked the power cord out of my PC. Oops. So I lost some progress that I had on this, but not a whole lot. Save, I will save. Thank you. Save. Nobody would do that. That would not be so smart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Save early, save often, be safe. Yeah, 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 yeah. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. We're totally fine. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Uh, question. Do you guys want to listen to music while I work? Or do you guys want to listen to an unhinged, video essay? Pick your poison. Herm. Herm. Oh, we could also finish the second half of that one video essay about the Korean gender war, because we only got through the first like 5 minutes of that one. Okay, we have the existential horrors of Free Willy and the several other pieces of whale-related media, or the Korean Gender War Part 2. Okay. Alright. Alright, shush Spotify. Alright, time to bring up Chrome again. Hello, Chrome. Okay. Bring you into your own little thing here. Okay. Alright, gotcha drama. Turn you on. Make you small. We'll cover chat. I'm sorry. Unless, actually, I guess we can move me over here. And then Chrome can be down here. Alright. How's that? Is that big enough? The beginning screenshot says, me, only 47 minutes? I guess Mooney cut a whole bunch out. Mooney, stay tuned for part 2. Me, heck yeah, let's go, 3-hour movie, here we go! Wah. Hi, Scarlet! Scarlet, I'm gonna be starting on your stuff after I finish this one here. Can you send me some of the details for your character sheet? I would love that. Thank you, Scarlet. I appreciate you. Thank you for stopping by. Get lots of rest. Pat, 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 pat. Okay. Alright. Did I already?
This is part 2
Yes,
of a
I did.
2-part series. If you haven't watched part 1 yet, please do so or this video might not make very much sense to you.
Wahoo!
In part 1 of this video, we laid the foundation for understanding the Korean gender war. We discussed the nature of hierarchy in South Korea and how it derives from adherence to Neo-Confucianism, and an entrenchment of Neo-Confucianism as a response to Japanese imperialism. We also examined the 𝒢𝒟𝓿 swimsuit incident wherein male fans of the gacha game Limbus Company got a female artist who goes by Vel Mori either fired or bullied out of the workplace due to allegedly misandrist tweets she retweeted when she was merely 16 years old. The drama surrounding Limbus Company has gone quiet, and developer Project Moon is off the hook for now. But like the tide pulling out before a tsunami hits or the calm before the storm, this short period of quiet was not a lasting peace in the gacha gender war. It was merely an armistice. A new gacha drama was about to emerge, one far more ferocious and far more pervasive than the last. A drama that has had lasting consequences and that continues to be fought bitterly to this very day. Before we get to this drama though, we have to talk history. I can see you shuddering through your screens. No, not real history, at least not yet. No, before we get into this second, more severe, more pervasive gacha drama, we have to start with some gacha drama history. And a word from our sponsor. Once again, this video is brought to you by returning sponsor Brilliant. If you enjoy Moon Channel's content with its mix of video games and education, then I suspect that Brilliant will also be a great fit for you. Imagine if you could play fun puzzle games and at the same time also learn computer science or math. Sounds too good to be true, doesn't it? Well, Brilliant. Before we can get into the most recent gender gacha drama,
How
we
long
must
is part
understand
2?
the roots of
1
the content
hour
in the
and
gacha
49
space.
minutes.
And to do that, we have to identify some of the key players in this performance, the first of which is DC Inside. DC Inside is a Korean forum of sorts that functions like an unholy marriage between 4chan and Reddit. Much like 4chan, DC has a tradition of anonymity, and many of the Korean internet's favorite memes and inside jokes come from DC's memetic forges. And much like Reddit's subreddits or 4chan's boards, the site hosts many different communities called galleries, each of which talks about any number of different topics at any given time. A lot of the coordination of, we'll generously call them, information campaigns surrounding the 𝒢𝒟𝓿 swimsuit incident, for example, came from DC Inside. But it would be completely inaccurate to say that DC Inside as a whole was responsible for those campaigns. Now, DC has been around for a very long time. It was founded back in 1999 and has only grown since then. Although DC has a bit of a reputation
Welcome to
for
my
being a
hellhole.
right-leaning
You're
forum,
not allowed
this
to leave.
isn't necessarily the case.
Never.
DC has many galleries representing many different political perspectives, as well as innumerous non-political topics, and they all tenuously coexist on the website. Back in the long-forgotten year of 2015, one such a gallery was made concerning the then hot-button topic of
Shouted at
Middle
you,
East
no!
Respiratory Syndrome, or MERS. You may yet remember a time when more minor outbreaks like bird flu or swine flu were the worst pandemics the world had to worry about. Well, MERS, also called camel flu, was one of those outbreaks, and it was responsible for the death of almost 1,000 people. Now, in the MERS gallery, a rumor emerged that 2 women who had contracted MERS chose not to quarantine as instructed, and instead went to go shopping in Hong Kong, ostensibly spreading this dangerous virus. Although this rumor appeared to be false, the outrage was nonetheless palpable, and the MERS gallery users were quick to insult these hypothetical super spreaders by calling them kimchi women, a derogatory term for undesirable, gold-digging / empty-headed Korean women, which is contrasted, ironically perhaps, against sushinyo, referring to allegedly more desirable and submissive Japanese women. Which just goes to show you that Miyazaki was right and anime was a mistake. That was a joke. By the way, I thought I should make that clear just in case. Please don't drive a protest truck around my office. But where was I? Right. Well, the use of these offensive terms and the proliferation of this apparently fallacious story of 2 selfish women led to some backlash amongst the female users of DC Inside, who came into this MERS gallery and began trolling. But because the MERS gallery was relatively small and there were so many women pouring into this gallery to troll, something rather unusual happened. Women outnumbered men in a gallery on DC Inside and were able to seize control, however briefly, of the narrative. The women's trolling included making degrading statements intended to provoke men. They made bait-and-switch posts in the gallery that appeared at first to be supporting the male position, only for users to click through and discover a chart, for example, showing that 94% of felonies in South Korea are committed by men. The women also reversed common male chauvinist memes in a tongue-in-cheek way, taking kimchi women, for example, and turning it into kimchi men, in order to anger their male counterparts, a technique that would later become known as mirroring. This brief moment of control, of empowerment if you want to call it that, had a ripple effect. The vastly outnumbered and generally voiceless community of women on the Korean internet now had a tool, a successful way to troll and seek catharsis, albeit in an arguably rather toxic manner. And they took what they learned from the MERS gallery into the rest of the Korean internet, bringing with them their trollish tactics and a decidedly feminist slant. This informal organization of trolling women called themselves the Megalians. A combination of MERS gallery and Egalia's Daughters, a book by Norwegian author Gerd Mjøen Brantenberg, where women rule the world and men have the more subordinate role. I find this to be a rather ironic decision, given that the book asks the reader whether or not the problem is gender in and of itself, or whether the problem is power, is control. But I digress. We'll get to that topic later in the video. These Megalians, now tentatively organized, trolled DC Inside harder than ever. Misogynist terms and memes were turned into misandrist memes. Misogynist galleries were spammed with bait-and-switch posts, and as anger grew over the trolling, the DC Inside mods took action, banning a lot of these mirrored misandrist memes without similarly banning the original offensive phrases they came from. The Megalians themselves started to be banned en masse, and so they took to Facebook and organized there, before thereafter starting their own forum website, Megalian.com. Megalia was highly controversial in South Korea. Their mirroring memes disrupted the status quo and pushed back against the strict confines of Korean hierarchy in ways that are considered irredeemable within the context of Korean culture. On the one hand, Megalia's protests and fundraisers did assist in various women's rights causes and gave women in Korea a powerful, influential voice on the internet for arguably the first time in Korean internet history. But on the other hand, Megalia's culture came from DC Inside, which again is like 4chan, and the humor and language of such a culture translates extremely poorly into real life. DC Inside might be trollish and crude, but it isn't the face of the men in this conflict. Korean society as a whole is the face of men, so to speak. The feminists being largely represented by Megalia in the eyes of the public, that didn't necessarily go over quite so well. But as is typically the case with anything built out of the anarchic whims of a site like 4chan or DC Inside, Megalia's worst enemy was itself, and infighting in that community tore it apart, causing the Megalia Facebook group to go quiet in 2016 and the Megalia website itself to close in 2017. Megalia may have only existed for 2 years, but the legacy of those 2 years has been burned into the psyche of the Korean internet. Many of Megalia's memes and jokes and slogans still inspire feelings of frustration and hurt amongst many internet-going Korean men, particularly those who are inclined to using websites like DC Inside. But none of these memes, none of the mirrored phrases, nothing else bothers these Korean men more than this symbol, the Great Seal of Megalia, the little C. The pinch.
little C.
What does it stand for, you might ask? Well, the little C represents a little p. It's a comment on the ostensible size of one's genitalia. And both this symbol and Megalia as a whole became internet boogeymen. To the Korean misogynist, the little c is everywhere, and wherever it can be seen, so too must there be radical feminists, attempting to both provoke them and upend Korean society.
This shit is insane. Like,
On September
actually
2nd, 1945,
insane.
Japanese General
These people
Yoshijiro
have
Ieyasu
a
signed the instrument of surrender in
problem.
Tokyo Bay aboard the USS Missouri. World War II was finally over. Korea had been liberated by the Allies, and now it was time to turn the governance of Korea back over to the Korean people. However, with the Axis finally defeated, the remaining Allies had already begun vying for power in the emerging New World Order. Korea, as has so often been the case throughout its history,
Excuse me.
found itself caught between two major powers, each with an interest in bringing Korea into its sphere of influence.
Yep.
While the work of ostensibly restoring Korean sovereignty was underway, the United States and the Soviet Union both agreed to divide Korea at the 38th parallel, creating in effect two temporary states that were meant to be joined as soon as Korean self-rule was feasible. But we all know what happened next. The northern side of Korea was brought into the Soviet fold, becoming increasingly Soviet in ideology, and the southern side of Korea was brought into the American fold, becoming increasingly American in ideology. Negotiations to unify Korea repeatedly failed, and as mistrust grew between the United States and the Soviet Union, tensions started ratcheting up. By 1948, with no apparent solution to the Korean question in sight, the matter was brought before the United Nations, which also failed to produce a solution that was amenable to the Soviet Union, and thus, it was decided that at least Korean self-rule could be restored to the territory that the UN still had the power to effect, meaning US-occupied South Korea. In May of 1948, South Korea held its first elections under the supervision of the United Nations. Voter turnout was allegedly 95%. And on
Allegedly.
July 20th, 1948, Syngman
Allegedly.
Rhee was elected as the first president of the Republic of Korea, winning with 92.3% of the vote. If those numbers are to be believed, 88% of eligible voting-age people in South Korea voted for Syngman Rhee. Understanding the trajectory of South Korea requires an understanding of its so-called founding father. Syngman Rhee was born
You
in
must go have good stream. Good night.
1875. He received a traditional Confucian education in a private school and became involved in Korean politics when he was only 20. Only a few years after getting involved in politics, Rhee was imprisoned for allegedly supporting a coup to remove King Gojong, the last king of the Joseon dynasty, from power. Rhee was released from prison in 1904, and shortly thereafter he fled to the United States. In 1905, Rhee met face-to-face with none other than President Theodore Roosevelt, during which he tried and failed to convince the president to intervene in the imminent Japanese victory in the Russo-Japanese War. Rhee then went to college at George Washington University, graduating in 1907. He received his Master of Arts degree from Harvard in 1908, and finally he obtained a PhD from Princeton in 1910. His doctoral thesis was titled Neutrality as Influenced by the United States. Rhee spent the next 40 years of his life in the United States and only returned to Korea after the Japanese surrender in 1945, in hopes of reintegrating himself into Korean politics. Rhee had lived in the United States longer than he had ever lived in Korea, and thus was, in many respects, almost a foreigner to the Koreans who had just suffered through World War II at the hands of Japanese occupation. But Ri had an advantage that no other Korean politician had: a command of the English language and the backing of the United States. And it was staunch American support that allowed Syngman Rhee to consolidate the Korean conservatives and build a new mandate of heaven for Korea. Quoting now British diplomat Roger Makins on Syngman Rhee, "Americans have always liked the idea of dealing with a foreign leader who can be identified as their man." Rhee, upon taking power, with the backing and support of the United States as their guy in the chair, set about creating a new hierarchy, the consequences of which reach into Korean society, even today. At the top of that new hierarchy was, of course, Syngman Rhee. But the second chair in the hierarchy, the scepter of power, was capital, a new liberal system built in the American image by a Korean president who was picked by and essentially was an American. Syngman Rhee just so happened to also be the man with all of the capital, and he never intended to give up his hold on the scepter. Upon taking control of the government, Rhee purged his political rivals and consolidated his power, securing the support of moneyed interests, powerful and wealthy families, many of whom had made their wealth collaborating with the Japanese, known as the chaebols. He had a vision, a unified Korea under one leader wielding the scepter of capital, with the backing of the United States should anything go awry. Rhee's time in power is remembered for both its extensive human rights violations and its extraordinary economic inequality. His government was infamous for its corruption. Every layer on the hierarchy stole from the layer beneath it. But believe it or not, when one considers the whole story of history, Rhee may have been the better of two evils. For you see, on the other side of the 38th parallel, the Soviet Union's strongman, one Kim Il-sung, had aspirations of his own. He too had a vision, a dream of a unified Korea, and he too had built a new hierarchy with himself at the top. Now look, there's a lot of nuance here that I don't have time to get into. North Korea wasn't always the way that it is today. But Kim Il-sung and his family remain at the top of the hierarchy in North Korea, which is the important takeaway. In South Korea, if you walk around the big cities and the places of greatest global importance, you will see what represents the top of the modern South Korean hierarchy. Signs and billboards and pictures of things to buy, of things you need, of the companies that you work for. In North Korea, if you do the same, walking around important places, if you're allowed to do that, you will see pictures of Kim Il-sung and his descendants. The Kim family remains at the top of the Confucian North Korean hierarchy, wrapped in a blanket of plausible deniability 𝒢𝒶𝓎 ideology. And it is, in part, Korea's neo-Confucian legacy that enables the Kim family to maintain its choke.
We will have to watch a video about the 𝒢𝒶𝓎, because 𝒢𝒶𝓎 is crazy. It is so much, it's so deeply ingrained. Like, I watched a whole video about it, and whoa, it's wild. It's wild. And they probably would say the same thing about American culture, honestly. But like, damn.
Hold on North Korea to this day. In any case, on June 25th, 1950, the North Korean military crossed the 38th parallel and began its invasion of South Korea. Syngman Rhee declared in a brave address that every cabinet member, including myself, will protect the government, and parliament has decided to remain in Seoul. Citizens should not worry and remain in their workplaces. In truth, Syngman Rhee had already fled south to Busan, and he had even ordered the military to blow up the Han River Bridge in order to prevent the North Koreans from following him. In so doing, he had trapped much of the remaining civilian population in Seoul. Throughout the Korean War, Rhee and his government acted as an anchor on the UN war effort. Consider, for example, the infamous National Defense Corps incident, where funds that were supposed to go towards military supplies were embezzled by the Rhee government, leading to the deaths of 50 to 90,000 conscripted soldiers and the incapacitation of another 200,000 conscripts to frostbite. Rhee was also heavily opposed to the armistice which ended armed conflict between North and South Korea, going so far as to deliberately sabotage peace negotiations. After the war, Rhee was quite unpopular amongst the legislature and was therefore almost certain to be voted out of power. Ri, however, quashed his political opposition using force, including threats and arrests, which then allowed him to pass a constitutional amendment allowing for the public to directly vote for the president. He then ran without real opposition and very naturally won. Under Ri's regime, South Korea was a democracy in name only. To Syngman Rhee, since he sat at the top of the hierarchy, Korea was not the country of his people, it was his country, his property. And everyone underneath him in the hierarchy existed only to hold his chair up. For example, when General Douglas MacArthur was sacked by President Truman, Rhee was furious. MacArthur's ideas were insane. He wanted to go for an all-out nuclear war against China, which would likely have invited a Soviet nuclear response. But Rhee didn't care. If nuclear war against China brought all of Korea back under his control, the ends justified the means. When MacArthur was sacked, Rhee blamed the British. Take a look at this once top secret, now declassified CIA dossier, wherein Rhee was reported to have stated to an Australian official of the UN that British troops have outstayed their welcome in my country. Tell that to your government. Australian, Canadian, New Zealand, and British troops all represent governments now sabotaging brave American efforts to liberate and unify my unhappy nation. My country.
America is still a
says
baby
Rhee.
compared to all other
My
countries and their
nation.
messed up history.
But Syngman Rhee
Real.
did not end up like Kim Il-sung, an eternal president. On April 26, 1960, not long after Rhee's fourth term in office, the student-led April Revolution overthrew his deeply corrupt regime and forced him to abdicate. And 2 days later, on April 28th, as protesters closed in around Rhee's presidential palace, the CIA snuck Rhee out of South Korea and brought him back to the United States, where he lived thereafter in Honolulu. Rhee was succeeded by Yun Po-sun, who served as the president of the very short-lived Second Republic of Korea. The Second Republic of Korea lasted for only a little over a year, but factional infighting and an economic death spiral led to the rise of one of South Korea's most controversial and important leaders, a figure that we in the West barely even learn about if we learn about him at all. The third president
Oh,
of South
yes.
Korea, Park Chung-hee. Park Chung-hee seized power from the Second Republic through a military coup and was elected president in 1963. Park,
I love
like
that you can
Rhee,
hear the
was
air
an
quotes.
authoritarian
Elected.
through and through. His government was noted for its very extensive human rights violations and for the Yushin Constitution of 1972, which made him essentially dictator for life. And Park, also like Rhee, saw the value in both utilizing the Confucian hierarchical programming of Korean society, but also in placing capital at the top of that hierarchy. Park ostensibly wanted to do away with tradition, but some traditions could still serve his purposes. Capital would grant Park legitimacy, the legitimacy he needed to be the dictator of South Korea. But unlike Syngman Rhee, Park Chung-hee was both shrewd and ambitious. Instead of merely hoarding wealth via corruption like a dragon, Park Chung-hee knew that the true power of capital is not in hoarding it for oneself, but in using it to control others. Perhaps it was national pride, perhaps it was a genuine love of his people, or perhaps he just wanted the benefits of ruling over a more prosperous nation. Whatever the motives, the facts remain. Park Chung-hee was critical in changing the trajectory of the South Korean economy, pulling it out of the malaise of war and into the economic limelight. To that end, Park combined many different economic theories and models to develop a path that fit the Korean context. For example, Park copied the Soviet Union's 5-year plans as a means of spurring rapid industrialization. And to fulfill those 5-year plans, Park looked to the Japanese model of development, which intertwined industry and government in order to create and develop native industries that could compete globally after a time of development. Accomplishing this feat would require more than just absolute control over the government, however, and so Park Chung-hee built up the power of the number 2 in the hierarchy, just as his predecessor did. He empowered the chaebols. If you watched the JRPG video, you may recall how powerful and wealthy families known as the Zaibatsu were leveraged by the post-war Japanese government and thereafter metamorphized into the modern Keiretsu, massive conglomerates that rule Japan's economy. Well, just as Korean Confucianism is more extreme than Japanese Confucianism, The chaebols are like the keiretsu, but even more influential in South Korea, and even more exclusive in nature. A chaebol is like a financial conglomerate that is generally controlled by a very small number of people, typically a single family or a few powerful families working together. Some of these chaebols were preferential partners, we'll call them, of the corrupt Ri government. And as we had mentioned, some chaebols even derived their early wealth from collaborating with the Japanese during their occupation of Korea. The Park regime promised to abolish the corruption of the Ri era, arresting many of the industrialists behind the chaebols, only to then reduce the charges to mere fines behind closed doors in exchange for their cooperation. The plan was simple. The government empowered the chaebols by subsidizing their development, guaranteeing their foreign loans, and protecting them as they grew, until their goods and output reached a point where they could compete in export markets, a plan of export-led industrialization. Park was happy to empower the chaebols as they reinforced his position at the top of the hierarchy. The growing Korean economy lent his otherwise brutal authoritarian rule substantial legitimacy. And as dictator for life, it would be simple for him to keep his hand on the scepter of capital, wielding that legitimacy when needed. But therein lies the problem. One can only be dictator for life as long as one's life is. And the problem with putting capital in the second chair of the hierarchy is that people live only for a short time, while ideas can potentially live forever. The Megalia movement, being a product of the anarchy of DC Inside, was not internally stable. There was no unifying statement of beliefs. Some Megalians cared most about pushing for women's rights, and others cared more about venting their frustrations with men. Some Megalians wanted to troll, and some wanted to protest. Some Megalians were against all men, and thereby found gay men the most detestable of all for being men who loved men. Those Megalians allegedly outed gay men in straight relationships or harassed trans women. Other Megalians were progressives who wanted to unify the Megalian women's rights movement with the smaller Korean LGBT movement. Let's call a spade a spade. Megalians have done some genuinely heinous things, but it has always been a decentralized movement, pulling in many different directions. This internal instability caused Megalia to explode into many smaller websites, with one in particular, a forum called 𝒢𝒑, being the largest and also allegedly the most extreme. By mid-2016, Megalia was already on the way out the door. It was already in the throes of collapse. But this did not stop Korean male gamers from seeing the specter of Megalia behind every shadow. On July 18, 2016, voice actress Kim Jae-on, who was voicing a character in the popular Korean game Closers, tweeted a picture of a t-shirt. The shirt's design was a simple slogan written in English: "Girls do not need a prince." This is hardly a controversial statement in the West. In fact, it's been the plot of like every single Disney movie since Tangled came out in 2010. The tweet was accompanied by another English statement, a quote from the cartoon Star vs. the Forces of Evil: "I don't need a hero, I need a friend." 12 hours after posting this tweet, Kim Jae-on was fired from her voice acting job for Closers. That shirt, you see, was produced by Megalia. And male gamers were furious at Kim Jae-on for supporting what they called an anti-man hate group. When Kim thereafter refused to take the tweet down, the men went to the publisher of Closers, Nexon, and within those 12 hours, Kim's position had been terminated. Both Nexon and Kim later issued statements explaining that the departure was, and I quote, "a mutual understanding." And Nexon said, "We had already paid for her contract and the actress amicably agreed to leave." Does that sound familiar to you at all? It should. We've discussed how Japanese companies lay off employees in prior videos, and we saw how Velmori in the previous video was let go in this same way. They aren't fired, they've left amicably, of their own accord. In any case, after Kim Jae-on left Nexon, the angry mob turned its attention to other women, artists and voice actresses and musicians. NPR cites Lee Jun-heng, a South Korean computer programmer and columnist, who states that over 80 people were badgered into issuing public apologies. Park In-ah, a professor at Chungkang College of Cultural Industries, is also cited by NPR. He stated on July 24th via Facebook that many people are accusing him and his institution of being Megalia sympathizers for his previous social media posts in support of feminism. Women were scared into silence, and very few elected to speak up in defense of Megalia. The few who did would quickly come to regret their decision. The tsunami of anger moved very quickly. The tweet occurred on July 18, 2016. The firing occurred 12 hours later, and the 80-plus public apologies for supporting feminism had already occurred by July 29th. The anger and division over this t-shirt and the subsequent firing were so deep and so vast that real-life political consequences emerged. The Justice Party, a left-wing political party in South Korea that was founded in 2012 and that has a few seats in the National Assembly, issued a statement criticizing Nexon for the firing of Kim Jae-on. One might expect a left-leaning political party to be in support of feminist causes, but the party's support of Kim Jae-on proved to be very internally controversial. The party's seniors, who remember have all the power in the hierarchy, were in support of Kim Jae-on, but not all of the junior members were, and some of those members defected from the Justice Party and went on strike. Korea Jongan Daily cites the then Justice Party spokesperson Han Chang-min, who stated that Korea has not witnessed such an incident since the pro-North Korea dispute that caused the Democratic Labour Party, a predecessor of the Justice Party, to split up in 2008. You heard that right. The t-shirt with the plot of Frozen on it and the tweet quoting the American children's cartoon were equal in political consequence to relations with North Korea. And
Wild.
this was just the beginning. Where you see sometimes support of Megalia is more direct, like buying and displaying a t-shirt. But after this incident, supporters of Megalia and ostensibly of feminism had to be more discreet in their support. What these supporters, these artists and creators did then is they allegedly began to incorporate the Megalia symbol, the pinch, the little C, into media that they were producing. It's like the
Oh
world's saddest
god,
game of
sorry.
Where's Waldo.
Listening
And
listening
yes,
to this
Fritz, that
again
is
just
indeed
makes
what
me
we
so
call Where's
angry.
Wally, but
All
we're not
over
going to get
again.
into that in this video. A piece of media is made, and a feminist will allegedly sneak in a Megalia pinch symbol. Although there is limited to no proof that any feminist has actually purposefully done this, the men will nevertheless then scour various media, find the symbol, and demand an apology and retribution for the hate speech. Here's the problem though. The Megalia symbol, the pinch, is also just a very common hand gesture. Look at this
innocuous.
advertisement for fried chicken, for example, or this advertisement for sausage, or this photo of YouTuber JJ eating a piece of chocolate. Each of these were targeted by Korean men as being radical feminist, misandrist hate speech. Look at the comments in the last video. There are many Korean men who genuinely felt deeply hurt and offended by this symbol appearing on the thumbnail. It's a symbol of hatred to them, akin to a slur. Drama surrounding this Megalia symbol making its way into media, intentionally or otherwise, has become a relatively common issue in South Korea. A company publishes some advertisement or music video or animation, a pinch is discovered, the men demand an explanation, and the hand gesture then gets censored and someone apologizes, gets fired, or both. But all of this historical drama surrounding the little C pales in comparison to what's coming. A dramatic eruption like no other, fueled by a half-decade of Megalian paranoia and fresh off the back of the Ishmael swimsuit incident. A drama tsunami that has touched upon virtually every single gacha game coming out of Korea. And it all started with a single frame of animation in an animated trailer for a game that isn't even a gacha game.
The new government tonight in South Korea, Park Chung-hee, who ruled the country for more than 18 years, is dead. The new government announced that President Park was killed by a shot fired accidentally by the head of South Korea's Central Intelligence Agency at a dinner party Friday night in downtown Seoul. However, there are other reports that indicate the shooting may not have been accidental, and Park's chief bodyguard and 4 others were also killed. We have
As long as the economy
Hello,
thrived,
Pookie.
so too
Can I help
could Park
you?
Chung-hee get away with his
What?
autocratic rule. But
No,
as the
I'm
South Korean
busy.
economy slowed in the 70s,
I'm
discontent
busy.
quickly grew, and without the legitimacy of growth,
I'm
above,
sorry.
the repressive actions of Park's government became increasingly intolerable to the people. On October 16, 1979, students from Busan National University organized protests against the Park regime, which quickly grew into a mass
Hi,
protest
Pookie, I
and
love
spread from
you.
Busan to
Mwah.
nearby Masan and Changwon. This mass protest became known as the
I'm
____
sorry, I
uprising,
love you,
and it
I love
culminated
you,
with
I
Park
love
Chung-hee declaring martial law and conducting mass arrests. By
Hi,
October 20th,
Poseidon!
the uprising had been
Here to
quelled,
alert because I'm
and the
tired. How's
Korean
stream going?
military
It's going pretty
patrolled the
good.
streets of their
We
own country in defense of their dictator.
played
But
Pokemon
in a surprise
for this
turn of
morning,
events, just 6 days after
and
the
we
uprising had been quelled, Park Chung-hee was assassinated.
we played Pokemon this morning, and we had an unfortunate 1 minute delay going on, which was really funny in certain times and really frustrating in other times. But I fixed the delay after I was done playing Pokemon. So now we're doing some ort and we're listening to some video essays. I saved. But yeah, we're listening to part 2 of the Korean Gender War, or the Gotcha Drama in Korean Gender War part 2, the grim reality of Korea. Just so that you guys know what we're listening to. We some months ago, probably last month, while I was doing art, we were doing a video essay day while I was getting some work done. So we're doing some co-working and art. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh man, can't believe it's already this late. That was wild. Wow, it's already 7. I should go, and we should do a bathroom break soon. Alright, Poseidon requested a self-care trifecta, so we're gonna do a bathroom break, stretchies, and hydrate. There we go. And a hydrate. Good night, Adder. Eat good. Bye bye. Have a good night, Adder. Thank you so much for hanging out today. Appreciate it. Gotta take care of yourself. I know. Okay. Bathroom break, everybody. Snap, bathroom break. I did forget to make another stream pause. I need to make stream pause. Alright. We're gonna do a quick bathroom break. Hold on. I can do this. There we go. BRB. Okay, saving. Alright, BRB. Gonna go potty. Everybody go do the bathroom break thing, drink some water, do a little stretchy. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Hi. Hello, everybody. You fall asleep while I'm gone? How are you doing? I hope you guys had a good break. You guys walked around a little, did a little stretchy. Meow, 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 meow. Chipser. Definitely not gonna fall asleep at your desk again, are you, Chipser? Are you? You're gonna take care of yourself, right? 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 Yes, 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 yes. You guys have to eat? Ooh. My dinner also has arrived. I have broth and some bok choy. Bok choy. I have broth and bok choy. Man, that's only happened 3 times last week. I know! Your poor neck. Your poor back. What'd you get to eat, Vice Boy? What'd you get to eat? Tell me all about the things you were eating. I got chicken broth with garlic and some blanched bok choy. I have a good chair. It's very comfy to sleep in. I see. Have a good eats. I will. Just some banana bread for now. Ooh, I love banana bread. Banana bread, so yum. Okay. Okay. Shall we resume? Delete.
Assassinated by his own director of intelligence, Kim Jae-gyu, while having dinner at a safe house. The motives for the assassination are still debated to this very day, but we needn't conjecture. Kim himself, in his final statement at trial, provided his motives outright. In his own words, he wished to restore free democracy, to prevent further bloodshed of Korean people, to prevent North Korean aggression, to completely restore the close relationship Korea had with its strong ally in the United States, and finally, to restore Korea's honor in the international community by cleansing it of a dictatorship. Whatever the motives, Park Chung-hee, dictator for life, was dead. The period of protests and attempts at democratic liberalization that followed immediately after Park's death was called the Seoul Spring, and it lasted from October 26th, the date of the assassination, to May 17, 1980, the date on which Major General Chun Doo-hwan seized power in another military coup. But the significance of May 17th in Korean history is eclipsed by the events that would follow, the very next day. Upon seizing power, Chun Doo-hwan immediately implemented martial law, prohibiting any political activities and arresting opposition leaders. In response to this abuse of power, students at Cheongnam National University staged a protest, which Chun Doo-hwan called the Gwangju Riot, and he ordered his military to violently suppress the protests. The resulting massacre is known in Korea simply as May 18th. The true death toll of the massacre, as many things are in Korea's modern history, is still debated to this very day. In spite of this massacre, and how deeply unpopular Chun Doo-hwan was neither assassinated nor overthrown. The Korean economy, you see, escaped the doldrums of the 70s and began to grow again with the help of cheap oil and American support of the Chun regime, which bolstered Chun's legitimacy. You don't have to take my word for it. Consider the words of none other than our friend the CIA, again, which writes in this different once secret but now declassified dossier the following. Chun's prospects for getting through the next few years without serious trouble are good. First, Chun has gained the reluctant acceptance of the general public. Many working-class Koreans attribute the long economic recession to the loss of strong leadership after the assassination of Park, and seem willing to give Chun a chance. Later in the same report, the CIA determines that the public expects Chun to solve the country's economic woes. The fate of the economy will thus be a key factor in Chun's ability to maintain confidence in his leadership. The path to victory seemed obvious then. Chun must wield the scepter of capital at least as well as Park did, and better than Ri did. And he succeeded in doing just that, arguably with a little bit of help. Despite seizing power in a coup, despite massacring his people in the streets, the legitimacy granted to him by his cooperation with capital interests and the United States was enough to keep him in power. Yet in so doing, by relying on capital interests, the power of the chaebols increased once again.
In what was dubbed the trial of the century by local media, Chun was later found guilty of mutiny, treason, and bribery, and sentenced to death. In their verdict, judges said Chun's rise to power came through illegal means, which inflicted enormous damage on the people. The ruling was, however, commuted by Seoul's High Court in recognition of Chun's role in the fast-paced economic development of the country.
Chun abdicated his position after just one 7-year term in office as per the rules of the 1981 Constitution, and the presidency passed to Chun's chosen successor, Ro Tae-woo, the first democratically elected president of South Korea. That's right, South Korean democracy as we know it today began as recently as 1989. And Ro continued the legacy of Chun Do-hwan, who himself in many ways borrowed from Park Chung-hee, who borrowed from Syngman Rhee. Wield the scepter, build the chaebols, use the chaebols to build the economy and skim a bit of money off the top via corruption and chaebol contributions to illegal slush funds. Only with the passing of each leader, the power of the chaebols grew and the power of the government waned. And as the government was now a democracy, so too did the power of the people wane relative to the power of capital. As we slowly approach the present day, we see a pattern emerging in modern Korean politics. A leader takes power promising to reform the economy and uses a combination of force and capital to maintain his legitimacy in the strict Confucian hierarchy of society. The discontent and anger of the people grows to the point where the leader is replaced or pressured to step down or assassinated, as the case may be. The leader steps down and the next leader picks up the scepter of capital, hoping to achieve what his predecessors could not, while surrendering a bit of position in the hierarchy each time to the increasingly powerful chaebols. Ro Tae-woo served his one term as per the constitutional limit and was sentenced to 22.5 years in jail after stepping down. He was pardoned in December of 1997. The arrest and pardon both coming from Ro's successor, Kim Young-sam. Kim Young-sam came to power on a platform of anti-corruption. He saw the emerging problem in Korean politics and was able to capture that zeitgeist. The chaebols had gone from scepter to kingmaker and were quickly becoming king. It was no longer clear who sat at the top of the hierarchy, and Kim intended to resolve that issue. But the roots of the chaebols were too deep into the government already, and despite running on a platform to reform the chaebols and purge corruption, Kim's government and indeed his own son were caught up in bribery and corruption scandals, in what would become known as the Hanbo scandal, wherein South Korea's then 14th largest chaebol, Hanbo Iron and Steel, allegedly used kickbacks and bribes to get officials in the Kim government to put pressure on banks to lend money to Hanbo. As such, despite having only $100 million in capital, Hanbo received nearly $6 billion in loans that it could not, and arguably never intended to, pay back. Adjusted for inflation, that's nearly $12 billion as of January 2024.
Crazy amount of money.
Hanbo, unable to pay back the loans and unable to secure cash from even larger loans, collapsed into bankruptcy, which triggered a cascade of other chaebol bankruptcies and the discovery of more corruption scandals, plummeting Korea into economic crisis just as the greater 1997 Asian financial crisis reared its ugly head. Kim Young-sam's time in office concluded on February 24th, 1998 with a rock-bottom approval rating of 6%. His attempt to reform the chaebols didn't just backfire, it exploded in his face and dragged him under. Kim Young-sam was followed by two reformers, Kim Dae-jung and Roh Moo-hyun, each of which also attempted to rein in the chaebols, and each of which also left office in the wake of corruption scandals. Now don't get me wrong, Kim Dae-jung and Roh Moo-hyun are generally considered amongst the best of Korea's presidents, but they were each, in their own ways, undone by the tendrils of corruption. Kim Dae-jung significantly improved relations between North and South Korea. He was also responsible for substantial economic reforms which helped to right the Korean economy after the Asian financial crisis. He wielded the scepter of capital very well, but in doing so, also substantially empowered the chaebols. Since the economy was built on the backs of the chaebols, saving the economy meant conceding and shoveling money into the very organizations responsible for derailing the economy to begin with. Kim Dae-jung didn't have much of a choice though. It was that or have the economy deteriorate further, and the latter was unthinkable. Kim Dae-jung himself was not directly involved in any corruption scandal, but his son, Kim Hong-gul, was arrested for receiving millions of dollars in bribes from a number of different chaebols including Hyundai and Samsung. The story of Kim Dae-jung's successor, Roh Moo-hyun, is a sad one. He also ran on a platform of progressive reform and anti-corruption. He ambitiously sought to balance national development to assist poorer regions, stabilize relations with North Korea, reform the education and tax system, and also end the government's pervasive corruption and intermingling with the chaebols. But he was fought tooth and nail by the anti-reformist opposition, who went so far as to attempt a spurious impeachment, which had the opposite effect actually, boosting Roh's popularity instead of tanking it. Roh's attempts to rein in the chaebols also caused some economic distress. He was forced to make several unpopular decisions, which in the longer term may have corrected the course of the Korean economy, but in the short term damaged the profits of the wealthy and powerful. And despite being very anti-corruption and genuinely attempting to reform the system, Roh also failed to avoid corruption in his own government. Roh Moo-hyun's older brother, Roh Gun-pyong, was sentenced to 2.5 years imprisonment, having been indicted on charges of receiving billions of Korean won in exchange for helping the state-run National Agricultural Cooperative Federation, better known as Nonghyup, take over Sejong Securities Co., amongst other allegations of corrupt behavior. Nowadays, Sejong Securities is better known as NH Investment and Securities Co., and despite still being tied to Nonghyup, is deeply intertwined with the chaebols in a way that is inscrutable to the average person. Other members of Roh's staff and family were also investigated on charges of corruption, with Roh himself even accused of corruption, though those charges were of dubious veracity. Although the final tally of alleged corruption was rather limited in comparison to Roh's predecessors, the fact of the matter remained, even Roh, the most serious, most idealistic reformer and anti-corruption advocate that South Korean politics had ever brought into power, was not immune to corruption and the insidious power of the chaebols. Roh stepped down in 2007, and his chosen successor, Chun Dong-young, was defeated in a landslide by Lee Myung-bak, the former CEO of the chaebol Hyundai Engineering and Construction. On May 23, 2009, Roh Moo-hyun, in retirement now at his home in rural Bongha, but still under investigation for corruption, took his own life, leaping off a 45-meter, 150-foot cliff to his death. He left a suicide note, which read, in part, "I am in debt to so many people. I have caused too great a burden to be placed upon them. I can't begin to fathom the countless agonies down the road." The tragic suicide of Roh, pursuant to allegations of corruption, was sadly just one of many similar suicides. In just that period alone, between 2008 and 2009, South Korea also saw the corruption investigation-related government official suicides of Kim Yong-chul, a former secretary of a prime minister, An Sang-yong, the former mayor of Busan, Park Tae-young, the former government of Jeolla province, and Oh Gyun-sup, the then mayor of Yangsan City. Roh's popularity shot up after his suicide, and today Roh Moo-hyun is remembered as a president who truly cared about the people, an idealist who worked a great deal to improve human rights in Korea, and who died an ignominious death after being subject to dubious allegations and investigations into corruption by, ironically, an opposition funded and empowered by the very chaebols responsible for said corruption. We are closing in now on the present day. But if you've been following along, I suspect that you can already see where this story is going. There is no such thing as power in South Korea without the involvement of chaebols. Capital is no longer merely the kingmaker. It is the king, the emperor, the top of the hierarchy. And not even the most idealistic reformers can hope to fight against it. The power of the chaebols, of capital, is so insidious, so pervasive, that even if one isn't corrupt themselves, one's cabinet, one's staff, one's friends, one's own family can still be turned with the right incentives. On or about November 23rd, 2023. Nexon, the developer and publisher of MapleStory, the very same Nexon who fired or otherwise let go of voice actress Kim Jae-yeon, released an animated trailer promoting an important new patch which remastered the game's Angelic Buster class. The trailer is beautifully animated and terribly cute, but it would soon find itself at the very center of a new crisis. The Korean gacha men, still on high alert due to the recency of the Ishmael wetsuit incident, discovered a few frames of animation in which Angelic Buster appeared to be making the pinching symbol of Megalia, the little C. You can see it for one frame in the intro of the animation and once more later as Angelic Buster is spinning. A firestorm erupts, and a similar song and dance occurs. This briefly visible pinching motion must be the work of a radical feminist, as only a radical feminist would include this dog whistle, this anti-male, hate speech, slur in an animation. All eyes were on the animation studio that created the trailer, Studio Potpourri, also known as Studio Root. And as the chauvinists dug deeper looking into Studio Potpourri's past animations, something became very clear. The hand pinch signs were everywhere, in Korean games ranging from MapleStory to Blue Archive, from Epic 7 to Dungeon Fighter. Where Studio Potpourri was, there too was the pinch. The first target that the angry mob lashed out at was Nade, the vocalist for the song in the animation. She had retweeted old tweets that were in support of Kim Jae-young back in 2016, which was enough to paint her as a misandrist, a man-hater. But Nare didn't draw anything, she was a vocalist, not an animator. So someone else put the pinch into the animation, right? Well, the next target was a woman named Taeso, an animator and team leader at Studio Potpourri. She had an old tweet in which she stated that she would never stop being a feminist, even though she'd had her social media accounts blocked for being offensive towards men. She stated further that she will always continue to be a feminist, stealthily and subtly. Most damning of all, she also liked a tweet that was critical of Limbus Company's firing of Vel Mori. Nexon and Studio Potpourri were inundated with angry complaints, and as was the case with Nexon in 2016 and with Limbus Company, both Nexon and Studio Potpourri immediately capitulated. The Angelic Buster trailer was released on November 23rd. By 2 a.m. on November 25th, just 2 days after the initial trailer was released, MapleStory, Dungeon Fighter, Blue Archive, and other implicated games each offered an apology, validating the claims being made, that they had located inappropriate expressions, and that they would take necessary action. Kim Chang-sop, the director of MapleStory at Nexon, held a live stream press conference in which he reassured the angry MapleStory players that we will never allow a culture that publicly expresses hatred towards others and those who enjoy such a culture to defame MapleStory. On November 26th, Studio Potpourri published its own apology, in which it appeared to admit fault and offered the angry mob exactly what it wished for: complete and utter capitulation and validation of their claims of foul play. The target of the mob's anger, Taeso, was forbidden from working on further promotional videos. This apology was deemed insufficient though, as Taeso was not outright fired. Studio Potpourri was accused of a false placation. An angry mob allegedly went to their offices taking pictures and spying on their employees. The situation was getting dangerous, and Studio Potpourri could do no more without risking their safety. On November 27th, Studio Potpourri issued a second apology and stated that the animator in question, Taeso, would not be fired but would instead resign. This apology and the firing was quickly retracted, but it was too late. The damage was done. You can imagine what happened next.
게임 홍보 영상에서 남성 혐오를 상징하는 표현이 들어갔다는 논란이 불거졌습니다.
한 애니메이션 스튜디오가 제작한 게임 영상을 두고
주로 알려진 혹은 저희가 파악한 모든 영상들은
사과했는데 여성 단체들은 집회까지 열며 반발했습니다.
하는 거죠. 그 회사의 물건을 사지 않아야 할 시대고 회복이 불가능한 경우들도 있거든요.
의 경제적 기반을 위협당하고 있다고 주장했습니다. 또 게임 문화 속 페미니즘 혐오 몰이를
맡긴 다른 게임
So do these guys just explode if they ever incidentally pinch something seriously? Yeah, we censored it! Like it's some sort of hate symbol. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? There is no...
Once again, the controversy was so severe that it made Korean national news with a much more in-depth segment this time. On November 30th, a week after the Angelic Buster trailer...
Like, you can't create a hate symbol for a group that's in power. That's not how it works. The group that's in power, the one that is oppressing the smaller population that has ostensibly less rights already, you can't, like, that's not how that works. Oh my god, it just annoys me so much. It's like when the boomers were talking about how boomer's a slur, and I'm like, boomer is not a slur, first of all. Second of all, shut the fuck up. Ah!
Was released 3 days after Taeso's resignation. An incredibly unsurprising discovery was made. After a media investigation, it was reported that the animator who drew the controversial Angelic Buster scenes was a man. In his 40s, quoting now a major newspaper, 𝒟𝓿 𝒟𝑜's article, Maple Index Finger Storyboard drawn by a man, as a result of coverage by the 𝒟𝓿 𝒟𝑜 on the 30th. It was confirmed that the original storyboard for the video in question was handled by Mr. A male animator in his 40s from a company other than Studio 𝒟𝓿. Mr. A was an additional manpower sought due to the urgent deadline presented by Nexon. Basically, everyone involved in this animation, it turns out, was male, and industry officials found that it was impossible for a malicious edit to have occurred, adding a controversial frame. But that didn't stop the harassment, and the 𒟿𝓿 �𝑜 confirms that Mr. A, the artist, and Mr. B, the male supervisor in his 50s, were both harassed over their involvement. But just like with Velmori, it didn't matter anymore to the men that Taeso had nothing to do with the finger pinch in the Angelic Buster trailer. If Studio 𝒟𝓿 has a feminist working in their midst, one who has a stated intention to do feminist things, nothing that they say can be trusted. The women staged protests in front of Nexon's offices, and the men retaliated with threats of violence on social media. Studio 𝒟𝓿's employees were harassed endlessly, allegedly receiving threats and hate messages, and even having their personal information shared online.
Don't you love it when people who are being oppressed are like, hey, can we have rights? And the oppressive side of the people in power are like, hey, how about I kill you instead? And you're like, wow, dang, that's so crazy. Wow. Whoa. Wow. That's so cool. Love that. Love that.
Taeso herself also had her personal information and phone number leaked to the public by angry men. She became a victim of cyberbullying in the form of sexual harassment and death threats, all over some retweets and allegations surrounding art she didn't actually draw. Once again, an innocent woman had been targeted, and an entire company had been brought to heel over something painfully trivial, a few frames of a hand gesture in an animated trailer with no bad intentions behind it. But unlike the Ishmael swimsuit incident, this time, the drama broke containment. The angry men turned their attention to other games, and as many of them came from the gacha game community, their targets were disproportionately gacha games. They began tearing apart every single animated trailer, every frame of art, searching for the Megalia pinch. And very naturally, they found many such pinches. The dev teams of those games were subjected to similar harassment until they too capitulated, editing or removing any instance of art with a possible finger pinch from the Korean versions of their games, making concessions in order to avoid further harassment and violence. Some dev teams, such as the one at NeoWiz's Brown Dust 2, even acted preemptively, removing any art that could even potentially resemble the Megalian Sea before negative attention found them. I know what most of you are thinking. This is insane. This is crazy. First, these men rioted over a wetsuit, and now they're forcing dev team after dev team, corporation after corporation to apologize and capitulate over anything even vaguely resembling an index finger and thumb forming a C. A position which, need I remind you, is the resting position of the hand, and is thereby virtually unavoidable. It's easy to look at a situation like this and feel dumbfounded, as we will see even other gacha-playing men sharing similar prurient interests, and culturally adjacent countries like China and Japan are mystified by the extremism of the Korean men. But in truth, the anger being vented, the frustrations being expressed towards Project Moon and Velmori and Studio Pupuri and Taiso, they aren't really about swimsuits, or finger pinches, or hate symbols. Before we wrap up our gacha drama story, let's finally talk about what life is like in modern South Korea. In Confucianism, but especially Neo-Confucianism, if society is dysfunctional, if society is unharmonious, if it is discordant, some part of the system, some level of the hierarchy must be responsible for that discord. Think back to our Korean Airlines story from part 1. If the glide slope instrument is broken, it must be a GI on the ground who is responsible. In Confucian society, if disharmony arises, ideally whichever level of the hierarchy is responsible for said disharmony is moved back to the righteous and harmonious course by the level of hierarchy directly above them. Employees are corrected by their bosses, children by their parents. If the higher level fails at doing that, the level above them then has the responsibility to take over. If each layer continues to fail, eventually the emperor steers the entire ship of society in the direction that can bring it back to harmony and order, hopefully integrating any necessary social change in the process. But in an extremely Neo-Confucian state, a status quo can emerge which so strongly emphasizes harmony and order that it rejects social change, causing society to stagnate. When the top of the hierarchy is especially bureaucratic or incompetent or corrupt or self-serving, disorder gets enveloped by obfuscation, and the underlying problems never get fixed. The problem becomes enveloped, mired in nonsense and misinformation and moving goalposts and bureaucracy. At the end of all the fighting and mess, social harmony is pulled back into its place without the requisite social change, such that the underlying issues do not get solved. This behavior goes down the ladder from the top. The top of the hierarchy does this to the middle, and the middle does this to the bottom, each following the lead of the other in the Confucian manner. These issues don't go away though, they're still there. They merely build in tension. If each time a conflict arises, it is suppressed again without resolution, the tension and subsequent conflict grows larger and larger and larger, until it eventually breaks out of the control of the state, of the society entirely, of the top of the hierarchy, and into open civil war. South Korea has the highest suicide rate in the developed world, as per the World Health Organization's 2019 estimates. If you look exclusively at the suicide rate amongst women, you will find that South Korea's suicide rate for women is the 4th worst of all countries in the world, surpassing even many struggling developing nations. Japan is somewhat notorious in the West for its problems surrounding depression and suicide, but in South Korea, women commit suicide at twice the rate of women in Japan. In 2019, keep in mind that this is before COVID, a survey conducted by Hankyoreh newspaper showed that amongst young Koreans between the ages of 19 and 34, 83% of young women and 78% of young men view South Korea as a living hell. Nearly 80% of young women and 72% of young men want to leave South Korea. And this is because, putting aside any gender considerations for the moment, The experiences of Korean young people are incredibly soul-crushing. This article in the Korea Herald, Why Koreans Want to Leave Hell Joseon, quotes sociology professor Lee Byung-hoon, who states that the phenomenon is a reflection of South Koreans of all ages struggling to survive amid a lack of jobs and unstable livelihoods. There is an inequality of opportunity. They feel like the playing field is uneven in the first place, and their efforts will not pay off. Competition in Korea is so tough, so grueling, that what 20 years ago one might have considered the bare minimum is now hyper-competitive. And one who is lower on the hierarchy, which in Confucianism should be, most people, have to overcome both that competition and the enormous advantages of the privileged people in Korean society to get anywhere or be anyone. If you watch the JRPG video, you might recall that Japan's economy is controlled in large part by mega conglomerates with enormous political power called the 𝒟𝓉 𝒫. In South Korea, the situation is even more severe. The chaebols are very much like the 𒟽-𝒉. They are thick webs of interwoven business relationships, but even more exclusive, as many of them are families built quite literally in the Confucian style. The top 10 chaebols in South Korea account for nearly 60% of the country's GDP. Another nearly 25% is accounted for by the remaining 50-some-odd chaebols. Altogether, 80 to 85% of South Korea's GDP is controlled by about 64 families. To give you an idea of how preposterous these numbers are, when the United States broke up Standard Oil, you know, Rockefeller the octopus, well, Standard Oil accounted for only 1.7% of the US GDP at the time of its breakup. In 2022, Samsung's revenue by itself was a little over 20% of South Korea's GDP. The margin of error in the estimate is larger than Standard Oil's entire percentage, and in spite of the vast wealth here, the money is not trickling down. For most young people, there is simply not enough opportunity to go around, and the best that one can look forward to is to work at a chaebol, perhaps, and be treated like a wage slave. The system is untenable and unsustainable. You have to have the best grades, the most handsome or beautiful appearance, the most socially correct demeanor in order to compete for an ever-shrinking slice of the pie. The common people are desperate. As we've seen, prior governments have promised crackdowns on the chaebols, have promised economic reform which never materialized in a meaningful way due to how deeply the chaebols have sunk their roots into the South Korean political apparatus. Attempting to so much as touch those roots has had massive economic consequences, and meaningfully disarming the chaebols at this point could hoist all of South Korean society along with them. Worse yet, consider Korea's problem with age. Remember what I said in part 1 about how hierarchy is powerfully determined by your age? How you'll be asked how old you are to determine where you belong in the pecking order? Have you ever worked in a company where 3 managers are in charge of micromanaging 1 employee? Well, young Koreans don't just have to put up with that dynamic at work, they have to endure it in every facet of their lives. Korea has fewer and fewer young people, and an enormous elderly population that places massive expectations, often in conflicting ways, on young men and young women. Expectations that are impossible to meet given the current economic realities of South Korea and the governmental capture of the chaebols, endlessly siphoning the nation's wealth away from the populace and into exclusive, powerful chaebol families or corrupt politicians. And these young people must now also balance the cost of an aging society against their own limited avenues for opportunity or self-realization. Korean young people then have been thrust into an impossible situation. Their incredibly Confucianist society has been captured by the chaebols, an immortal emperor with roots that dig down very deep into each level of the hierarchy. Young people are fiercely competing with each other over ever-decreasing opportunity. They are becoming increasingly desperate, and the problems they face are incredibly difficult to even understand, never mind change, obfuscated as they are in that Confucian way. They are miserable, and the misery in their lives seems completely outside of their control. With this general primer on the experiences of young people in South Korea, let us also now break down what life is like for each gender in this gender war. Armed as we are now, with the context necessary to understand just how serious and deeply rooted these problems truly are. It's hard to be a man in Korea, but doubly so to be a young man. Society places enormous expectations upon you, and if you fail to live up to them, you are treated not as a human being with dreams and aspirations and hopes, but as a disgrace, a black sheep, a monster. The generations immediately before you managed to live up to expectations because expectations were both much lower then, and many of them experienced Korea's economic miracle. They experienced unparalleled growth, and so their expectations are both higher, and they were able themselves to carry the expectations of Korea's ultra-Confucianist demands upon their backs. But you are stuck in an era of stagnation. You are one cog in an enormous machine competing against countless other cogs for a pittance of coin, and ambitiously, a shred of respect, of self-worth, of belonging. But instead of respect, you are awarded with disrespect for your efforts, disrespect from your elders, disrespect from your peers, disrespect even from your subordinates. Every year, hundreds of thousands of Korean young men like yourself are conscripted against their will into the military. If you choose not to serve, you might face jail time. Future employers might refuse to hire you if they see you didn't do your time in the military. These 2 years are treated less like actual time in the military and more like a hazing ritual, cruel and grueling for absolutely no good reason. Once you get out of the military, you then have to return to civilian life and find jobs that can support a whole family on your own. You have to run the gauntlet and wear the suits and suffer the indignity of slave-like labor. And that's the best case scenario for you if you aren't born into a position of privilege. If you aren't born into such a position of privilege, where you can't leverage your family's resources or prestige or network, then you must carry all of these expectations as well as a 10-ton weight of societal shame at having not been able to succeed. All of these expectations are levied on men, and none are levied on women. Women seem to have it so easy. They just have to look good and stay quiet and cook the meals. That's all that society expects of them, and they can't even do just that, while we men are expected to do everything else. To provide for the family, to build a generational wealth, to pay for the dates, to pay for the places the women live and the clothes they wear and the food they eat, to serve in the military against our will, all while being disrespected by everyone around us, by the elderly, who don't understand why we aren't doing as well as they did, by foreigners, who don't understand the expectations our society places on us, and by our own women, who seem to expect more from us than what we can provide, and accuse us of crimes that we aren't committing. Something must be wrong. The system is failing us because the pieces aren't in the right place. What could it be? The people are subordinate to the government, the sons are subordinate to their fathers, the younger are subordinate to their elders. But the women, they want more, they expect more, and they offer disrespect instead of appreciation for the suffering we must endure on their behalf. Why do the women insist on piling more onto us? We cannot take any more. Our backs are breaking. We are at the point of madness. We cannot tolerate a single straw further, not one more step. And so every step, every encroachment must be met with overwhelming force, must be pushed back into its place to preserve society, to preserve our values, to preserve our sanity. It's not really about a wetsuit or anything else. It's about Twitter girls who don't even play the game having more say over its art and character development than we do, when we are the ones playing the games and contributing the funds, and not them. It's about being made subordinate to the whims of women, even in our male safe spaces. It's not really about Megalia, or a little pinch causing us some offense over genitalia. It's what the pinch represents. Disrespect, at a point where we are already disrespected to the maximum amount by everyone around us. It's about a nonsensical rebellion against the system by women, who have the easiest role in the hierarchy, eroding the very strengths that empower Korean society and make its cultural exports the envy of the world. We're hurting, and we're not being heard. Why can't women just understand that they have it easy, and at the very least, stay quiet if they can't be respectful?
Crazy, right? Crazy?
It does suck to be a man in Korea. Not to give away too much about myself, but my own culture is not that dissimilar to yours, and I get it. There are a lot of responsibilities that we must bear as men. There are expectations levied on us that we can't meet because the world prohibits us from meeting them, and then we are blamed for the world. Korean society is dehumanizing. You may think to yourself, you men, well, some of the actions we take are a bit over the top, but the ends justify the means. We can't take anymore. It's human nature to judge oneself by one's intentions and others by their actions. When we see a woman protesting the art of a game they don't even play or sneaking offensive hand gestures into art, we see their extremist actions. When we invade the offices of a developer, when we go after an artist on Twitter, we judge ourselves by our intentions. Sure, the artist is the wrong artist, but she's still a feminist, and our intentions matter, not our actions. I want you just for a moment to join me and look at the intentions of the young women in your society. Because just as Korean society places an enormous burden of expectations upon you, the men, your women also suffer from expectations, ones that you might not even be aware of. You say Korean girls have it easy because they don't have to make money, as that's the man's job. Well, they'd like to. But that itself is also a societal expectation that many of these women are trying to break free of. In South Korea, labor force participation by women is nearly the lowest among OECD countries. But the gender pay gap in South Korea is not amongst the worst. It is the actual worst amongst all OECD countries. Duke University's Journal of Korean Studies reports that in Korea, in 2020, the median earnings of women working full-time was 32% lower than men's, which is a much larger gap than the OECD average of 12.5%. Women in Korea hold only 10% of managerial positions in the private sector, when the average for OECD countries is 30%. And perhaps most seriously of all, a disproportionately high number of women work in precarious jobs that pay low wages and provide few employee benefits, little job security, and limited labor rights, which you've seen firsthand as a result of your protests. When the women protest your treatment of 𝒟𝑜 𝒟𝑜 they aren't protesting a swimsuit or a hand signal either. They want the opportunity to work and receive equal pay and work in jobs that aren't so-called precarious jobs with low wages and limited labor rights. They want to be artists and developers without fear. They want to be able to engage in the same free speech that you do without being fired or forcibly resigned or harassed. Actions and intentions. And ultimately, the end result is, if the women are allowed to work and have labor protections and have a better, fairer wage, your burden, your expectations become lighter because you no longer have to be the sole breadwinner. You don't have to be the one that always gets a high-paying job to cover the cost of two people because now the women can also get a job, and you can have two medium-paying jobs, reducing the burden on everyone. But I know it's not that simple. That's not really a solution at all, is it? What good is having two jobs if everyone still suffers? There are greater, far more insidious, systematic problems, socio-economic problems, that are at the core of what South Korea is, built into the country from the moment of its inception. It won't be easy to solve these issues. There is no simple fix, and anyone who tells you otherwise is lying to your face. But if there is a way to solve these issues, if there is some way to overcome these problems, you will have to do it together. Both of you have the same intentions, to lower the burdens of expectation that society places on you and to reassert some control over your lives. To have the liberty to be people with meaningful relationships and economic security and families, instead of being cogs in a machine that produces for others that what you cannot have for yourselves. In a survey conducted by Pew Research in 2016, it was found that about 7% of American women have received cosmetic surgery. The percentage of American women who have had cosmetic surgery between the ages of 18 and 29 was only 3%. In a similar survey conducted by Gallup Korea in 2015, it was found that 1 in 3 Korean women between the ages of 19 and 29 have had cosmetic surgery. Why is this the case? Korean women are very naturally beautiful. You Korean men, more than anyone, know this to be true. You, the men, didn't ask this of the women, just as they didn't ask you to take the responsibility of being the sole breadwinners. You don't even want them to get cosmetic surgery or have to wear makeup. You think they're lovely just as they are. And they'd love to just be themselves and thereby be able to also lower their standards and reduce the pressure of being perfectly beautiful for everyone. There is so much that the so-called male chauvinists and so-called radical feminists agree on. For example, there's been a big deal made in Korea about illegal cameras being placed in bathrooms. Women are angry that it happened and they want to hold the men accountable, and the men are angry that all of them are being painted as perverts, that some of them have received retaliatory bathroom recordings, and are thus being subjected to the scorn of angry women for the actions of a few deviants. every reasonable person agrees that this behavior is wrong. It's wrong for women to do to men, it's wrong for men to do to women, and in a reasonable society, the solution should be to work towards the elimination of all illegal bathroom cameras instead of making it about gender conflict. Likewise, for our gacha drama, even the Chinese and Japanese gacha communities scratch their heads at the behavior of Koreans when they get angry at swimsuit skins or little pinches appearing in art. And they, like you perhaps, ask themselves, why is this behavior so irrational? As we've seen, South Korea is a society that is both deeply hierarchical and socially dysfunctional. One is taught that they have power over those below them in the hierarchy, and that if society has disharmony, they should look beneath them in the hierarchy and try to correct the problem. The captain chastises the first officer who chastises the GI on the ground.
Zero.
The chaebols squeeze the government squeezes the middle class working dad beats his son, and the son beats his girlfriend. The angry girlfriend may even go one layer lower and lash out against the LGBT community. Each layer protests the poor treatment they receive from the layer above them. Each one seeks reform. The women seek equal rights from the men seek better treatment from society. Society demands a less corrupt government, and the government wishes to reform the chaebols. But each layer has determined that it is powerless to affect the trajectory of the layer above it, having experienced such firsthand. And so they do what they know how to do, what Neo-Confucianism has taught them, what has been drilled into their psyches. They punch down. This is the crux of the Korean gender war. This is the sad truth around which the entire edifice of this conflict is built. The chaebols rule Korea, and Korean livelihood depends on the continued existence and empowerment of the chaebols. They can control whomsoever they want, even government reformers, through bribes, corruption, or other manipulation. The experience for regular Korean people, and especially young people, is increasingly bitter. The young people, having lost hope in meaningful reform, desperately
I
wish
wasn't
to
gonna
escape
fill in the
Hell
whole
Joseon.
thing
Those who
about
cannot physically escape
what each square
will seek
was,
out other ways
but
to
I might
mentally escape. They'll get
grab
super into
one of
movies
the
or anime or books.
one of the bingo
They'll
sheets
dedicate their lives to a
and
new
copy
religious
off of it.
movement, or they'll obsess over their favorite pop stars.
But
Red and
yeah.
purple stars. Or maybe, just maybe, if they're young men, they'll escape by playing gacha games. Games where the women are beautiful and fawn over them, where they can be powerful heroes and make a meaningful difference in a cruel, unfathomably hostile world. They can receive a glimpse, a taste of what society promises them, but what they never seem to receive. I'd even argue that this is partially why Korean games are so grindy. In a society where it seems impossible to find self-worth, where young men are spent like fuel for the chaebol furnace, it feels nice to grind for something that takes effort and yields a reward, even if that reward is small and the effort is substantial. When that little bubble of escapism, that little mental haven is disrupted, even if that disruption isn't real, even if that disruption is just the outside world projecting a shadow onto the proverbial cave wall, the response is very severe. It's not necessarily about women's rights or skins or pinches, but about reasserting control over the very limited things these men actually feel they have control over. And the more control Korean society cedes to these angry men in this gacha gender war, the more control they crave. These young men, having lived their lives with so little control, so little agency, so little power, have both now a vent for their frustrations and an apparent enemy to blame for their suffering. This all seems like a bit of a stretch, Mooney, I can hear you say. Aren't you reaching a bit? Isn't it reductive to take all of the gender war issues going on and reduce the fault to just the insecurities of men and the hopeless state of South Korean society? That's not what I'm saying. The insecurity of men does play a major role, yes, but that insecurity has been very purposefully manipulated, very cynically directed. A house divided against itself cannot stand. A people divided against themselves cannot revolt. Let us finish our discussion of history then, and complete our understanding of the Korean gender war by giving you
It's
a
the thing
glimpse
I asked for. It
into
is the thing
modern
you asked
Korean
for.
politics.
Hi, Sixes.
The president that came after 𝒟𝒜, you will recall, was the former CEO of Hyundai Engineering and Construction, which nowadays has been absorbed by Hyundai Motor Group, the core of the many spin-off companies that together compose the complex web which constitutes the Hyundai chaebol. Lee Myung-bak was no political newcomer. He had served as the mayor of Seoul in 2002, and given Ro Moo-hyun's unpopularity at the time and the ongoing investigations into alleged corruption, Lee Myung-bak was able to take the presidency in a landslide. His platform was simple. He promised to reform and reinvigorate the economy, to strengthen relations with the United States, and to deal with North Korea. Almost immediately after taking power, though, Lee proceeded to negotiate a controversial free trade agreement with the United States and pushed for privatization of public companies. Like his predecessors, he conceded ground to the chaebols and to the United States and built his power off of economic legitimacy. But Lee was no reformer at heart. He was of the chaebols and by the chaebols and for the chaebols. He was their man in the chair. Now look, I know I've simplified Korean politics to an extraordinary extent. These leaders are more than just walking corruption scandals. There's a ton of political nuance that I'm not touching upon because they're outside of the scope of this video. But as you will see, corruption runs very deep in the South Korean government and continues to do so to this very day. Lee's presidency came and went, and though allegations of corruption emerged, they never went anywhere. It wasn't
Thanks for
until
being flexible. No, of
2018, in the wake
course.
of another corruption scandal, which we'll soon get to, that Lee Myung-bak was investigated and eventually arrested and sentenced to 15 years imprisonment on charges of corruption. Reuters reported at the time that the Seoul Central District Court found Lee guilty of embezzlement of about 24.6 billion Korean won, about $21.77 million, from a private auto parts maker headed by his brother. And he also accepted bribes from Korea's largest chaebol, Samsung, and from other capital interests as well. But Lee's corruption pales in comparison to that of his successor, the first female president of South Korea and the first female head of state in East Asia, Park Geun-hye.
South Korea has woken up to its first female president-elect, and some people here on the streets of Seoul think that she may be able to do a lot to try and help the lives of women.
Now, Park was already a well-known politician in South Korea prior to her becoming president. She was defeated by Lee Myung-bak, the former
Bingo machine
president, in their
go!
party's primaries, and so her name was already very well established amongst the voting public and particularly in the conservative GNP party. If you don't recognize the name Park Geun-hye, if you don't know what happens next, then prepare yourself. The truth is sometimes kookier than any fiction can be. Park Geun-hye is the eldest daughter of Park Chung-hee, the dictator, the one who most masterfully wielded the chaebols. And Park Chung-hee was once friends with one Choi Tae-min, the leader of a new religious movement called Yongsae, the Church of the Spirit World, and an alleged Maitreya, or future Buddha. Choi Tae-min, in part through his friendship with Park Chung-hee, amassed an enormous amount of wealth and power in South Korea. Park Geun-hye's mother, the then wife of Park Chung-hee, Yuk Yong-soo, was assassinated on August 15, 1974, after a failed attempt at assassinating Park Chung-hee went awry. As Park Geun-hye grieved the loss of her mother, she was allegedly approached by Choi Tae-min, who claimed that he had seen her mother in a dream. An event which marked the start of a long, friendly relationship between Park and Choi. Choi Tae-min had many children, one of whom was Choi Soon-sil, a prominent and powerful businesswoman who served as Park Geun-hye's right-hand woman. And Choi Soon-sil had a daughter named Chung Yu-ra, who loved horses. She was a gold medalist at the 2014 Asian Games in dressage. In 2015, Chung was admitted to Ewha Women's University, a highly prestigious school. The Korea Herald reported that the chief of admissions at the university ordered interviewers to, and I quote, select a person who brought an Asian Games gold medal. None of the other candidates were permitted to bring a medal, but Chung brought hers in violation of school policy and was selected. An audit later allegedly discovered that the interviewers purposefully gave other students lower scores to help Chung with her acceptance. It wasn't enough just to graft Chung into this school, they torpedoed the futures of regular young Koreans who had otherwise done everything right. During her time at university, Chung was marked as present for only 8 classes over 3 regular semesters. She never did her homework. She didn't take any exams or turn in assignments, and yet she reportedly received stellar grades. In one instance, one of Chung's professors was found to have done an important project for her, submitting his or her work as Chung's own. Students at this highly prestigious, extremely exclusive school, being amongst Korea's best and brightest, quickly noticed the preferential treatment that Chung was receiving, and they staged protests. Pursuant then to all of this negative attention, the Korean cable TV network JTBC opened investigations into both Chun and her mother Choi Soon-sil. By sheer luck, JTBC obtained a discarded tablet once owned by Choi Soon-sil.
Oh, God.
On this tablet, JTBC discovered drafts of 44 different speeches and other statements that President Park had made. Choi received many of these speeches days or even hours prior to their delivery, and certain passages in those speeches were marked in red. This powerful businesswoman, this daughter of a cult leader, had access to extremely privileged information and was editing the speeches and directing the policy of the president. This discovery struck South Korea like a lightning bolt, and mass protests erupted, followed by investigations of both the president and her staff.
Wild. Wild. It says protesters demand immediate removal of the current president.
At the end of those investigations,
Constitutional Court to decide whether to confirm impeachment over corruption
so vast
scandal.
that we don't even have time to cover each instance of corruption in this video. Instead, we'll fast forward to the end. Park was successfully impeached, and both Choi and Park were brought before the Seoul Central District Court. Many of Park's associates, ranging from her personal aides to high-profile government officials to business tycoons, were jailed for corruption. Most notably, Shin Dong-bin, the chairman of the fifth largest chaebol in Korea, Lotte, was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison for offering a bribe of $6.5 million to Choi and Park. And Lee Jae-young, the then vice chairman, now executive chairman of the largest chaebol, Samsung, was convicted of bribery, embezzlement, perjury, and other charges. Lee Jae-young had made payments of over $36 million to foundations owned by Choi, and had given a prize horse and several $million to Choi's daughter as well. He did this in order to secure government support for a major restructuring of Samsung, which just so happened to allow Lee to become the head of Samsung later down the road. Park herself was convicted of abusing her power to extort money from companies, of unlawfully pressuring Hyundai to sign a deal with a company owned by Choi and forcing them to run ads for her company, of soliciting that bribe for $6.5 million by Lotte, of forcing a telecom company to hire a close friend of Choi's, of leaking 47 confidential presidential documents to Choi, of various bribes surrounding Samsung, of receiving bribes from the National Intelligence Service, the Korean equivalent of the CIA, and more. Choi was sentenced to 20 years in prison and a fine equivalent to $16.6 million. Park was sentenced to 24 years in prison and a $16.6 million fine as well. Seems like a stunning victory for the Korean people, right? The corrupt president has been removed, the influence of the chaebols has been gouged out of the government, and now things will be better, won't they? The people are back at the top of the hierarchy now, aren't they? Well, no. I'm afraid not. The next president was Moon Jae-in. He came from the opposing political party and was not a conservative but a progressive. He ran on a platform of reforming the chaebols. He raised the minimum wage by more than 16%. He lowered the so-called maximum work week from 68 hours to 52 hours, which I will note for the record doesn't actually mean one only works for 52 hours a week. He was also in power when COVID-19 struck Korea, and his leadership is credited with substantially reducing the impact of the virus on Korea. But despite his attempts at economic reform, the chaebols were far too powerful. Although Moon himself managed to avoid allegations of corruption, members of his government, including his direct appointees, were not so fortunate. Consider Cho Kook, Moon's appointed Minister of Justice, who allegedly conducted illicit business activities and was sentenced to 2 years in prison for falsifying documents showing his son had completed a prestigious internship that he never actually did, and for forging his daughter's academic credentials. You tell me, how is the average Korean supposed to compete with behavior like this? Moon Jae-in became president on May 10, 2017, and served until May 9, 2022. On February 13, 2018, Shin Dong-bin, the head of Lotte, was sentenced to 30 months in prison pursuant to the bribe issued to Choi Soon-sil in exchange for licenses which would allow Lotte to operate duty-free stores. On October 5, 2018, a South Korean appeals court agreed to suspend his sentence to time already served, thus setting him free. He remains the CEO of Lotte to this very day. Lee Jae-young, head of Samsung, was convicted on August 25, 2017 and sentenced to 5 years in prison. He was let out on parole by the Seoul High Court, pursuant to a suspended sentence after just 11 months. The Supreme Court reviewed the case and remanded it to the High Court in 2019, and Lee was sent back to jail briefly following a retrial. Yet he would be released again on parole shortly thereafter. On August 12, 2022, Lee Jae-yeon was pardoned by current Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol. Lee maintained control of Samsung throughout his brief time in and out of prison.
So it's wild because, like, every next president pardons their predecessor because it's like an expected ritual, essentially. And, like, because what if they're going to be accused of these things? Wouldn't you want to set the precedent that every next president pardons their predecessor? Don't you want to continue that so that you are also pardoned in the future? You have that security? Exactly. It's wild. Wild!
PBS reports that business leaders and politicians had called for Lee's pardon. Justice Minister Han Dong-hoon stated at the time that the pardons were, and I quote, aimed at overcoming the economic crisis through encouraging business activity. It was just like what happened to the industrialists under Park Chung-hee, imprisoned, fined, and released in exchange for their cooperation. Wield the scepter, gain legitimacy, empower the chaebols, feed the beast. On December 23, 2021, President Moon Jae-in granted a special pardon to former President Park Geun-hye. This is what he said concerning the pardon. We should move into a new era by getting over the pains of the past. It's time to boldly pull together all our strengths for the future rather than fighting against each other while being preoccupied with the past. And believe it or not, even former President Lee Myung-bak received a pardon. Remember him? The president who was the former CEO of Hyundai and who took bribes from Samsung amongst other crimes of corruption? He too was pardoned 1 year later on December 27, 2022, by current President Yoon Suk-yeol. After all the smoke and mirrors, after all the pomp and circumstance, nothing changes. The hierarchy reasserts itself into the proper order, and the tensions grow. And this brings us to the very end of our history lesson with the aforementioned current president Yoon Suk-yeol, a very staunch conservative who has promised exactly the same thing that each of his predecessors has. He promised to fight inequality and unemployment, and fight corruption. But he has also promised economic deregulation and a hardline stance against feminism. We won't get into the political conversation surrounding Yoon Suk-yeol. This video, at the end of the day, is not about politics. Heck, it's not really even about gacha games. It's about the application of history in order to understand why the Korean gender war is so terrible and so pervasive. Korea's Neo-Confucian hierarchy has been hijacked by chaebols. Everyone in South Korea knows that the chaebols are an enormous problem in need of reform, but the issue is too deeply entrenched to reform in any obvious way. The nation's desperate and genuinely forsaken young men seek to resolve the insecurities in their lives by punching down. And the women, well, they suffer the weight and indignity of every layer above them, including that of the young men. The chaebol captured government, with its CEO princesses being given horses and university admission, its endless corruption scandals, and its corporate power brokers, has figured out too that deflecting the anger of society towards the lower levels of the hierarchy, directing the anger of these young men towards young women, is not only the easy way out, but the culturally organic choice. And all the while, the problems don't actually get fixed. The status quo reasserts itself over and over, and the tensions build. The corrupt officials are pardoned. The corrupt businessmen are let go with more power than they had before. The president is trying to raise the maximum working hours again. The society stagnates. With our long history lesson finally out of the way, it is time to return to gacha drama one final time. As Korean gacha dev after Korean gacha dev conceded to the men, they became emboldened in their efforts. Virtually every single Korean gacha developer had caved. Art was changed en masse to remove finger pinches, apologies were issued, and the women who worked on these games were cowed into silence, fired, or otherwise reprimanded. But in the midst of these victories, there was one feminist controversy that did not pan out how the Korean men expected. For though Korean companies mired in the Korean gender war were quick to bend the knee, not every gacha game that is popular in Korea happens to be made by a Korean dev.
Hoyoverse for the win! Hoyoverse for the win!
Impact released a behind-the-scenes look at the creation of a character named Farina. Furina is an exceptionally popular character in Genshin, but especially so in Korea, where she won first place in a popularity vote amongst the Korean Genshin community. There was nothing feminist to discover in this video, but as we've already stated, if one hunts for witches, they will inevitably find them. And the Korean men discovered that Furina's character designer was a Korean artist living in Shanghai who goes by the alias Yomi. Yomi, like Velmori, like Taeso, like Kim Jaeon, had made a series of ostensibly feminist tweets on Twitter in the distant past. Yomi, however, was much more direct with her statements. She jokes about how it doesn't disturb her when women chew their food loudly, but that she'd actually kill guys who did so. And in another tweet, she jokes that they, meaning men, should all be purged in response to having just been stalked by a guy on the street. These tweets were enough, though, and the angry men then went through all of the art that Yomi had drawn and discovered that she had worked not only on the art and design for Furina, but that she had also worked as an illustrator for the Korean-made game Arknights. Her art was immediately removed from Arknights, and an apology was issued. But the anger persisted, and the men continued to hound Arknights until further capitulations were made. Just a week prior to the release of this video, Arknights developer Yostar deleted a different artist's work from their game and YouTube channel after the illustrator of said artwork was also revealed to be a feminist. What was her radical feminist crime, you may ask? Well, she retweeted the 2018 Google Doodle image for International Women's Day back in, well, 2018. That's it. That's the basis of the radical feminism.
Feminists are so scary, guys.
Arknights responded after those allegations came to light, deleting the offending artist's work within allegedly only half an hour after the feminism claims were made public. But let's go back to Yomi for a second and Genshin Impact, because something very curious happened when the Korean men turned their anger towards Genshin. Genshin Impact, you see, is not published by a Korean company. It's published by MiHoYo, which is based in Shanghai, China. And Yomi is not in Korea, she is also physically located in Shanghai. The Korean men vented their outrage at MiHoYo. They threatened to boycott the game and levied accusation after accusation on Twitter and beyond. They attempted to rile up the Chinese gacha-playing male community whom they believed would be sympathetic to their cause. They review-bombed Genshin on the Google store. They allegedly hired protest trucks to drive around Seoul with messages critical of MiHoYo. They attempted to pressure Korean politicians into doing something. They allegedly reported Yomi to Chinese authorities for seditious activity. They even went so far as to reveal her personal information and threaten her. And do you know what MiHoYo did in response to these threats, to this anger? Nothing.
They ignored him.
Ignored the Korean men entirely. Yomi's art is still in Genshin. The Chinese gacha-playing men, a community that is itself not particularly feminist, received the Korean men's claims with horrified bemusement. China is in some feminist paradise quite far from it, but even for a Confucian society with similar traditional views surrounding women, the extreme behavior of the Korean men seemed like nonsense. The context is lost on them, and the outrage therefore seems preposterous. The Korean men had one last idea, though, one final protest to end all protests. A display of anger and power meant to frighten MiHoYo and bring them to heel. In late December, the Korean gacha community raised a total of 16 million Korean won.
Have a good stream, going to pass out. Go, Eeps, go, Eeps.
To fly a
Ignoring Korean angry men sound like a good idea after all this, for real.
This was the first protest of its kind, designed to strike fear into the hearts of MiHoYo's decision-makers. John Lopez of the Tech Times reports that the protesters had already staged truck protests for 5 days, which received no notice, and that the blimp was intended to be a message that nobody, not even Hoyo in China, could ignore. On December 21st, 2023, the blimp went up. It sailed victoriously, triumphantly over Tevat Tower. And then, on December 25th, 2023, it came down. $12,200 had been spent. The text on the balloon was too small to read. The only thing that could be legibly read from the ground was the large Hoyoverse logo. The protesters had spent $12,200 on free advertising for MiHoYo. And rather humorously, but in a sad sort of way, the blimp protest organizer was suspected and accused of siphoning some of the funds contributed to the blimp protest in an act of corruption. The photo of the blimp floating sadly, almost pathetically, over MiHoYo's Korean offices became something of a minor meme on both Korean and Chinese social media. and the protests against Genshin died shortly thereafter, not with a mighty bang, but with a sad, deflating whimper. The fighting, however, continues to this very day elsewhere in the Korean gacha space. We discussed
Makes me
the
laugh
ongoing
every time I
situation
think
with
about it.
Arknights, but it's only a matter of time before another gacha game is brought into the crosshairs. I'm going to stop my coverage of the Korean gacha drama here, although I'm sure there's much more to discuss. I'm certain that there will be people in the comments of this video armed with Google translated walls of text and links to various tweets or pictures pointing to this thing or that thing that apparently provide some context to this or that behavior. But I encourage you, my audience, to look past these small things here, to look past the gacha drama, to see the forest for the trees. As you've surely surmised by now, this video isn't really about reporting on the intricate details of gacha drama. Not really. And as you now know, this anger, these comments, this fighting, it also isn't really about gacha games. In fact, after we filter out all of the noise, the case can be made that the protests of these Korean men aren't actually about feminism at all.
Nope.
Hey, remember Limbus Company? The 𝒢𝒶𝓎 swimsuit incident? It all seems so long ago now, doesn't it? Well, there is a point of irony here. A lot of South Korean media is quite critical of the current state of chaebol captured South Korea, but in that subtle Korean way. You might be familiar with Squid Game or Parasite as illustrative examples. Squid Game probably tells the story of this video better than I do. Fun fact, the actor who played the salesman Gong Yu stated in 2017 that he is a 79th generation descendant of none other than Confucius himself. Funny how things come full circle like that, right? Film and cinema is one thing, but you might be surprised to hear that the story I've told you all today about the desperate state of South Korean society also features very heavily in gacha games. Korean gacha games from Counterside to Arknights and beyond often feature a post-apocalyptic
Also, I've missed the
cyber-dystopian
notification that you were
city,
streaming
some
today. Oh my
inscrutable
god, the model is so
bureaucracy
cute.
that
Oh,
has
thank
struggled to best
you!
figure out the truth amidst the confusion
Mwah,
and
mwah,
save
mwah,
the day.
mwah, mwah,
Does
mwah.
Blue Archive also count as an example of this? I don't know. You let me know. In fact, at least one gacha game has a plot that touches directly on the topic of feminism. That game being the incredibly ornery and prurient game 𝒟𝑜 Goddess of Victory.
Yeah,
Viewer
𝒟𝑜
at
mention!
Valkyrie left this insightful post on part 1 of this video. On the surface, the game is 100% fan service, but there's a deeply emotional story. 𝒟𝑜 are cyborgs, human minds contained in mechanical bodies designed specifically to fight an invading force of alien robots. A quirk of the technology, though, is that only women can be turned into 𝒟𝑜, and all 𝒟𝑜 have an outwardly feminine appearance. Tiara continues by stating that one of the main conceits of the game is that 𝒟𝑜 are generally distrusted and disliked by society, and they're always human, and it is implied always male officers treat them like property or animals due to the military leadership conducting what amounts to brainwashing, conditioning the trainees to treat 𝒟𝑜 as disposable machines rather than autonomous people. Your player character's superpower in 𝒟𝑜, their unique characteristic, the aspect that makes them a hero, is that they do not treat 𝒟𝑜 like objects, but as comrades, equals, and friends. And thus, the protagonist is able to command loyalty and respect from even the most powerful and most stubborn of the 𝒟𝑜. 𝒟𝑜 is, at least from what I've seen, the most unabashedly raunchy major gacha game. And yet, you know what fandom hasn't had a feminist witch hunt that I could find? The 𝒟𝑜 fandom. The �𝑜 team's most recent controversy
Oh my
was
god, it's
designing
the
a character
Sixes
that
board
resembled
bingo
another
board! It
artist's work too
is!
closely, as Hideo Kojima intended. Prurience and feminism can coexist. You can have
Just as
your
Hideo
cake
Kojima
and eat
intended
it,
is...
There is, of course, another
Gets
gacha
me.
game that, more than any of the others, speaks directly about the problems in South Korean society, about corporate culture and the hyper-competitive nature of life and the strict social hierarchies and the impossibly labyrinthine bureaucracy reinforcing the tragic status quo. And that game is Limbus Company. If one actually pays attention to the plot of Limbus Company, if one looks past waifus and husbandos for a moment, Limbus Company is also a critique. I'm going to quote here one Jane John, a Korean developer who left Korea 15 years ago, who begged her mother to let her leave Korea to go anywhere else. She summarizes the plot of Limbus Company thusly. The games are set in a place known as the city.
It's never about the
which
games or the
giant
movies or
corporations
whatever.
have
It's always
absolute
some
control
angry,
over their
stupid man
territory.
trying to fight the rights
All
of
morals
others.
are
Most of
thrown
the
out the
time,
window
women
in
are
pursuit of
LGBT,
profit,
and it's
with
so
people
frustrating.
who
It
are
really
blind to
is.
the disgustingly ugly truths of the world, desperate to join the corporations and escape abject poverty, crime, and horrors that lie in the lower castes of society, perpetuating the cycle of misery, despair, and hatred. The world of Limbus Company is merely an interpretation of South Korean reality. For the Korean men watching this video, angry perhaps, frustrated with its content, let me ask you something. If your demands were met, if Korean women acted exactly how you wanted them to, would your situation improve? What are your demands? Respect? Fewer kimchi women and more sushi women? A return to a more polite, old-fashioned Korean society? Let's say you get exactly that. What now? Will subservient women get you a girlfriend or a wife? If the women choose to leave instead of marrying you, will you force them to stay? Will you take their passports away? Let's say that the situation for Korean women regresses to the point where arranged marriages become typical. Even then, will you have a wife? Will there be enough people left in South Korea? Because let me tell you something that you might not know. In the rest of East Asia, amongst the East Asian diaspora, and even in many
Yeah, do your
Southeast
sub
Asian
badges.
communities, parents often give their daughters
Get
the
her!
Korean
Get her
path.
ass!
Mothers and fathers in Japan, in Taiwan, in mainland China, in Singapore, in Vietnam, and beyond all tell their daughters the same thing.
Yep.
Be careful when you date and do not marry mainland Korean men. You will be treated like a possession. You will be abused and kept subservient. You will be set to labor by his family and subject to his expectations and whims. Don't marry Korean men. It's
Isn't
not
that
fair to
wild?
apply such a standard to all Korean men, of course, but this perception, this stereotype, does exist. If you have received the talk, share it in the comments. Let them see. Something has got to give. Will the forced respect, will the domination of women raise your wages? Will it reduce your workload? Will it make your lives less competitive, less miserable, less unfair? Will it prevent you from getting conscripted? Will it prevent the sons and daughters of chaebol businessmen from cheating their way into universities and into prestigious careers? There is no question. You are treated unjustly. Absolutely. The situation in South Korea for men, but especially young men, is untenable, unbearable, and unfair. Life in Korea for a man is hellish. But it's not the women who are holding you down. They don't have the power to do that. And their experiences are just as hellacious as yours, if not more so. The real problems in your society are not beneath you, they are above you. I cannot tell you how to resolve those problems, but I can tell you that acting like crabs in a bucket, pulling each other down, prevents anyone from escaping hell. But here's the thing. Although the situation seems hopeless, although you may feel powerless and without agency, the truth of the matter is this. You angry young men and angry young women have forced powerful companies to capitulate, to issue apologies, and to make concessions. Not unlike your gotcha heroes, you have more power than you think to right society's wrongs. As such, the top of the hierarchy benefits from keeping you apart and fighting. Confucian society isn't evil, but it has its exploits. If you become aware of them and can fight against the utilization of these exploits by the powerful, you Korean men and Korean women can build a better society and a brighter future for everyone. The brighter future that the men and women of the land of the morning calm so rightfully deserve. I've been your host, Mooney. This episode was incredibly difficult to produce, but I hope the result has been worth it. A special thanks to Moon Channel's generous patrons, to thumbnail artists 𝒟𝒂 and Bobber WCC, to Piercing Sight, and to all of you viewers. Thank you for tuning in to Moon Channel.
A long, long time ago, I can still remember how that music used to make me smile. And now I knew if I had my chains, that I could make those people dance, and maybe they'd be happy for a while. February made me shiver.
It's always class war, huh? Yep.
Bad news on the doorstep. I couldn't take one more step. I can't remember if I tried when I read about his widow bride. Something touched me deep inside the day
the music died. Bye, Miss American Pie. My Chevy to the levee, but my levee was dry. A good old boys drinking whiskey and rye, singing this'll be the day that I die. Alright. So that was a little depressing. How about we watch something that is a little bit more unhinged and fun? Like, Freeing Willy. The existential horrors of Free Willy. The video taught me that I know very little about South Korea. Yeah. There's also the You're Not Immune to Propaganda one that he did. That's 2.5 hours. Yeah. This one's also good. Hold on, let me grab this. There we go. Put you up here. There we go. This one's been over here for a while. Ooh, things get worse. Yippee! Yippee! Let's see. So that's why their family fertility rate is so bad, partially. Yeah, no, it's super. It's as you saw, it's a very like intertwined issue that is really hard to untangle, and getting to the root of it is just, it's either gonna take like a complete economic and governmental collapse and rebuild, or it's just gonna have to take some landslide stuff happening. I don't know. It's gonna be a wild time when things start to get better, you know? Also, Breaker, did you see what I sent you? Did you see that I sent you something on Discord? Things always get worse. Yippee! Yippee! Yeah, you know? This'll be the night. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Everybody ignores my messages. It's okay. I understand. I know. I talk too much. She's home. She's home. It's okay. I was already giving Umbra shit. I'm sorry. I'm just teasing. I promise. I don't actually feel that way. It's alright. At least I didn't have to message you in 3 different conversations to get your attention. Like, you know, Krisu. Love you, Krisu. Mwah, 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 mwah. It's also why I delete all my messages. Damn. Sixes, that's crazy. You delete your message history all the time? That's wild. Alright. Would you guys like to learn about the existential horrors of Free Willy and several other pieces about whale-related media? I love Biz. Biz is one of my favorite YouTube essayists. She's wild. She's wild, wacky, fun time. Love her. Search for me in your Discord? Oh, like in my server? Or like messages? I heard horrors of free will. Might as well be. Alright, Biz, take it away.
Movie about freeing a cap. There's no way that they made a movie about freeing a captive whale and then like didn't free the whale, right?
They say I'm a prophet, but I'm the one they don't trust.
Hello, and welcome to my Pillow Talk. So, Free Willy is a 1993 MTV Movie Awards nominated feature film following the adventures of a 12-year-old boy and his quest to free his pet whale from the clutches of a capitalist war zone known as knockoff SeaWorld. I'm not going to be telling you about the dangers of capitalism as foretold in Free Willy. Instead, I'm going to tell you about why I think that this movie is actually about existentialism. Roll the tape. Roll the tape. Part 1. The Free Willy paradigm. History
I love Biz.
can really be broken
God,
up
I
into
love
two
Biz.
parts, okay? Things are either pre-Free Willy or post-Free Willy. PFW or PFW. Free Willy is ground zero for Boys and Their Whales. Boys and Their Whales is the very official sociological, philosophical, scientific term that I have coined and patented for the fact that if there is a whale in a book or a movie or a TV show, there will inevitably in its vicinity be a troubled boy who needs to find himself. Okay, I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules, but this is how it is. Hear me out. Okay, hear me out. Free Willy, right? Voyage of the Mimi, Pinocchio, Jonah. Jonah was a grown man, but still, the point is here that Boys and Their Whales is a thing, and it's a thing that I haven't been able to stop thinking about for several years. So, that said, before we properly dive in, but since we are not going to be spending a lot of time talking about this, I do want to say off the top that, like, I have seen Blackfish, okay? And I think everybody should see Blackfish. Blackfish is a documentary about
Free
the
Willy hides our
mistreatment of
pod!
whales, and it's very disturbing. It's very disturbing.
It's called The Existential Horrors of Free Willy and Several Other Whale-related Pieces of Media. Hold on, let me pin this. Let me just pin this. Yeah, that's about the response I was expecting. Biz's I got nothing. It's okay. You don't have to have anything, honestly. You don't have to know. Just go with it. Just go with it. It's okay. Let Free Willy take you away.
Disturbing. I think it's important to watch, but it is very disturbing. Like it's not chill. So
just turn this in instead of a report on movies.
Whales, not pets. Don't belong in captivity. I don't need to see a whale at the Camden Aquarium. I really don't. This will come up later because it's going to be relevant for obvious reasons, but I just wanted to make it clear off the top that we hate SeaWorld, and I think the fact that they've simply renamed their whale shows Orca Encounters is a disgusting cop-out. If you don't know what I mean by whale shows, SeaWorld, which is like a what is it? It's like an aquarium park thing. It's dumb is what it is. It's dumb. But SeaWorld started doing like whale performance shows in the 1960s with Shamu. Shamu was a juvenile whale who was captured off the coast of Washington, and she spent a few weeks in a local aquarium before she was bought with money by SeaWorld. And then she was forced to perform in these like orca shows and like bounce a ball on her nose and do all kinds of ridiculous shit until 1971 when she attacked a performer and subsequently died months later. This tragic event had SeaWorld sort of rethinking their whole program, and they sat down and they really thought about it, and they ultimately decided that they were going to continue capturing whales and just use the name Shamu as a stage name for all of them. It's giving Punxsutawney Phil, but you know, this continued to happen to these poor creatures that were like cooped up, kept in like little tanks and glorified swimming pools where they could barely move around, fed inconsistent diets, and forced to perform like show ponies. Eventually snapped, and it was often while the whale trainers were in the water. Whale trainers who were underpaid, overly passionate, and really loved these creatures, and really a lot of times believed that they had a special connection with these creatures. They are the ones who paid the price, ultimately. And what's crazy about it is that this would happen like in public shows. Like this would happen in front of audiences, in front of children. The money that the concept of Shamu brought in to SeaWorld just outweighed everything else and any other possible alternative. And it's not just a SeaWorld thing. We're gonna use SeaWorld like almost ambiguously. Any kind of like water adventure aquarium park thing. Because no matter how many incidents like this occurred, the shows just did not stop. They just did not stop. There were gag orders put in place and puff pieces written in magazines and settlements and cover-ups and pretty much anything that needed to be done to keep the public in the dark as long as possible was done. The story of 𝒠𝒠🎿, which is outlined in the extremely disturbing documentary Blackfish that I highly recommend you watch. It's horrific and horrendous to the point where I really don't want to get into it, but 𝒠𝒠🎿is a whale who was held captive, treated horrifically, and was involved in several incidents, including the 1991 drowning of a 20-year-old trainer, Kelty Byrne, at Sealand of the Pacific. And that incident, for context, is number 33 on this freemorgan.org list of orca incidents at public parks that I found. I don't know if that's an exhaustive list of every incident that's ever happened, but the fact that it's 33 is crazy. How you get past 2, 3 without realizing that this is a problem is beyond me. The introduction of Shamu is in 1965. That is 33 incidents in 26 years. And that is the context and the backdrop for Free Willy. Free Willy was filmed in 1992 and came out in 1993. 33 incidents of whales, making it very clear that they are not meant to be in captivity, and people not really super knowing about that. And Free Willy changed everything in terms of the public perception. Like we can talk about the actual impact on like animal safety and care later, but in terms of like how people saw the whale shows and saw these creatures and the concept of these marine parks, this movie was huge. Nobody gave a shit about the whales before Free Willy. I'm sorry.
Came out the
They
year
just didn't.
before
Like,
Chase
animal
was born.
activists
Also
did,
true.
Regular people did not. Now, did the people who made Free Willy give a shit about whales when they made Free Willy? Up for debate. We can assess that later. The point is that Free Willy is a big fucking deal, okay? Free Willy is a big fucking deal. Pre-Free Willy, there were a lot of like thrillers and like horror movies about orca whales, right? Like the killer whale was taken incredibly seriously and they were like monster creatures. There were a couple films that were like man bonds with whale to set whale free, but like it was mostly kind of scary killer whale movie. But that's not everything. In the 1980s, there was also The Voyage of the Mimi. And Voyage of the Mimi is a science show. It's a science show from the 1980s starring Ben Affleck that follows a tweenage boy named CT as he is sent to his grandfather's for the summer. And his grandfather is this grouchy old man who has a boat called the Mimi that's going to go on a voyage. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Basically, science people who want to go science on the ocean can't drive boats, so they have to hire a grouchy old man and his small, awkward grandson to take them out into the ocean so that they can science. And everybody learns something, right? We learn a lesson about whales. We learn a lesson about life. We learn a lesson about survival. The show takes a weird turn. It takes a weird turn. Most of the show is like 15 minutes of them being on the boat and like learning something about like whale songs or how whales are tracked and whatnot. And then the second 15 minutes is like out of character, like the actors going to do some kind of like science lesson. It's funny because they give baby Ben Affleck all of the best adventures, which like they should, but like baby Ben Affleck is going to like cryo chambers. He's being like taken to the Arctic. He's like swimming with creatures. Then you cut to like the next episode and the other guy's like listening to whale songs. I get it, because if you're like, you gotta give the fun ones to the kid. Like you can't have a 10-year-old and be like, sorry, you don't get to go to the wind chamber adventure. Like that would be a bummer. But I do think it's really funny because I would be annoyed. What was I talking about? Oh, okay. Anyway, that's the majority of the show. And then there's a point in the show where it just goes, they get shipwrecked. Like they legitimately get shipwrecked and the grandfather almost dies. And two of the other dudes have to strip down naked and get in a sleeping bag to keep him warm. They like are running out of food. They do have a guitar, thank God. But like it just takes a very sudden and dark turn into Moby Dick territory. It's very strange. But anyway, Free Willy. Free Willy comes out in 1993 and Free Willy follows tween-age fugitive Jesse, who is on the run from the law. I'm not kidding. I'm kind of kidding. Jesse's lived on the streets. He's living on the streets in the Pacific Northwest, right? Originally, apparently, he was like just a boy. And then in the making of the film, one of the producers was like, he should have some edge. Let's give him some street cred. And so they made him like a meddling orphan, causing mayhem on the streets of what looks like Astoria, Oregon. Maybe it's supposed to be Portland. Either way, Jesse and his friends are causing a little ruckus, right? And they're like hiding from the cops because they stole like a cake, and they're hiding out in this what looks like an abandoned adventure aquarium. It is not, evidently, but they're hiding out in this like adventure aquarium park situation where they figure, while we're hiding from the cops, should we like do a vandalism? Just like a little one. Like a little fun treat, just a little vandalism. So Jesse spray paints onto this mysterious tank, which, surprise, has a scary whale in it. To be fair, if you are 12, it is probably very terrifying if you're not expecting to see a whale, okay? I'll give him that. Destiny. This is destiny, okay? This is fate. He meets this whale, the stars align, the earth trembles, God himself sheds a tear. But before they really get to connect and vibe, Jesse gets caught, because of course he does, because you are hiding out in another establishment doing another crime. Two crimes don't make a left. He gets caught, and instead of going to baby jail,
they'll put you in baby jail. That means a lockup in juvenile hall, son.
He just kind of gets like assigned a new foster home, and they're like, hey, just don't run away this time. Go to this foster home, where the dad makes it very clear that like, this is a lease, I ain't buying yet.
Oh, this is a lease, I ain't buying yet.
Which is crazy. And his community service project to kind of make up for getting out of baby jail is that he has to clean up the mess that he made at the aquarium. So it's sort of explained to Jesse that Willie is like not particularly good at being a performing show pony. He doesn't really do the tricks that they want him to do. He doesn't catch the ball or do the jumpy, like the thing where they like come out of the, it's got a name. What's the name? What does it mean? What is it when whales breaching? He won't breach, okay? Speaking of breach, did you know that it takes companies on average 277 days to report data breaches? Data breaches that contain your data, your personal data, could be sitting in the hands of a capital C criminal for several months and you would have no idea. He goes to Off-Brand SeaWorld, which in this case is a compliment, and he meets the whale trainer, and the whale trainer is like, hey, don't fuck with the whale. Don't fuck with the whale and he won't fuck with you. And Jesse is like, aye, Captain. God, I wish people did the same for me. fair. I feel you. I'm with you, kid. And this, like, troubled, parentless boy character is ever present through all whale stories. If there is a whale, you best believe somewhere nearby is a broken boy or man who just needs to learn and grow, okay? Luna, Spirit of the Whale is a Canadian movie about a recovering alcoholic, and he is returning home to his First Nations reserve to attend his father's funeral. So he has like a job in another city, and he's coming back to attend his father's funeral. And his father was the chief, which means that, like, technically speaking, he should now be chief, but he does not want to be chief. He plans to, like, just do the funeral and get the fuck out of Dodge, right? But while he is there, his mom convinces him to help out this troubled kid with dead parents that his father, the chief, was apparently mentoring. This movie is based on a true story as well, not the recovering alcoholic bit, I think. I don't know. I don't know if the, like, boy connecting with his father family storyline is true, but the actual story is based on a true story, and we'll get into it. But speaking of true story, did you know that Chris Hemsworth made a Moby Dick movie? It's not actually Moby Dick because obviously no one wants to put the word dick on a movie poster next to Chris Hemsworth's face except for me, but it is based on the story that Moby Dick is based on, because Moby Dick is based on a true story. Now, I did not read Moby Dick. I will not be reading Moby Dick. I have tried several times in my life to read Moby Dick, and I can't get through the first, like, 4 pages. It is too dense, and it's not fun for me. So I tapped out, okay? It very sadly has joined the pile of books that I have never been able to finish, which includes Lord of the Rings and the Lord Byron biography that I'm using for the Lord Byron video. It's so long! He's in so much debt! I'm gonna find out that Lord Byron had a whale story, aren't I? Anyway, I didn't read the book, but I did watch this movie and do a bit of research for you, okay? I did some research because I respect you, and I have nothing better to do with my time.
Oh my gosh, she has another one out already?
Is the film that Chris Hemsworth is starring
I'm
in.
eating.
And it is based on the book, The Heart of the Sea, The Tragedy of the Whale.
Interesting thought as ads end. If the platform doesn't allow gambling, why are they allowed to play ads for gambling apps? Dude! Right? Right? Welcome back from ads, everybody. Thank you. I agree with your 2 cents, Zarfod. It does not make sense to me. Nor does it make sense for me to not be able to blacklist ads from my channel. Like, I want to be able to blacklist or whitelist certain types of ads. And the fact that I can't is ridiculous.
Whale Ship
Just saying.
Essex by Nathaniel Philbrick. It was published in 2000. It is about the tragedy of the whale ship Essex, which is that it sunk.
Wikipedia bite me.
Sank, sinkened, obliterated from boatly existence by a sperm whale, which makes the Moby Dick thing, like, so much funnier. Big, huge ass white whale. I don't know if I can stress to you how big sperm whales are. They're massive. So the whale ship Essex is in the Pacific Ocean in 1820. It's on its way to South America, and it gets hit by this whale, and it is a big disaster. Most people died. Most of the people died. But not everybody. Not everybody died. Some people lived. Some people lived to tell the tale, including Thomas Nickerson. And Thomas Nickerson, played by Tom Holland in the film, was a 14-year-old cabin boy who, drumroll please,
holy shit,
was an orphan. His
wow.
parents died before he was 2 years old.
Trouble boys and their whales, guys. Canon.
And that's a true story.
Do you guys?
And they make Tom Holland get inside a whale. Inside a whale. Speaking of inside a whale, Pinocchio. Do you remember him? Orphan boy, sort of orphan, sort of boy, very troubled, can't stop lying, really needs a father figure and a rhinoplasty. He gets swallowed by a whale-ish, right? You know who else gets swallowed by a whale? Jonah. This is the biggest stretch because Jonah wasn't technically a boy, but he was troubled and he had some learning to do. So like spiritually, Jonah is a boy. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Jonah of And the Whale fame is a figure in the Old Testament, which is before God went soft, before God became like a father figure to humanity and lost his edge, let's be honest. Before that, God was hard as fuck. God was intense. Old Testament God would smite you for blinking too
Did I
hard,
see the Del
or maybe
Toro
not hard
adaptation
enough.
of
We don't
Pinocchio?
know,
It's
but all
really
I'm saying is
good.
that this is a guy who would kill your whole family to teach you a lesson, okay? And he tells Jonah to go and prophesize to the city of Nineveh because they are living in sin. They're a hot mess over there. He's like, Jonah, I need you to go and tell them about me. And God tells Jonah that
Damn.
he has to
You know,
go
nothing is coming to
prophesize
my
these
brain.
people. If you don't prophesize to
Flapjack
them,
was an
I'm gonna
orphan
have to
too.
smite
You're
them.
so
I wanna
right.
smite them, even though I feel like he did kind of want to smite them. Jonah is contemplating because here's the thing, like this city, they're like low-key rivals. It's like a Hatchetfield Clivesdale situation. They don't vibe. And Jonah's just kind of thinking, he's like, I mean, like, these people are, like, really not cool to the Jewish people. Like, they're really fucking with my people. And maybe I don't tell them anything. Ooh, would that be crazy? Would that be crazy? Maybe I just, like, hop on this boat and let them get what they deserve, right? I mean, how's God gonna know? Obviously, this does not work out in his favor. There's like a storm. Jonah gets thrown off the boat. He's swallowed by a whale. He gets back to the city, and God is like,
oh,
hey, what did I say? And Jonah's like, fine. And Jonah goes very begrudgingly to go do what God says. Then God is like, thank you. This is why we have compassion. And it's all fine after that. Now, what does any of this have to do with existentialism? Existentialism is a brand of philosophy that started brewing in like the 19th century, but really like came to a boil, came to a fruition. It had its greatest hits, Eras Tour rounds in the like mid 20th century in Europe. Existentialism is concerned with a lot of things. It's very vast. It has a lot of angles, but it was really like a reaction sort of to rationalism. And rationalism was like basically what was going on in philosophy up to that point, right? So through the 1700s, early 1800s, it was just like, how do we think our way through? How can we think our way to happiness? Like, how do we solve
I might
all
have
of
to
our
look into it
problems
more.
by thinking really, really hard? It was all about like deduction, philosophical arguments, right? Like I've talked about it in other videos. You have like the if X and Y, then Z, therefore cat, like that kind of thing. Like I think, therefore I am structure was like the beat, right? Like that was the hot ticket.
Okay,
Then
what's the stop motion
existentialists
one?
were kind
Okay,
of like,
okay.
Are we sure that that's the way to go? Because just gonna throw it out there, things don't seem to be better. We don't seem to be happier on the whole. This is like 19th century, like peak depression era. Mental depression, not economic depression. And so the existentialists really started asking questions and exploring meaning, like the meaning of life and freedom and responsibility and agency. Because if you kill God, like Nietzsche did, or like some would argue Kant did first, if you kill God with rationalism and enlightenment, and you reason your way into a world without divine predestination and precognition,
I'm munching.
if there is no big man sky daddy playing with us like we are Sims, then what? Like, what is the point? What is the
Big
point
man
of
Sky
having
Daddy
them all?
playing us
That's
like
what
Sims.
The Brothers Karamazov is all about. The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. If you watched my God's Not Dead video is like secretly a Brothers Karamazov video. The question of the Brothers Karamazov is, if there is no afterlife, then why should we be moral? What is morality if you are not trying to avoid?
Quick side note. Her God's Not Dead video and also the Christian rebirth cycle in comparison to oh my god, what is it called? Midnight Mass, the TV show, is so good. They're both so good. 10 out of 10. Would listen to again. Bangers. They're like 3 hours each though, so y'all gotta strap in if you want to watch them with me. The meaning of life is to simply be alive. True, but some people want more meaning. They want to assign more meaning. They want to have a reason for living.
Avoid hell. All of those kind of questions in the late 19th century lead to this existential crisis of what are we doing here and what is the point of anything? And it's a lot, okay? Existentialism is a lot. People are going to be mad about whatever I say about existentialism because anything that Nietzsche is even tangentially related to becomes like a nightmare to talk about on the internet because someone is always just like, actually. And so we're not going to talk about Nietzsche because everything that is tangentially related to Nietzsche academically becomes a nightmare to talk about on the internet. Also, like, I don't care about him. I really could not care less about his anti-Semitic coke-fueled ramblings about how he's Mozart and women are lying cows. Like, I really couldn't give any less of a shit. We're also not gonna be
Snap.
solving existentialism. This is not a course on existentialism. There's definitely a philosophy tube video that's better. Luckily, I don't actually have to teach you existentialism because the boys and their whales are gonna do it for me, all right? What do all of these boys have in common besides the whale? Lying. Lies. Dirty old lies. But not just any dirty old lie, though there is certainly a fair amount of that. A specific kind of lying. Lying to yourself. Lying to yourself. A concept we are all familiar with. One that is particularly important to the Britney Spears of existentialism, Jean-Paul Sartre, who is a French philosopher born in 1905 who died in 1980, and he wrote that famous play No Exit, where like hell is other people because they're all trapped in a room together, and instead of being tortured, they all just have to judge each other for eternity. That guy wrote about this specific kind of flavor of lying to yourself that he calls bad faith. This bad faith is different from the internet's bad faith, right? Like, this is not the same as when someone commented on my last video that because I used a more feminist reading of the myth of Calypso, I am therefore a apologist. It's not the bad faith where people assume malicious intent in every comment section.
Nietzsche mentioned definitely video also.
The Nietzsche bros like to put in the comments of my God's Not Dead Midnight Mass video. Not that. Bad faith in existentialism is an affect. It's a psychological, metaphysical explanation for certain human behavior. We are in bad faith when we are denying our freedom, not only of action, but of being. When we become too wrapped up in sort of hyper-specific identities like the good girl, the athlete, the mom, the YouTuber. When we start to label ourselves, we often find ourselves altering our behavior to fit into this mold or brand of who we think we are or should be in order to fit into society or achieve some kind of goal that we think will make us happy. We are performing the role of blank. That's what it means to be in bad faith. And like Pinocchio's like literally a puppet. Pinocchio is actually a really great example because Pinocchio isn't in bad faith because he's lying to Geppetto. Pinocchio is in bad faith because he thinks that he has no choice but to join the puppet show and is letting someone literally pull his strings and control him. He's not taking responsibility for his actions. That's what puts him in bad faith. It's not the fact that he skipped school and then tried to lie about it. It's the fact that he didn't feel like he had the option to say no in the first place. Jonah is in bad faith because Jonah thinks that he can just avoid his responsibility for the smiting of the entire city by dipping out, telling himself that the people of Nineveh could never have changed, and if he prophesied to them, it still would have meant nothing, and that they kind of deserve it, and that's, you know, the way that it should be. And so when we meet Jesse is in bad faith. He thinks that he has no choice but to act the way that he does. He thinks that he's just like a street kid and he's a troublemaker and that this is sort of all he can do. He doesn't have parents and no one is going to help him. He assumes that everyone is going to leave him and denies the possibility that going into this new foster family could be good, maybe. He denies the possibility that anybody is looking out for his best interests. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying that he's not right to think that. The foster care system, especially in the United States, is horrible. And most of the time, kids are not being treated with respect respect or care. And most people in the world are like probably not good people, you know? Neither Sart or I are saying that you can will yourself out of poverty if you just believe, but rather that in this scenario, Jesse is over-identifying with his physical circumstances and situation, which is what Sartre and Beauvoir call fasticity. Fasticity is your physical circumstances, where you are born, what time and place, your environment, your previous life choices, things that are concrete and outside of your control that cannot be changed anymore. Being in bad faith is denying your agency in the situation and denying that maybe if you give an inch, someone else might give an inch, and there's like a possibility.
Yeah,
Jesse's an orphan, he's living on the street, he steals for food, he has no choice but to do vandalism. So when he gets to his new foster home, he's pretty like standoffish and aggressive because he doesn't think that there's any way that they'll want to keep him, right? He doesn't think that there's any way that these people are actually going to care for him. He's over-identifying with the situation and over-identifying with his past experiences. And as a result of that, he is closed off and not really able to receive love and care and build a connection. In Luna, Spirit of the Whale, Mike denies the responsibility of taking up the role of chief after his father's death and clings to this arbitrary deadline that he sets for himself of, I have to be back at the end of the week. And I think he does have a job offer or something, but he sort of keeps telling everybody who asks him to come and help with the whale thing, which did I explain the whale thing? No, not yet. He keeps telling everybody who is asking him to stay and help, I have this job offer waiting. I wish I could help, but I can't. Like, I gotta go. Like, he literally tells the sort of troubled kid, Adam, I think, some people gotta work, you know what I mean? Like, I have to work and I'm gonna lose this job offer if I don't go, right? Like, I can't help the band and help you, and I have no choice but to leave because of my circumstances with this job. Again, we're not saying that that's not true. We're not saying that he can just magically have a better job offer if he chooses to. We're saying that he is denying any other possible situation and just saying, like, oh, I'm locked into this. Like, this is what's happening. Tom Holland in Off-Brand Moby Dick feels he has no choice but to get inside that whale. I don't really remember the plot of that movie very well. But you get the idea, right? Like, you get the point. Like, these boys are all dirty little liars who don't know who they are. They're having a crisis of faith, family, and self. They are having an existential crisis. They are having an existential crisis. And the only one who can help drag them out of the depths and the horrors of human existence is floating along in the deep blue sea. It's the whales. Part 2. What do the whales have to do with this again? Nobody understands Willie. Everybody is out here like, most orcas are nice, but this one is so mean and we don't know why. And Jesse is the only one who's like, I don't know, maybe because he's an orphan and you never leave him alone. Ever thought of that? 2 lost souls drifting out in the deep, passing like ships in the night, brought together by the sweet, sweet sounds of a 12-year-old playing harmonica. That said, no amount of harmonica playing can fix poor balance and coordination. So, womp womp, kid falls in the tank. Right? He falls in the tank, which would theoretically be really bad because of the whole, like, killer part of the killer whale thing. But by this point, especially because we've been told for the whole first quarter of this movie that, like, Willie is actually mean as fuck and, like, cyberbullying all of the marine park staff. So everybody is pretty sure that, like, he's gonna, like, eat this 12-year-old brat and his harmonica for breakfast. That's what they think is going on. Is that what's going on, though? No. Because this kid is one special little white boy. This is Randolph, by the way. That's Randolph. I haven't introduced you to him yet, but he works at the marine park and he plays what ends up being a really important role that is also very much like whatever the native indigenous version of like the magical Negro is. It's like stereotypical, this is Randolph. We love Randolph, okay? We love Randolph. So Willie saves Jesse when he falls in the tank, and inspired by this act of kindness, this olive branch presented by the whale in the form of his life, Jesse starts spending like a lot more time at Off-Brand SeaWorld. He's bonding with Willie. He's like learning about whales. He's learning about how they train them, and it's cute, okay? It's very cute. It's very pure. He's like using his allowance money to like go down and like buy really nicer fish because he wants him to like eat better than the way that off-brand SeaWorld is feeding him. And he's like chatting with him, and they like literally do the like Toothless and Hiccup scene from How to Train Your Dragon decades before, and it's precious.
What, you want to go with me? Or I can do that too. Can you prove?
It's so cute. It's so cute. It's just these two little traumatized people, whales, just like coming together.
Looks like Willie's got himself a soulmate.
This movie should have won Oscars, but it didn't win any Oscars. In fact, it wasn't even nominated for an Oscar. You know what it was nominated for, though? The 1994 MTV Movie Awards. Do you know what it was nominated for at the 1994 MTV Movie Awards? Best Kiss. It was nominated for Best Kiss. It was nominated for Best Kiss. No. Is it because I'm not a traumatized 12-year-old? It's not fair. I can't control my outside circumstances. I can't control my fasticities.
I love you, Willie.
I mean, come on. It's so cute. What? It's so cute. We were robbed. We were robbed is what I'm saying. They were robbed. They were robbed. I'm not that involved. They were robbed of the MTV Movie Award for Best Kiss that year. You will never change my mind on that. That is so cute. It is the sweetest, most purest, precious thing that I've ever seen in my entire
Finally
life.
home
except for
from
you.
work. I'm
Second
awake,
only
just
to you.
completely drained of everything.
Yeah.
No.
But anyway, yeah, Jesse is like
I'm
getting more and
sorry.
more opportunity to change his behavior, right? To act differently. And we can see how being responsible and working with Willie isn't just like fun for him, right? Like it's changing his outlook on things. It's changing the way he approaches new problems. His friends ask him to go and like get in trouble like they used to, and he's just like, nah man, I gotta hang with my fish. And we have a similar situation
Hang with
in,
my
like,
fish!
Luna, Spirit of the Whale. It's occurring to me now that I have not like actually told you about the whale in that movie and what the plot is. Sorry about it, but No Time Like the Present. Luna, Spirit of the Whale is based on / inspired by the true story of a whale that the public named Luna that started sort of just like hanging around off the coast of Canada in like 2001. And even though I don't know if the like alcoholic son returning home bit is necessarily based on a true story, Luna did kind of pop up in the Gold River Inlet just like a few days after the death of the local 𝒢𝒶𝓎 First Nations band chief Ambrose Maguna. And Chief Maguna has apparently said, you know, prior to his death that he wished to return after death as like a wolf or an orca. So Luna popping up at that time is seen as sort of symbolic, and his safety, Luna's safety was extremely important to the band because of this, which did lead to tensions between the band and the different organizations who were trying to figure out like, what do we do with this whale? Because he was just there, he was just hanging around. And believe it or not, you can't really have a pet whale. Like even if it's in an open ocean near people, like it's very dangerous. Even whale scientists and conservationists and reports say that like whales who lose their fear of boats, it's very cute, but eventually they have an unfortunate run-in with like propellers or something, right? And most of them die because of this, because they're not afraid of the boats and they just go up to them and it's dangerous. So it was like important to some people to try and get him out of there and back home to his family, because they knew where his family was because he was being tracked by scientists. They knew where he came from and they theoretically could get him back to his pod. But what if he doesn't?
I have
wanna go
Warp
back to
Homer
his-
still.
what if
I
he doesn't
recognize
wanna
that
go back
artwork.
to his
Can't
pod?
place it. Oh,
We're talking about the movie again now. Not the real people. But the question in the movie.
For your character sheet, could you send me what you want? Because you were saying you wanted a new outfit, right? Or do you want me to use this outfit but just create a reference sheet for it? Because I think in the commission you just say details will be discussed over Discord, and I was like, we haven't done that yet. That's my standard. Yes. I don't even know how I would look differently. Well, costume, let's go. Hot dog. Outfit or hairstyle. I mean, that would be up to me, right? To design and stuff. But for the reference sheet, character reference, you just wanted this, but you want like a breakdown, right? Is that what you want? Like a front back breakdown? Yes. Okay. Okay. I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. I just wanted to confirm. Just wanted to confirm because I wasn't sure if you wanted a new outfit or not. So that was my main concern. Was like trying to figure out if you wanted a new outfit. Apologies. I know you're very eepy. I hope you get good rest. I'm also having the OG creator to change the model a little by that removable wings and hand movements. Ooh! That's so cool. Hell yeah. Sword and sorcery business casual. Zoom meeting, wear a suit top with PJ pants. Real. When I had my interview, that's what I did. Is I put on a collared shirt, but underneath I was wearing my sweatpants. Or leggings. No, I had leggings on, yeah. For 2 to 3 years, my model has always looked like that because I don't have the imagination to see how else she would look like. That's fair. I mean, I literally commissioned somebody to just do a skeb, like, of my model because, to get me a new outfit because I was literally like, I have no idea. I don't know where to start with this. Overalls, a scarf, and knee-high boots. 6s, get out of here. Maybe like some of the suits of armor that Urza and has in Fairy Tail. That could be really cool. That could also be really cool. 10 out of 10. Urza's got some cool ass outfits, that's for sure. Sorry, I don't know how beefy you want to be. Do you want to be beefy? Do you want to be strong? I tend to make my femme characters a little too strong sometimes. Some people don't like that. Okay. I'm sure this can be made to work with the right cut of overalls. Krisu, he's making a joke about Minnie. He's making a joke about Minnie, Krisu. Those are Minnie's outfits. Just add scarf and mittens. Cozy up top, party down below. Add role for Gaming Stuff Co. Ah, another gambling ad. GG's, Arthot. I'm so sorry. I wish. Next time I win a sketch, I'm gonna request the dumbest outfit. Then we will see who's laughing. You literally described Minnie's outfit. Are you calling Minnie's outfit dumb? Who's Minnie? Mm-hmm. Sorry, I know there's silence. My bad. We'll put on some more stuff. Okay. Who's Minnie? What is Minnie? Where is Minnie? Oh, Minnieful. I guess that's their outfit. That wasn't intentional. Really? 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 Interesting. Choice. Okay. All right, we're gonna put this on. I'm gonna continue playing with this.
What if the whale doesn't want to be forced to go home to a family that he clearly left? What if he has a really great job offer in the city? What if he doesn't want to be chief? Do you see what's happening here? Parallels. We have parallels. They're similar, only difference is that Luna actually seems to be like quite happy and Mike is quite miserable. Because Mike is in bad faith. Mike doesn't want anything to do with his heritage because he wants to be different. He wants to ignore that part of his life and ignore his upbringing so that he can focus on being in this like local city and this job and fit in with mainstream society, right?
So what's it been, 6 years since you saw him last?
5. He's here now, Bill. That's what Ambrose wanted.
He's denying this whole part of himself, and it makes it really hard for him to connect with his mother, to grieve for his father, and to help this kid get his shit together. Mike doesn't really know how to help this kid, so he does what his father did for him, which is make him, you know, clean these old ancestral boats and like get in touch with, you know, their heritage and their history and their people. And when they do, they then, you know, take the boats out and, you know, come across this whale. And like Mike doesn't really think that the whale is his father reincarnated the way that a lot of the other people in the film seem to think, but he does have like a moment. They do have a moment. And he's like, all right. He's like, okay, I'm here, you know, I've got a couple days left. Maybe I'll go talk to the local boat managers, police, boat cops, whatever they are. He's like, I'll talk to them and just say like, hey, I know you guys got to do what you got to do.
It was
with the
legitimately
whale,
a coincidence.
could you run any
As I have
plans by
bits.
Mike
Chase,
and
Chase,
Kate?
what time do you plan to
Because
watch
the whale's
Mouth
really
with
important.
us?
Just, you know, open lines of communication. Now, the boat people are not going to do this because the boat people are bad people, but the point is that he's kind of starting to change his ways a little bit, right? He's connecting with his home and his family, but he's still banking on this deadline, right? He's got to bounce as soon as he can because he just has to go, he thinks. You know, he's just not cut out to be chief. He doesn't think he can do it.
That's tomorrow. Right. Mau probably around noon. Krisu at Krisu. It'll be dependent on Krisu. That is all.
Thinks that he has to go take this job and that's the only outcome for him, just like Jesse, who even though he clearly loves Willie and loves working with Willie and teaching him and is spending all of his allowance on nice fish for Willie, he's still kind of hiding behind this excuse of like community service, and he's still like secretly kind of planning to run away from the foster home, and he's set a deadline for himself as well, and he's still kind of like in denial of the fact that he's changing at all. I mentioned earlier there's a scene where like his friends are trying to encourage him to go and like get into mischief again, and Jesse doesn't say I don't want to, he says I can't.
You can get in on it.
Barry, I can't do that right now.
Right, he's still denying that he has any agency in the situation.
No one has gotten the card art raffle yet.
Willingly back to the shore, my friends. Jonah got yeeted off that boat and swallowed by that whale and spat back out. Jonah went off the boat and he thought that was it. He was like, this is it. This is my moment. I'm being swallowed by the mouth of hell itself. This is my end. Godspeed and good night. It was the whale who was like, absolutely the fuck not. The whale was like, you have shit to do. Did you not hear literal God? Get it together. Even Pinocchio Pinocchio was helped by the Blue Fairy. If you don't know the plot of Pinocchio, one of the points of Pinocchio is that Pinocchio skips school and gets kind of convinced by these shady figures to go and join this like puppet show. And he confesses to the Blue Fairy and he is like, "I'm so sorry, it was their fault, they pressured me, I'll never do it again." And the Blue Fairy says, "This is the only time that I'm gonna help you, okay? This is it. You have to change your ways now. You learned your lesson, right?" Wrong. Pinocchio did not learn his lesson, and he gets kind of roped into going off to, I think it's Pleasure Island, and getting child drunk. And he does the same thing again, right? And he tries blaming it on his friends, right? And on his circumstances. And then Geppetto gets swallowed by a whale. Geppetto gets swallowed by a whale, and suddenly Pinocchio has to do something, has to make a choice, and has to have agency and choose to go and do the right thing. The whale swallowing these characters is like a bucket of cold water, right? It's like a light bulb moment. It's a do or die. Like, you have to make a choice. You have to act. You have to stop being kind of pulled along and acting like you don't have any responsibility. They have to learn and understand their responsibility for their action or inaction. In Free Willy and Luna specifically, it's through like connecting with this whale and seeing themselves in the whale's journey and plight that they are able to start letting go of some of the pretenses and start being more open and honest and beginning to live authentically. But they're not quite all the way there. They haven't fully acted on their freedom just yet. They haven't taken full responsibility for their existence yet. And this is why I think that the Free Willy and Luna and the Whale specifically are such good examples of existentialism, because there's a major difference between these boys and their whales. That one difference being in fasticity, in the physical unchangeable circumstances. And that is the fact that whales can't talk. They can't. They're silent. Jesse and Willy might have started out in the same place, but as Jesse begins to grow and access his own freedom and agency, it becomes increasingly obvious that Willy cannot do that. Remember, I said, like, this idea of being in bad faith is not to say that you can will yourself out of any circumstances, because Willy can't. Like, Willy can learn to be a better whale, and he can perform better, and he can be nicer and not be mean, but he can't swim out of Portland or wherever they are, right? He can't walk. He can't get out of that physical situation. But Jesse can. Jesse can stop going to the marine park. Jesse can hang out with his new family and forget all of this ever happened and be a good kid now. Willy is trapped in that tank forever. So eventually the big bad capitalist goons who own the marine park in Free Willy are fed up with the fact that Willy is not performing and he's not bringing in the money that they were expecting. So they plan to murder him. They are putting a hole in the tank or something like that. They're going to kill Willy for the insurance money, basically. And this is a big and important moment for our tween fugitive hero, Jesse, because up until this point, Jesse had thought that he was sort of doing everything that he needed to. He was sort of letting go of his perceived identities, behaving better, and connecting with his foster mom. But what he was also doing was sort of aligning with this other new identity of this good boy who doesn't break the rules. And when he hears that these goons are going to kill Willy, he realizes that he has to do something. He can no longer just sort of go along to get along. He can't be the bad boy he was, but he also can't be this perfect son and employee either, because he has to look after Willy and do what's right for him.
I gotta look out for Willy, and I gotta do what's best for him.
And it's a real come to Jesus moment, and he decides, in the face of the capitalist goons, he looks at his life, and he looks at his whale, and he realizes that the only thing that he can do is free Willy. Part 3.
Ayo, Free Willy?
Free in Free Willy. Turns out my camera died and I didn't record the last half hour of me talking. So, hello, welcome to 2 days later. Part 3, putting the free in Free Willy. So before we slide down onto the finish line, I do want to stop and sort of touch on the role of Indigenous peoples in the sort of evolution of whale stories, as well as just like the protection and conservation of whales in the real world, because it's major. Like, obviously the true story behind Luna involved the 𝒢𝒶𝓎 First Nations people of Gold River, and Free Willy heavily features Randolph, who is of the Haida people, an indigenous group in the Pacific Northwest, and it's his story of 𝒟𝓚 that he tells Jesse that is really inspiring to Jesse, is a story that comes from the Haida and the Tlingit people of the Pacific Northwest, and there are lots of variations.
Yay,
I'm sure
insurance
there are other
fraud!
variations from other indigenous groups, but that's what I found when researching.
Ghana. It's a Haida word for whale. 𝒟𝓚 was a Haida who lived a long time ago before there were orca whales. He began carving a great beast in the lawn. �𝓚 sat and said a prayer he never heard before. Salana, Eonaesis.
The orca whale, like also called blackfish, is extremely important to a lot of indigenous communities. And as a result, it's often these indigenous people who are out here fighting sort of day in and day out to protect them and to treat them with respect. Clearly, I'm not indigenous. I don't know nearly enough about indigenous culture to feel comfortable diving too deep into that and into their sort of practices and legends. And if any of you are, please put it in the comments, or better yet, somebody else make a video about, particularly about the 𝒟𝓚 story in Free Willy, because I find that part so interesting. But please feel free, as usual, to put that in the comments. If I said anything wrong, which I'm sure I did, as usual, I'm sorry. But yeah, I did just want to kind of take a moment before we wrap it up to acknowledge the work of these people and say sort of thank you for not only the work that these communities do for real whales in the real world, but also because if it weren't for the Haida people in that story, we would not have the greatest moment in film history. So, the freeing
What you saying,
of
Scarlett?
said Willy
What you saying?
is sort of a put your money where your mouth is. If you stand for nothing, Burr, what do you fall for moment for everyone involved in Free Willy. Jesse's like, we gotta save this whale, and everybody has to kind of show up or crumble. This is your come to Jesus. You're either in the smoke club or you're out, and everybody has to either help this kid save this whale or live the rest of their lives knowing that not only did they kill this kid's best friend, but also killed his chances of ever becoming a whole and authentic person. And the whale. So we kick it into high gear. I love when movies do this. I love when things suddenly become really, really intense. And everybody gets on board, okay? Glenn, the dad, remember Glenn, I'm not buying the kid yet, whatever his last name is. Glenn, I'm not buying the kid yet last name becomes Glenn, I was always better at breaking the rules last name. And not only does he drive his car through a fence with a stolen whale attached to the back, but he punches the shit out of some goon for laying a hand on Jesse.
Let go of my boy.
I mean,
Damn.
maybe it's
Let's
the daddy
go.
issues, but I like it. Anyway, Ray, who loved her job and wanted to be a really
Start with
good
the most
whale
important
trainer,
part, the
has
feet.
to
Shut
kind of accept that
Why-
this is not the place for Willy, and he deserves to be free. And even though she loves him and loves her job and thought she was doing the right thing, that she wasn't doing the right thing, and that this isn't right, and she has this opportunity to do the real right thing. Randolph had to accept, you know, that this kid is just one special little white boy. He just is, and he just had to accept that sometimes crazy things do happen, and he had to watch the most incredible scene in all of film ever. I cry every single time. Every time. And here's how it goes down. They get him to like the marina, or they get him to like a coast, right? They get him to the ocean basically. But capitalist goons are hot on their tail. So, and they're setting up a net basically at the one exit. It's surrounded by sort of breakwaters. And Jesse runs out onto this breakwater, which is just like a bunch of rocks that will stop Willy from swimming out into the open ocean. And he just starts begging him to jump the breakwater. And it is, oh my God, my heart grows 5 sizes every time I see it. And he has to use the trick that he was learning. And Willy, the whale, who did not want
It's
to
fun to get a
perform, who
rise
did
out of
not do
Chase, but I will
tricks,
stop him
who
before
never
we
performed
get
for anyone else. The only way that he could be free
It's okay.
is to
You always point it out, and I'm like, God damn it!
so cute. The only way that he can be
I'm getting less and less able to deny it every single
He doesn't
time.
want to do for anybody
But
else.
I start with usually what's the animated
Because
part.
he loves Jesse and he trusts Jesse, he does it and he jumps and Jesse says the like hide a prayer from Destiny's Story and it's so good. Oh my god, and Jesse's like, say hello to your mom for me, boy, and I just it's incredible. It's so good, and it's just the most it's the most unbelievable shot in any movie ever. Like, it's crazy. Everybody cries, especially me. And then you find out that you personally can help save the whales by dialing 1-800-4-WHALES. So that's Free Willy. Now, if you're anything like me, you're sitting there and you're watching the end credits and you're thinking, wow, that's so cute. They put Keiko's name in the credits. Keiko the whale who played Willy, like they put Keiko's name in the credits like he's a little actor. Like that's so cute. And it'll be in that exact moment that you realize. Okay? You realize. And you think to yourself, no, there's no way. There's no way that they made a movie about freeing a captive whale and then like didn't free the whale, right? But
right?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what they did. That's exactly what they did. It's exactly what they did. And it's not funny, okay? It's not funny. It's animal abuse. So it's not funny because animal abuse isn't funny. But like just realizing that like there had to be a moment, right? Because this is a movie made by movie people. It wasn't made to save the whales. That wasn't like the goal. It wasn't like an animal activist group setting out to free a whale. It was people trying to make a movie. And you realize when you think about it that there had to be a moment. There had to be a moment during all of the logistics meetings and casting sessions, wardrobe fittings, location scouting. During all of this, there was a meeting. I'm imagining a boardroom, and they're discussing, using a real whale, how great it's going to be and what the logistics are of that. And they have to be talking about that final scene. And somebody has to raise their hand or clear their throat and say, after we free Willy, how do we recapture the whale? I don't know when it happened exactly, but I know that it had to have happened. Somebody had to say the phrase, how are we going to make sure that the whale playing the freed whale does not accidentally get freed? Like, how do we release a whale into the open ocean and not release the whale? Like, oh my god. And it's so heartbreaking because it makes you realize that he was just I think Keiko was a girl who played Willy, but like Keiko didn't know. Keiko didn't know that Keiko was in a movie. It's cute that they put Keiko's name in the credits, but like Keiko didn't make any money off of that. Keiko was not fairly compensated. Keiko just jumped over a breakwater into free open ocean. And then I guess got like turned around, brought back to a 20 by 20 tank. It's horrifying, and it really didn't occur to me. It didn't occur to me while I was watching the movie. Like, I knew it was a whale. I knew it was a real whale. And I knew that there was, like, a movement eventually to, like, free the whale, which we'll talk about. But it wasn't until that moment that I realized, like, they really made a movie about freeing a captive whale and didn't free the whale. That's crazy. It's so crazy. I can't wrap my head around it. I would give so much money to be a fly on the wall in that meeting. There had to have been somebody in there that at least thought it, and just on their face of like, should we be? Are we missing the point? It's crazy. It's so crazy. Thankfully, I'm apparently not the only one who thought this. Apparently, many other people also had this
What's the
reaction,
opposite of
because
foreshortening
there was
again?
a movement to free Keiko, and it was, we'll say, as successful as something like that could be, right? The thing that you have to understand is that whales
What's the opposite of foreshortening? I mean, that's kind of what the whole concept is called. No? The foreshortening is called foreshortening. Because you foreshorten the limb. Like a dynamic dynamic pose can be dynamic because of foreshortening. I don't know. Opposite for short. You've broken my brain sixes.
Should not be captured. Hot take. Don't capture wild animals. And it's one of the things that you'll kind of understand watching sort of Blackfish, which again, very disturbing. Be prepared when you watch it. But it's one of these things where like once it's done, it's really like fundamentally fucks that whale up forever. Like you can't like the history of whale captivity and abuse is very complicated, and the process of freeing these whales that have already been captured is really something that marine biologists and conservationists and people who know a lot more about this than me should be and hopefully are figuring out. But what I have gathered is that it's kind of difficult because once they are no longer with a pod, it is hard to reunite them with their family. It's hard for whales who have, were captured as little babies, hand-fed their whole life to figure out how to live in the ocean. And then there's like a whole ethical conversation of like, well, is it then ethically fair to release whales into the ocean? How do you free these whales that can't take care of themselves? It's a whole thing. And I don't have the answer. Long story short is that Keiko was more or less officially and completely free for all intents and purposes by 2002, which is like a little under 10 years after the movie was made, which is too long. And I really, I wanted to talk about that moment because it's an amazing, amazing moment. It's so good. But I also wanted to, acknowledge that this is a movie about a whale escaping the clutches of money-hungry CEOs and executive greed that stars an uncompensated whale living in the clutches of money-hungry CEOs and executive greed. And all Keiko got was this lousy Teen Choice Award nominated. They didn't even win. They lost to Woody Harrelson, of all people. It's just not fair. Anyway, is back to the analysis of everything. Jesse learns through caring for this defenseless creature, for this sort of mirrored image of himself in many ways, that he has agency and freedom. And not only does life have meaning, but that meaning is found in connecting to other people, in learning to love and to let yourself be loved. And when
it's okay,
Jesse
sixes.
is able to learn that lesson through connecting with Willie,
I need to head to
it
bed. Good
opens
night, Guy
the door for
Tech.
all of these other people to
Thanks
start
for
to
head
learn that
pat.
lesson as well, right? Glenn and Ray and all these people. Like through watching Connection and watching someone change and grow, they're all able to kind of take these lessons on themselves, and in their commitment to help this defenseless creature, they are able to understand their own function and their own freedom and agency in a way that they didn't before. It specifically goes from a place of being like, what's the point of behaving if I don't have parents to punish me, to I'm going to choose to misbehave in order to free this creature who cannot free himself. That's amazing. Because here's the thing, like we talked about like identity and how this is such an important moment for Jesse really connecting with his own agency, because he could have done nothing, right? Like he's breaking the rules, right? Like we know because we've been watching the movie that this is the right thing to do. But technically speaking, in the world that he's in, like this is going to get him into a lot of trouble. In fact, this like could get him thrown back in juvie, kicked out of his foster home. Like he has been behaving like a good kid and he's been following a lot of the rules. And if he does this, he's risking all of that. he's misbehaving, he's defying, right? He's technically speaking, you know what I mean? Like he's breaking and entering, he's vandalizing, he's kidnapping. This is a kidnapping. So he's doing wrong, but instead of just doing wrong and misbehaving because, you know, he thinks he doesn't have anything else to lose, because he has no parents to punish him, because he can, because he thinks that's what he should be doing, he's misbehaving with intention, choice, and with full knowledge of what he's doing, because he knows that it is the right thing to help this creature who cannot do that themselves. This creature whose fasticities are preventing him from embracing his own freedom and agency in a way that Jesse now realizes he can. Willie teaches Jesse about his freedom, and Jesse uses that freedom to give Willie his. This is a perfect movie. This is a perfect movie. It's so good. I mean, except for the animal abuse. Animal abuse aside, this is a perfect movie. And this theme is everywhere with the boys and their whales. It's in Luna, right? Only once Mike hears that they are planning
Sleep
to
well,
catch
thank
this
you?
whale in a
What do
net
you
and
mean,
put him in
thank
a truck
you?
and
What did I
drive
say?
him down the coast from Canada to California, and then take him out to his old pod and like hope to God that they let.
Yeah, Krisu, can you watch at noon? Krisu! It's alright. Krisu likes to ignore me too. I understand. It's fine. It's cool. I'll just tag her 5 more times in the anime channel, and I'm sure she'll see it eventually, you know. Eventually. Yeah, it's so sad. It's like I can still hear her, but like I know she's not there. I know she's not there. It's okay though. It's okay. Yeah, I miss Krisu too. Maybe she'll return one day from the war, and then we can watch Mao Mao together. Mwah, 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 mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. Love you, Krisu. All right. Let's get this leg. Wait, did I delete the wrong one? Two. Uh-huh. Oh. Wait, what? I think I deleted the wrong one. Yeah, I did. Okay. One needs to delete. Okay. I might be thinking of forced perspective. Oh, forced perspective. Yes. That 100% is a thing. Yeah, forced perspective makes it so that the thing you're looking at appears to be closer than it actually is. Because of like essentially this, what I'm doing. It's a type of forced perspective where I make it look like whoop. There you go. There she is. Except I probably want to break the hair into several parts and then also make the hair more delayed than the leg kick. There you go. Now I have some opposite movement going. I think I tried to sound smart and ended up proving I'm a dummy, my signature move. That or I mixed up perspective and foreshortening. No. Forced perspective is a thing. This is essentially a type of forced perspective because I am trying to make the foot look a little bit closer than the body. To an extent, but not really, but also to an extent. Like, this should probably be a little bit flatter. Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, I'm on the wrong fucking layer. There we go. This should probably be a little bit more sideways. Like that. Or at least given like more of an arc like this. There you go. Yeah, look at that. That looks so cool. I love it. You know, ain't it crazy when things just work out? Like, wee. Love that. Love that. And then, so the leg kick looks good. Leg kicks looks good. Probably want the body to fidget a little. I don't know. If I try doing that, it's gonna take a lot longer to do. Okay. Front, back, breakdown, cut, design. Okie dokie. Can do. Alright. It's like when the doctor tests for your reflexes. Exactly. The leg kick looks nice. I'm just trying to think of like other things I can animate. Because I really wanted to do a little sword tap on the shoulder, but I was not liking how the pose was coming out for it. It felt way too, like, you know, uneven. So I might have the sword nearby. We also need to do the wings at some point. Add the wings in. Boop. Excuse me. You could do rocking side to side, or you can have the other leg go up and down. So I really wanted this leg to be like on a ledge down here, sitting on a ledge, which is why that leg stops right there. That or like hooked on a pole, you know? Like she's sitting on some scaffolding or something. Not me putting every character I ever draw on fucking scaffolding. I'm sorry. I just love the idea of sitting on scaffolding in a city. Oh, 𝒢𝒶𝓎! She should be wearing a hard hat. She should be wearing a hard hat. But she's a cool angel of death. She doesn't need a hard hat. God forbid a woman has hobbies. Ah yes, hobbies of trespassing and active construction sites. It might not be a construction site. It might just be a cleaning crew. You never know. Or restoration. Who knows? Maybe they're just putting up a new signboard. No worries about falling. She has wings. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Well, if the wings are there, I guess I don't really have to worry about the hair in the middle part there. The ends, at least. Not much. So... Probably blink as well. Okay. Blink. Boop, boop, boop. How long do you want this to be? Because as it stands, it'll probably, if I have a blink in there, it'll probably be twice as long, so it might be like 20 seconds. Everyone's favorite part of art, covering up things they've already drawn. Literally. Literally. And by 20 seconds, I mean, not that, apparently. Allegedly. Insert frames, let's do 20 frames. Let's copy pasta. Copy pasta? We can do a single round of the leg kicky. 13, 12, 2, 1. Okay. Oh, well, that's because that. Mm. Oh. Stuff. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, that makes a perfect loop. Always fun seeing part of your work. Only seeing the static artwork being made. Oh, nice. Okay, we need to add a blinking. Need to add a blinking. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Boot. Nope. Wrong button. Boo-doo, boo-doo, boo. Boo-ba-doo, boo-doo, doo. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. You do a little blinky. Wabam. Alright. We've got a good base. We've got a good base. Alright. Yeah. Preference on background, boo boo. I mean, Face. Leg. Alright. Okay. The soup store is a perfect background in any case. In any scene. You're right. You're right. Should put her in the soup store. She's actually sitting on like around like cans of soup. Just cans of soup everywhere. Yeah. And then underneath is like another shelf of soup. And underneath there, another shelf of soup. Yes. And then this back here. Oh, don't do that. This back here. There you go. There you go. This is actually just a grocery aisle. Yeah. Sitting on stacks of cans. Exactly. Yeah, so back here is just the big ventilation shaft. That's why her hair is moving in the wind like that. It's like the redeem some art streamers have called corruption. I feel like this is my suggestion instead. I mean, I feel like it gives it more personality than what I was doing, which is why I was like, I need suggestos. So, nonetheless, I appreciate suggestos. But I don't know if she wants to be in a convenience store or not. You know, maybe that's not the mood, you know, that they're going for. Waiting to swoop the samples? Real. Don't worry, we're in a legally distinct convenience store. Don't worry about it. The Smapples? The Smaples? The Smaples? Oh my god. Gotta call all the samples Smaples now. Smaples. Love Smaples. Okay. Alright. I think I've done enough for today. So, we're gonna call it. Wow! 10:46? Yeah, good time for me to end. Good time for me to end. Not too late. Not too early. Unless you guys really want the end of this essay. Do you guys want the end of this essay? There's 20 minutes left. How do you guys feel? It's only 6:45 a.m. Free Willy will be continued. One of the two. If you guys want it to end, or want to finish the essay, we can finish the essay. Sorry for getting distracted and forgetting to turn it back on. That's my bad. There is the total time is 1 hour and 10, and there is 58 minutes. We are 58 minutes through it, so there's 12 minutes left. All right.
Let him back in, and if they don't, they've already got a bidding war with several other knockoff SeaWorlds trying to buy him. It's only after Mike learns that that's the plan that he's like, okay, actually, fuck that. Get the boats. We're going to save the whale. And they do. They get in the tribal boats that were cleaned earlier, this like motif, and they go out and they are like, we are going to lead Willy, no, it's not Willy, Luna to deeper ocean. That's the plan. Mike isn't saying we're going to keep the whale. He's also not saying we're getting rid of the whale. He's saying we're going to lead him out into the ocean deep enough so that he can choose whether or not he wants to go find his pod or if he wants to stick around. It's only in fighting for this whale to have the opportunity to choose whether or not he wants to stay with the band that Mike is able to really choose whether or not he wants to stay with the band. And he does. Of course he does. So does the whale, actually. And it's quite sad. I think in the movie, if I remember correctly, in the movie, it's like a good thing. But in the real story, the real whale also decided to stick around. And I think he was eventually killed by a boat, which is a bummer. But to be fair, if they had tried to drive him on land, he very much could have died or been severely traumatized. And also, we know from the story of freeing Keiko that they're not always welcome back in the pod. They don't always reconnect really well. And technically, Luna was not captive, so it might have been different. I'm not a whale scientist, but there were a lot of risks to every option. But I will say that it is quite sad in the end. But I mean, he loved boats. Maybe he died doing what he loved. I don't know. That said, these whales are dragging these boys out of existential crises, out of the anxiety of choice, and they don't even need to be helpless. They don't, honestly, whales don't even need to be helpless and need freedom to do this either. I mean, Jonah's whale is just a messenger. Jonah's whale is just here because God sent a storm to get Jonah off that boat, and the whale is like, I'm going to do my job.
They really do
sixes
sixes
for what God is asking me to do. Not ignoring his responsibility or, letting Jonah die a horrible, painful death in his intestines, which I mean, he could have done. He could have swallowed a shark. I mean, if he could swallow a man, he could have swallowed a shark after and then game over for Jonah. Or he could have let Jonah fucking drown. But he didn't. He spat him back up on land and then he dipped. Talk about a use of your agency. Whenever we talk about like religious stories, the concept of agency is kind of murky when you talk about stuff like that because of the whole God thing and like predestination and like, I mean... Like, it's a whole it spawned wars, okay? But within the narrative, right, within the story itself, following God and listening to God's commands is a choice, okay? And so that's what freedom and agency is in that world and within that narrative, is choosing to do what God says. That doesn't have to be your definition of agency and freedom and choice, but that is Jonah's. But it's only after that experience that Jonah is like, fine, I'll go.
I haven't either.
I'll do the right thing. I'll save the city from being smited. I won't go run away and pretend that there was nothing I could have done and say, oh, well, too bad, so sad the city's gone. There's more to this story, to be fair. I want to say there's a whole thing with like a plant that saves Jonah's life as well. I can't get too into that, but there is an interlude, let's say, between him getting spat up. I think he's like almost dying in the desert sun, and God sends him a plant to keep him cool and give him shade. And there's like an interaction with that before he goes to prophesize to Nineveh. But that's not actually super relevant to the point that we're making. The point is, I love this story. One of the things that I love about this is what happens after, actually, is like the conversation between God and Jonah after he prophesizes to Nineveh and saves them, because this is the point where if you've heard Jordan Peterson tell this story, you might not know this part, because Jordan Peterson, for some reason, like, cuts off the story after Jonah goes to prophesize to Nineveh. I don't know why Jordan Peterson does anything, but this one really confused me, because I listened to him talk about this like several times. This video almost was like a Jordan Peterson takedown, because I didn't know what the theme was going to be. And I was like, well, I mean, I've always wanted to pick a fight with Jordan Peterson, but alas, I'm not doing that. Maybe I will one day. But point is, there's this whole conversation that they have after where we talk about compassion, right? And God is like, if I can have compassion for you who did wrong and
Hi,
ran
Frog.
away like a exact quote. If I can give you the opportunity to
Exact
get spat
quote.
back out by a whale and choose to do better, how can I not have compassion for people who sin when they don't even know that they have another choice? You knew you could have done the right thing and you dipped. These people don't even know. These people don't even realize that there's a world outside the whale. I think he says, how can I
Outside
not
the
forgive
whale?
people who don't know their right hand from their left?
Outside
They've
these
repented now and they want
walls?
to do better, and that is what matters. That they've made the choice to do better, and that they understand that they can do better and be better, and that they can live differently. This is actually the central theme of the Jewish tradition of Yom Kippur, where they read Jonah during service, because it's a day of repentance. Maya Bernstein, for My Jewish Learning, writes, we read Jonah to be reminded that if God could forgive Nineveh, then of course God can forgive us. And, like, Pinocchio isn't even the one who gets swallowed in that story. Geppetto is swallowed by that whale because Geppetto is going to save Pinocchio, he thinks. If you don't know this part of the story, Pinocchio, second time around, has gone off to Pleasure Island to get, like, child drunk or something. And Geppetto is going to go and try and save him. And on his way to the island, ends up swallowed by, like, it's like not, if I tell you it's not technically speaking like a whale, now will you be mad? Because if you will, then it's a whale. If you won't, then I think it's like technically some just like large sea fish thing in the historical tale. I don't fucking know. Point is, he gets swallowed by this, and this makes Pinocchio realize that he made bad choices, and now he has to go and make a choice to do the right thing and do something good. And he goes and he sacrifices himself and he saves Geppetto, and his reward for that is that the blue fairy makes him a real boy. Like, this is the perfect analogy for bad faith, because he starts in bad faith thinking he doesn't really have control, thinking he's just kind of, it's not really his fault. And it's not till he accepts that, like, it was his fault that Geppetto went out there and was being eaten by this whale, not whale thing. And he has to go do something. He accepts his responsibility for his past actions and uses his agency to save the whale, and he sacrifices himself and he sacrifices his future agency to save Geppetto from this whale. And in that journey, he has learned enough about himself that the blue fairy is like, you know what? You are a real boy. You are
Snap, snap,
authentic as
snap,
fuck.
snap, snap.
Actually, pretty damn authentic. Have some legs. That's the whole thing. And I think it's really interesting, okay? I think that the idea of authenticity and the meaning of life and humanity being found in choices and agency and freedom is something that I really connect to and I find really appealing. And I just love that it's whales. I just love it. I just love that it's just a bunch of whales. That's what does it. And I don't know why. Maybe it's not even that it's whales. Maybe it's just like there's like a lot of stories like this. I mean, God knows I can make a connection out of anything. We can read anything into anything here. That's the motto of the channel, in case you forgot. But there is just something that I find really sweet and lovely about the fact that we as humans have decided that children and troubled men connecting with this like weird, soft, very personality, like human-like kind of creature from the deep is how we're gonna teach agency, like is how we're gonna tell stories about, connecting with yourself and your morality and your freedom and blah blah blah. I just don't. I think it's cute. I think it's sweet. I love it. I like when humans do cute things. And Free Willy is really good. Free Willy is so good. Free Willy is a Class A movie, and I didn't get to talk to you about it, but there is also a scene where Jesse is retelling the story of 𝒟𝓿 after Randolph tells it to him, and he's telling it to his new foster mom, and he's so excited! He's so excited! He's so passionate! It's so cute! I love it! I love it! I love it. So go watch Free Willy. If any of you
In
read
conclusion,
Moby Dick and you can connect this to Moby Dick, please do, because I have not. So
I mean,
have a feeling that book's
Ahab
long enough that
learns
it's gotta be in there
agency,
somewhere, right?
I
At
guess.
the end of the day, boys and their whales, man. Boys and their whales.
Oh, we got.
So let's wrap it up.
We have a whole in
Thank you.
conclusion. Okay,
Good
we have an in
time.
conclusion.
If you enjoyed that, then you can head over to my Patreon because there will be a bonus video. I'm about to film a bonus video while I bedazzle my rhinestone bodysuit because someone on TikTok convinced me that I could pull off the pop star bodysuit and that I should bedazzle it, and I didn't know what I was getting myself into. And this is a lot more work than I thought it was going to be. So
Yeah.
I'm going to rhinestone this and talk to you about the Free Willy animated spin-off that features a talking whale and aliens. Good.
Hey, Sixes, interested? Hi, Frog. You finished your thingy? What was your thingy? Did you have to take a test? Or was it... Oh, I'm trying to remember. You were doing something. I don't remember what you were doing, though. I'm sorry. I'm very bad at remembering things.
Good time. Check that out. It's going to be on my Patreon eventually. Thank you again to Aura for sponsoring this video.
Oh, yeah.
There is a link in the description and in the pinned comment. Can try 2 weeks free.
She does a comic
my friends.
shout out.
Keep yourselves... that's not very safe. Carried Away is out. That's my latest single. There is going to be much more music of that vibe coming soon, and I'm very excited about it. I'm playing a live show in New York in early May. I think it's May 7th.
Shit.
And I'll have a full band, and that'll be really fun. So if you are
That's
local to New
cool.
York City, you can come and hang out. A bunch of people actually came the last time I played a show in New York City, and it was really freaking fun. So please do come. My Instagram
That would be kind of
and
sick,
all that stuff
actually.
will have links. And last
Too
but
bad
not
I'm on the
least,
opposite
the
fucking
comment
coast.
shout out from the last
Yay!
video
Comment shout out.
goes to Tuesday Taping, who said, "This must be what it is like to watch an oracle interpret her own prophecies after coming out of a trance." Thank you very much for everybody who's been streaming.
I love Biz. Look, the pretentious pop mythology it was the one that I missed in between. I'm so mad. I'm so mad I missed this one. I've watched all of her videos. So we can watch this one together tomorrow if you guys want. His stream that I did not enjoy, JK, it was fun. Oh yeah? Chase is so forgetful, doesn't even remember the things I don't tell them. God. Real. Okay, so we got Biz done. Our business, if you will. Here is the animation that I am working on, playing in the background right now. Excuse me. Beautiful. Amazing. Snap. Thank you. Yeah, depending on location, I might change up the hair and animate the body. The lag is fixed. The lag is fixed. It is. Sorry, Frog. I was not ignoring you. I just wanted to finish that video up because we were literally at the last 12 minutes, and I was like, I'm gonna end stream, and then I was like, oh, we're at the last 12 minutes. We might as well just watch the rest of this video. So I was just trying to get through that video. But yeah, I fixed the lag. That's why I'm only at 5 hours instead of 11. 12. Yeah, anyways, it's time for me to end. Ha ha. So, we're gonna figure out other stuff debugging tomorrow because my sound system on stream today was so weird and terrible and strange. I don't know why I have to put gain on some of my sounds now, but that's fine. That's cool. It's whatever. It's fine. So yeah. Yeah. Where should I send you guys off to? Do you guys want to raid or do you just want to stay here? You can go to sleep to the sound of my playlist or something. Maybe, I don't know. Whatever you want. Minnie's playing Fortnite. Mochi's playing 𝒟𝓬 𝒟𝓬, which is that new game that looks kind of interesting. Aros is playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, I wanted to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, not tonight. But, yeah. Krisu start streaming so I can raid you. Rez is playing Inside the Back Room with some people. Gray is playing Yu-Gi-Oh! As well. Ooh, Lefty's playing Metaphor. The NR Festival is on 3 days only. Oh, shit. Is there another check-in event too? Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's fine. This is fine. Don't worry. Don't look at this. It's okay. Don't look at this. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. Where's my login event? Yeah, give me my 100! Let's go! Oh, okay. I have one more day. So much for the end of stream. I just came to log in. I just came to log in. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is all fine. We're cool. We're cool. We're chill. We're cool. Don't worry. Don't worry. What this? What this? The NR rarity held. I just need to win 3 times. Let's go. Only N and R cards be used? Whoa. There are card games to play. New selection pack free poll. Yeah. Gimme, 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 gimme. What do they have for me? Rex Onslaught? Is this a dino? Oh my god! Wait, is it dinos? Is it really dinos? Reptile. Dinosaur. They got dinosaur DNA! Oh my god. They got some dinosaur DNA. Dinos, 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 dinos. Whoa. What the? Cybers? Psychic Synchro. Okay, not a Cybers. Interesting, okay. Dinosaur. Interesting. Okay. We got insects. Okay. Ew! No, get those. No. No. They got spiders in there. Yeah, NR is best format. The good thing about this event is that you can just copy your opponent deck if you like it, since all the cards are cheap. So fair. Oh, he's so cute. Oh my god. Pat, 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 pat. You're so cute. You can change this card to face down defense position. You can only use each of the preceding effects of Moko Moko once per turn. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by that battle. Draw one card. Oh my god! Draw a card? I love drawing cards! Soul Scissors, Sangan, Terrifying Toddler of Torment. Ayo? Ayo? Wait, why does this look like me? You can send one fiend monster from your deck to the graveyard. If this card is sent from your hand or deck to graveyard, you can special summon this card in face down defense position. You can only use the effect of Terrifying Toddler Torment once per turn. Fiend Reflection? Ayo. Wait, I know some of these cards. Polymerization. Azamina. Magnum the Reliever. Aww. Look at them. This is the White Witch of the Forest or whatever, right? These guys are cute. He looks like you. Alright. Let's see. How do we play this? How do we play this? So this is a normal guy. He's level 4. Moko Moko. You use him to flip cards. Soul Scissors. If a monster is on the field, is destroyed by battle or card effect and sent to the graveyard while this card is in your graveyard, you can special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. If this card is special summoned from your graveyard, you can target one monster your opponent controls, destroy it. Okay, Sangan. If this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, add one monster with 1500 or less attack. That's right. Okay, he's a deck searcher. Send one fiend monster from your deck to the graveyard. Okay, so he puts things in the graveyard for us. And then he can also be special summoned from the graveyard if he is sent from your hand or deck to graveyard specifically. Okay. Emissary of the House of Wax. Okay. He's a limited card, but he's a normal rarity card? That's very interesting. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can use the effect of Emissary of House once per turn. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by battle. At the end of your opponent's battle phase, you can activate this effect. Until the start of your opponent's next battle phase, all attack position monsters your opponent currently controls cannot change their battle position, nor be used as material for fusion, synchro, XZs, or link summoning. Also, their effects are negated? Bro! Who is this man? Okay, if this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by battle. When you can only use it once per turn. If this card is in your hand, you can place it in your spell or trap zone as a face-up continuous spell. If your opponent activates a card or effect while this card is in a continuous spell, except for during damage step, you can special summon this card and then gain the life points equal to half the attack of one monster in the field. Okay. Talons of 𝒟𝓚. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by battle. During your opponent's turn, quick effect. You can target one fiend or illusion monster you control, except for Talons of 𝒟𝓚. Return it to the hand, and if you do, special summon this card from your hand. When your opponent activates a card or effect that targets your card's quick effect, you can target one monster your opponent controls, return this card from the field to the hand, and if you do, destroy that monster. Ooh, okay, he's level 6. Alright. Level 8, UFO light. Ayo. Ayo. Okay. Your opponent cannot target this card on the field while the card effects... Wait. With card effects except during battle phase. Okay. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by battle. End of phase. During end of phase, you can draw one card. Then you must banish any number of cards from your hand, minimum 1. And if you do, this card gains 500 attack for each one. Okay. I like how it says banish and doesn't specify face up or face down. No idea, you're on your own. Okay, thank you. Chase, isn't that terrifying though? I'm not a terrifying toddler. That's crazy. Okay, Queen Azamina. This card is treated as a Sinful Spoils card. If this card is in your hand or field, is sent to the graveyard or banished by an activated effect, you can special summon it. Okay, so flip Terrifying Toddler of Torment, get Queen Azamina into the graveyard, special summon Queen Azamina from the graveyard to your field. Okay, I can see the play here. You get him out, get her into the graveyard, get her onto the field. When your Azamina or a White Forest monster destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can target one Sinful Spoil spell or trap card in your graveyard, add it to your hand. Okay. Golgoyle, the Steel Seismic Smasher. If this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by battle. You only use one of the following effects of Golgoyle, the Steel Seismic Smasher, once per turn. After damage calculation, if your machine or illusion monster battled, you can target one of your monsters that is banished or in your graveyard, special summon it. Ooh, okay, there is a banish recovery card in here. That's good. If this card is banished from your field, you can special summon it. Damn, okay. Alright, we got Polymerization. Sinful Spoil Subversion. Okay, Azamina to get my Sinful Spoil cards. Target one face-up monster on the field. Place it in face... Excuse me. Place it face up on its owner's spell or trap card zone as a continuous spell. You can activate this once per turn. Okay. We have Forbidden Chalice. Target one face-up monster in the field until the end of this turn. Target gains 400 attack, but its effects aren't negated. Target one illusion or spellcaster. Okay, this is Susurrus, the Sinful Spoils. Alright. So we have 2 Sinful Spoil cards so far. Target one illusion or spellcaster monster you control. Return that face-up monster to the hand or extra deck. Then special summon one illusion or spellcaster monster from your graveyard or banishment. Okay, so we can recover. We have 2 cards so far to recover from banishment. If this card is sent to the graveyard to activate a monster effect, you can set this card. Oh, okay. Mirror Force! When an opponent's monster declares an attack, special summon one illusion monster from your hand or graveyard, and if you do, return the attacking monster to the hand. If a face-up illusion monster you control leaves the field by an opponent's card effect while the card is in your graveyard, except for during damage step, you can banish this card, special summon one illusion monster from your hand or graveyard. Okay. Reveal one Azamina. Okay. One Azamina fusion monster from your extra deck, and for every 4 levels it has, round down, shuffle one Sinful Spoil card from your graveyard and or banishment into the deck, and then special summon the revealed monster. This is treated as a fusion summon. Ooh! Okay. You can banish this card from your graveyard, then target one Sinful Spoil spell or trap card from your graveyard, set it, and it cannot be activated this turn. Okay. Azamina Aphis? Target cards in the field up to the number of fusion and synchro monsters in your field and graveyard that are fiend, illusion, or spellcaster. Return them to the hand. Whoa! Guys, seriously? What are you doing? Be careful. Please? Alright. 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 We'll change the category. I'll actually play some Yu-Gi-Oh! There we go. Alright. Okay. So... all face-up monsters in the field are changed to attack position, and their battle positions cannot be changed. Okay. Azamina Soul Ariskathon. If this card is fusion summoned, you can target one card on the field, send it to the graveyard. During standby phase, you can target one Azamina or Sinful Spell card in your graveyard and add it to your hand. Okay. One special summon monster from the extra deck plus one monster in your hand. Okay. You can target one polymerization spell or fusion spell in your graveyard, place that card at the bottom of the deck, then draw one card. When another card or its effects is activated quick effect, you can banish one polymerization spell or fusion spell from your graveyard, then target one card on the field, destroy it! Okay. Baba Barber. Oh, what a surprise. Thank you, Chipser. Thank you. I know, I'm full of surprises. 2 monsters. Okay. At the start of each battle phase, you can target this card or one monster this card points to, banish it until end phase. Okay. Oh, we got Cross Sheep! We love Cross Sheep. Dispatch Perazi. Okay. To affect monsters. When another monster you control is targeted for an attack, you can change the attack target to this card and perform damage calculation. This card is destroyed by battle with an opponent's monster. You can destroy that opponent's monster, and if you do, gain life points equal to half of the monster's original attack. Okay. Alright. Let's give this a try. This looked the most interesting to me. No, don't go to sleep, phone. Don't do that. I'm just moving you over slightly. Alright. Oh, sharks! We got sharks! And wake up the 2 face-up monsters you control. Whoa! Rose! Hello, Rose! Welcome in, Raiders! My name is Chase. I'm your local intergalactic interdimensional alien demon angel gremlin thing. Oh. You guys are a little loud. Okay. Hello! I'm Chase. I'm your local intergalactic interdimensional alien demon angel gremlin thing, and I'm here to be your next president! Hoi hoi, I'm so tired. Wow. It's okay. It's time for you to relax. How has stream been? Oh, you know, it's been. I played Pokemon for like 6.5 hours and then had to restart stream because I was like, my delay is significant. And so I decided to sorry, hold on. That explains why it doesn't say 12 hours. Yeah. So I restarted stream because my delay was super significant, and then decided to relax a little and do some art. And I got pretty far. I finished up 2 commissions. And then and then I whatchamacallit? Oh, and then I was gonna end, and then Sixes informed me of the new event that's happening right now, and I was like, ooh, I want to try this out. This will be fun. Teehee, teehee. So yeah, this is my life now. Ro and Sora, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. And here you are. Yep, literally. And here I am. What is this homie contemplating over there? Hey, no! Hoi, 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 hoi! Hi, Rowan. How you doing? Hello, Rez and the Resonators. I was about to go to bed, but I decided to pop in and say hi. Hope you have a good stream. Thank you, thank you. I hope you have a good night. And if you're nice and eepy and comfy, feel free to chill here. You're okay. Lurkers, I appreciate them all. What you got for me? 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 Alright, gotta wake up early. Go, 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 go! Good night, Rez! Good night! Thank you, thank you. By the way, not sure if so intended, but there's no game sound or any other sounds. Oh, shit. God damn it. There you go. There you go, now you have gain. You have sound now. Thank you. Oh, it's my turn. What baby? Oh, hi Haru. What are you doing up there? Like a specter in the night. I just turn and Haru's like silhouette is high up and I'm like, oh, I see. He's sitting back there. On top of Paleozoic. Okay. Yum, 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 yum. Good night, Raz. Thank you again for the raid. Okay, well, there's my first victory. First victory down. 2 more to go. Alright. This could be a quick event, right? Right? Just a quick event, right? Totally. Totally. Just a super chill, quick event. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. I won't lose like 50 times in a row. That's silly. What? That's so silly. Surely no problem. Surely. Oh my god, we got our terrifying torment toddler! How exciting! Alright. What? Gray? Hello, Gray. How you doing, Gray? Howdy, 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 howdy. Welcome on in. Hello, Raiders! Welcome on in. My name is Chase. I'm your local intergalactic, interdimensional alien demon angel gremlin thing, and I'm here to be your next president. I am an artist, animator, and game dev, and sometimes I also play games. Hey, yo! Chase, my sleep schedule's fucked. It really is, homie. You should not be awake right now. What do I want? What do I want? What do I want? We'll do that. So I'm guessing you're experienced NR for the first time and you're using the loner. I am using the loner. I actually kind of like this deck. It's pretty simple to understand. I can see where things are going. Oh, Toon Harpy Lady. How interesting. Hello, my terrifying toddler of torment. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Lynx. You were the chosen one. It said that you would destroy the Sith, not join them, bring balance to the Force, not leave them in darkness. I need them to activate a card effect. Please activate a card effect. Why aren't you activating card effects? Because they can read? I see. Does Chase have tiny devil horns? I do. I do have little devil horns. Look at me. Hoo 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 hoo. Hee 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 hee. Ha ha ha. I already have one victory. Let's see. A fallen angel? I've always had little horns. Have you not ever seen my little horns? Hi. Hello, kibbies. Do you want to come over? You can come over, heart. Come on, Kisa. You can come over. It's okay, Pookie. Your opponent special summons a monster, control a toon monster, shuffle that monster into the thing. Yes. Oh, it's the same, huh? Wait, do you have a bunch of NR material? I do! Oh my god. I literally need like a polymerization or something. Fiend. They're all fiends. What do we got? Anything else? We only have a bunch of Link 2 monsters. Right? What do I have in here? Yeah, fusion and Link monsters. And the fusion monsters require each other. Alright. Well, I guess we'll see what happens. Nice. Okay, cool. If a monster on the field is destroyed by battle or card effect and sent to the graveyard while this card is in your graveyard, you can special summon it. Yeah, why not? Fuck it. Come here, you. God damn it! I did that! I did that! I fucking did that! I'm so stupid! I'm so stupid! Why do I do that to myself? Why do I do that to myself? Oh well. I guess we'll use it. God damn it. Dude! Bruh. Bruh. I feel so stupid sometimes. Ugh. God. I'm so dumb. It's fine. Literally throwing. Literally throwing. Literally throwing. Impulse. Impulse. Impulse to change the phase. The fuck is that? If you control no monsters, you can normal summon this without tributing. Cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. You take no damage from attacks involving this card. At the end of the battle phase, if this card is battled, shuffle one card your opponent controls into the deck, and if you do, inflict 500 damage to your opponent. Neither player can activate cards or effects in response to this one's effect. Okay. Okay. Sure. Why not? Moko Moko! Baby boy! Okay. Okay. What, does everyone play bugs? Alright, what is... There's no plus side to doing a Link fusion, or a Link summon around it. Cool. Alright, that's fine. Yay! I can Finally do this. Okay, UFO light. Oh, it's at the end of the opponent's battle phase. Got it. Oops. Oops. I can read. Oh, Lord. Hey, Lord. Homie be reading. Okay. Yay! 2 for 2! Let's go! Ayo! Ayo! 2 for 2! Ayo! Let's go! Let's go, people. Let's go. Let's go. One more. One more. One more! I haven't even gotten my Azaminas out, guys. I haven't even pulled a single pulverization. This is ridiculous. Rodonkulus. Oh my god. Yeah, I guess we can just set it. End. Let's go, let's go, let's go! I haven't run into a single bug yet. Hopefully I don't. Hopefully I don't. Fuck them spiders. Fuck them spiders. Fuck them kids. Don't want them. Don't need them. Get them out of here. Oh, look, it's dinos! It's the dino loader! Oh my god, they're Deca Dino DNA! Holy shit! I don't know, I'm stupid. I giggle. Okay. Okay, okay, we're sending dinos to the graveyard. Okay, okay. Mighty Dino King Rex. Ayo. Oh. Dang. Oh, you're not gonna target with heart effect? Dang, that's wild. I can physically watch the concrete granite moving down the card as it's trying to read what the fuck is happening. You don't want to target my cord? Come on. Come on. Oh, come on. Target it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Oh. Are we synchro summoning? Oh, we're XZ summoning. Oh, the Goblino. You can target one spell or trap card on the field, attach 2 material from the monster on the field, and if you do, attach the target to this card material. Yarr. Okay. Okay. But now it can't do the other thing. Bah-ha ha ha ha. Waha. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. We got the guy. But like, not really. It's fine. It's chill. What? What? Welcome into the cubic dimension, Justice. Hello, hello. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. You can only use each of the following effects of Gargoyle, the Steel, blah blah blah. After damage calculation, if your machine or illusion monster battled, you can target one of the monsters that is banished from the graveyard. Or in your graveyard, special summon it. Okay. Right, right, right. Okay, okay. I am understanding. I am our understanded. Yes. How long have you been playing these broken meta decks, Meta Sheep? Not at all. Meta? What's meta? Who's meta? You like Facebook? Gross. We're playing the NR event right now. Bro, you already tried doing this. Okay. we got Moko Moko! My baby boy! Okay. Is near tier 0, he needed to try again. Yeah, I guess so. There's not really much I can do right now, unfortunately. This is attacking card destroys an opponent's monster by battle. It can make a second attack during battle phase. Once per turn, if you control this card was not summoned this turn, you can target up to 2 monsters your opponent controls. Destroy them. Okay. Oh wait, I can destroy those as well. I thought it was just monsters. Rude, 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 rude. Alright, there's our first loss. Why not set Chalice? Because I like the effects of my monsters, and I was trying to figure out a way to set it so that it would negate the enemy's monster effects versus my own effect. But I am not familiar enough with other people's loner decks yet to really know. I looked through that one, but I wasn't sure what to expect from it, you know? Oh my god, we got our first polymerization! Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. And of course we get 2 polymerizations when literally we only really need 1. Oh my god, we also got this? Holy shit. Alright. Reveal one as a Mina Fusion monster from your extra deck, and for every 4 levels it has, round down, shuffle 1 sinful spell cards from your graveyard and or banishment into the deck, and then special summon. Okay. Oh, I can polymerization from my fucking hand? Can I really? Oh my god! How? Dude. Bruh. My guy. My dude. My guy. My home skillet. Why am I not smart? I'm so not smart sometimes, you know that? But that's okay. What are we doing? Yeah, attack only. Okay, got it. Let's go! Alright, if this card is fusion summoned, you can target 1 card on the field, send it to the graveyard. Okay. You can special eliminate. Yes, I want to activate that. Bring you out. If she is also attack heavy, yes she is. We'll put you on the other side. Okay. And apparently I can polymerization again. What would I be polymerization? Oh! Okay! Let's go! Yay! Oh my god, I can't believe I top decked that. That was so cool. Yay, finally! Finally. Alright, we got our free poll. Huzzah, huzzah! You guys ready for some shiny ass cardboard? Let's go! Shiny digital cardboard. Those are some poor odds right there. Those are some poor odds. Ooh! I spoke too soon? I spoke too soon? Shaky, shaky, shakies. Ooh. Masterpiece, the true Dragon Slayer. Hello? Hello? Must be special summoned from your hand by tributing one Draco Slayer. Oh. Okay. It's a Draco Slayer card. Okay. We did it! Oh god, I've been demoted to bronze. I'm gonna cry. I have so much work to do! She's pretty. She looks really similar to a costume I designed. But that's not anything new. Hello. Hello. Hello, Zarfad. Okay. Let's do our legacy pack polls. Oof. No shiny cardboard here. I hate that I can't just press spacebar. I have to like. What we got? Okay. Despair from the dog. If this card is sent from your hand or deck to your graveyard by an opponent's card effect, special summon this card. Okay. Spear Cretin! Blast from the past. Hello. Intruder alarm! Yellow alert. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, special summon one card from your hand, but return it to the hand at the end of battle phase. While you control that face-up special summon monster, your opponent cannot target other monsters for attacks. That's fun. Ooh, Generation Shift. Target one face-up monster you control. Destroy that target, then add one card with the same name as destroyed target from your deck to your hand. Turtle Bird! Ayo. Compulsory evacuation! Alright. Advanced Zone. Once per turn during the end phase of any turn in which you tribute summon a monster, you can apply these effects in sequence based on the number of monsters you tributed for tribute summons. One or more, destroy one set card your opponent controls. Two or more, draw one card. Three or more, add one monster from your graveyard to your hand. Alright. That's fun. Okay. What do we got? Vortex of Magic, Immortal Glory, Burning Spirits, Dragon Made to Order, sorry, no suggestion. Any suggestions to pull on for either support or additional monsters I can possibly summon in Buster Blader? Or for hire, I guess. For that matter. Dominus Impulse. If your opponent controls a card, you can activate this card from your hand. When a card effect is activated that includes an effect that special summons a monster, negate that effect, and if you have a trap in your graveyard, destroy that card. Negate that effect, then, if you have a trap in your graveyard, destroy that card. If you activated this card from your hand, you cannot activate effects of light, earth, or wind monsters for the rest of this duel. You can only activate one per turn. Dominus Purge. If your opponent controls a card, you can activate this card from your hand. When a card or effect is activated that includes an effect that adds a card from your deck to your hand, negate that effect. Then if you trap in your graveyard, destroy that card. If you activate this card, you cannot affect. Okay, that doesn't bother me. Goblin Bikers gone wild! If you control no monsters, or all monsters you control are goblin monsters, you can normal summon this card without tripping it. You can only use each of the following effects of Goblin Bikers gone wild. If this card is not normal or special summon, you can special summon one level 4 or lower goblin monster from your deck. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can add one card on the field, attach it to the Goblin Xyz monster you control. Okay. Are there any hand traps you guys can recommend to pull on? Or anything like that? No suggestions? Magician's Soul. No, this one. Magician's Rod. When you use card is normal summon, you can add one spell or trap from your deck to your hand, which mentions Dark Magician during your opponent's turn. If you activate spell or trap card or effect while this card is in your graveyard, except during its damage step, you can contribute one spell cast from monster. No. Is it Magician's Soul then? You can send up to 2 spells or traps from your hand and or field to the graveyard, draw that many cards. If this card is in your hand, you can send one level 6 or higher spellcaster monster from your deck to the graveyard, then activate one of these effects, special summon this card, send this card to the graveyard, and then you can special summon Dark Magician. No. There was something in here that was suggested for the Buster Blader deck, but I don't remember what it is anymore. Illusion of Chaos, Soul Servant, Illusion of Chaos. She's so cute! Lemon Magician Girl! Apple Magician Girl, look at her! She's so cute! Chocolate Magician Girl. They cropped her so her whack-ass leg is not shown, but also look at her whack-ass proportions. Just, they're wild. They're wild. Kiwi Magician Girl. Oh my god, Kiwi, I didn't know you were a Magician Girl. That's crazy. Oh, Magikaribo. Hello. You're so cute. Eyes of Timaeus. Target one dark magician monster you control. Fusion summon one fusion monster from your extra deck that mentions that monster on the field as material, using it as a fusion material. Okay. No suggestions from the peanut gallery. That's wild. You guys are always full of suggestions. Okay. Forgotten Underworld. Did I pull one of these? Whoa. You're wild looking, man. Oh, she's pretty. Oh, I guess I can unpin this now. Unpin. Okay. Okay. Maybe I should just hold on to it. Let's go to my decks really quick. Oh! That's right. I was making my for hire deck and then I didn't get to save it. Unless I can't read and it was there. Okay. For hire. Okay, so they said no to the ship and training for hire, yes. Rookie for hire, yes. Mayhem for hire, no. Yes, 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 yes. Training for hire, yes. Okay. And then... Okay. I think those are most of what they suggested. Hold on, let me pull it up. Sorry, I'm looking at this GIF that Adric gave me. And it's called Extreme Evo Boost? That's wild. That's wild. Alright. Yu-Gi-Oh! Unfortunately. Let's go. Alright. Show me. Alright. Get out of here. I can't see it. I can't see it. I can't get. Can I please just see? Alright. Alright. Rex for hire, 3x. Okay. Beat Bladesmith for hire, 2 to 3x. Okay, we have 3 of him already. Philo, Messenger for hire, a 1 to 2. Helmer, Helmsman for hire, 0 to 1. So I have 1 already. Seal, Strategist for hire, 1 to 3. Okay, interesting. Where is the strategist? Donpan, Recon, Seal. There you are. put 2 in. Bravo. And we can generate you. 1 to 2. Sorry, 0 to 2. Donpa 1 to 2. Okay. Recon Scout 0 to 1. Okay. Sagita 0 to 1. Dinah 0 to 1. 1 to 2 of Raphael. Wiz Sage for Hire 0 to 1. Donner and Fulgo 1 to 2. Okay. Okie dokie. Spells and Traps. Rookie for Hire 1 to 3. Mayhem for Hire 1 to 2. And then, yeah, Training for Hire. Oh, Training for Hire is the one they don't want. Training for Hire 0. Pandora 0. Okay, Mayhem for Hire, Rookie for Hire. Rookie for Hire, Mayhem for Hire. Gotcha. Okay. Cool. And then we have our standard hand traps and such that we should put in. Oh, you going for hire? That's nice. You better have those help wanted posters to find monsters for hire. Real. Okay. Let's see. Ash Blossom. Ghost Bell. Ogre. I've been waiting to say that. Yay! Oh god, I'm trying to remember what all my hand traps are. I should just favorite all of these. You, okay. You, get in there. What's the old man again? Solemn Judgment? Solemn. There you are. Get your ass in there. How do the monsters look to you? These guys? These guys? I think they're fun. They're really fun designs. Helmer is a baby boy. B? Oh, look at his little face! It's so cute! Just pat. Look at him. Sagita? No, Wiz. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, she do look like a baddie. Look at her. Wiz is also fun. I like Wiz a lot. Look at her. Donpa. Just a little guy. Pat. Philo's also cute. And then, of course, Rex. Look at Rex. Look at him! Look at his little face! Seal's pretty great, too. We love an old man. Dinah's fun. Built like a truck. I like Raphael a lot. Raphael is really cool looking. He's fun. And then of course, Big Daddy Falgo. Maybe I should just generate her. And then, cause Donner, look at Donner. She's just a big puppy ape thing. Big woolly pig or something? I don't know. She's cool. Did you call him daddy? Is it a lie though? Alright, she's been generated. Where's my secret pack? Hello, excuse me, where's my secret pack? Where's my secret pack? Excuse me. Excuse me. Do I have to generate another one? There we go. There's my secret pack. Okay, we're saving. We're saved. Okay. Oh, I got a free poll! Gasp. It's not, but still. Alright, we're shaking. We're praying for the shakies. Shake, 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 shake. We got shaky. Shaky? You're not who I wanted, but you're cute, I guess. You're fine. I found another card pack, yay. Alright, let's do our 10 pull. Woo! That's a lot of gold. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Gib. Alright, we want another Folgo, we want another Donner, and we want another Raphael. Oh. Oh, when you take battle damage, your opponent would have taken from battles involving this card instead. This card battles is not destroyed and you took damage from that battle, return this card to your hand. Oh, baby. He looks kind of cute. I like Raphael. I think he's cool. I think he's very cool looking. I like his like grim jaw, like metal jaw thing. Hey, we got another whiz. Very cool, very cool. Trap tricks attracts. Alright. Ooh. Is it a Raphael? Is it a Raphael? Ooh. Goddamn goblins, leave me alone! Alright, give me an upgrade, give me an upgrade, give me an upgrade! Alright, thanks for beat, I guess. That's fine. That's cool. If I look at details on Raphael's face, he's very cool. Their focus is get the mercenaries on the field. Yeah, yeah. Revealer of the Ice Barrier. Fun. I have so many of these goblin patrols. Or plunder patrol. I have so many of the plunder patrols. Ooh, we got an upgrade. Oh. Oh, okay. That's fine. What an upgrade. What an upgrade. Give me a shaky. Give me a shaky. Give me a shaky. Wow. Wow, nothing. 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 There's a cute solo story for them? We're praying. We're praying. We're praying. Please give me. Please give me. Please give me a daddy. Yeah! Oh my god, we got another one! Oh, for Plunder Patrol? That's cute. Cute, 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 cute. I think their designs are really cute. Look at that. Another one. Another one. I have so many of these now. Whoa. You're pretty. Oh, Valmonican Hollow Heathen. That's pretty. That's a pretty card. You're a pretty card. Wait, is that a Link 1? What the? You're a Link 1? Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I was like, there's more conditions on that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, conditions. Alright, well, we at least got another Folgo. That's cool. Do I have more free packs? No. No, I don't. Okay. Hello, Falgo. Get in there, thank you. Let's dismantle our extra cards. Yeah, I know, it's under 40. Thank you, thank you. Tweaking. Yes, I know. Thank you. What else do I have in here? Oh, right. Oh, Harpy's Feather Duster. Ooh, yeah. Oh, Imperm, duh. Maxi! Oh, God. My brain. I don't remember anything. Is this the Melfi deck? Oh, this is not the right Melfi deck, but this is a Melfi deck nonetheless, I suppose. This is also not the right Melfi deck. Is this the Melfi deck I've been using? That's wild. That's wild if that's the Melfi deck I've been using. Cause this one... Yeah, I know. Oh, this is the other one. What would you let that wolf do to you? Nothing. He can nap next to me, and, he can be happy doing that. Okay, Buster Blader. I still don't really like Nib. That didn't work like I thought it was going to work. I'm taking out Nib. I don't like Nib. Have you seen the Pearly archetype? I have. I have a Pearly deck. It's not built. It's not built by any means, but I have a bunch of Pearly cards because I pulled on the Melfi secret packs, and before I got the other version of the Melfi pack, which is like the Forest Friends of the Forest or whatever it is, Madolce I also have a deck for. Well, bam. Not fully built yet, and really haven't been pared down at all to figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do with it, but I've made a Naturia. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is the one archetype one that I was looking at. Okay. I've pared down my decks again. Yay. Okay, let's go to here. Let's add our 2 Maxis in. You can be unfavorited. You can also be unfavorited. You add 2 imperms in here. Alright. Both of these are linked. Yeah, both of these are linked to monsters. And a lot of these cards allow me to do like circular motions of getting them out onto the field, and then getting them back out from the Dark Lord Nurgle. Yeah, Nurgle. Black Luster Soldier, Envoy of the Evening Twilight. You sure are something, sir. The Wicked Eraser, I remember you. Alright, Gimmick Puppet, Twilight Joker. Alrighty. Okay. We'll save you for now. Sylvan? Yeah, Sylvan also. Alright. Let's... Alright, where is my... Oh, there it is. My For Hire guide. Okay. Rex is the best normal summon we have access to and should always be played at max copies. Due to it being a dinosaur, running Falso Dig in addition is recommended as we want to see Rex as often as possible. Fossil Dig. Oh, it's a UR. Add 1 level 6 or lower dinosaur monster from your deck to your hand. Ooh, that's cool. I don't own any. Okay. Rex is also the only level 4 or lower monster for hire that doesn't have an effect to special summon another monster for hire from your hand. Instead of the normal summoning mechanic, Rex has an alternative summoning effect. During the main phase, if you control a monster for hire, you can, as a quick effect, banish this card from your graveyard, then target 1 card for hire in your graveyard and either add it to your hand, or if it is a monster, you can special summon it instead. This effect is incredible on opponents' turns to trigger 𝒠𝒠 Marksman for Hire's effect to pop a monster they want to use a combo off with, plus a quick play way to get your draw 3 off of Fall Goat consistently on archetype. Okay. Second best low level card in the deck after Rex. On summoning of any monster for hire, beat will let you search your deck for any monster for hire, and usually go-to targets are either Raphael, Champion for Hire, or Philo, Messenger for Hire, but depending on the situation, you don't want to pick up other targets as well, such as 𝒠𝒠 Marksman for Hire. B opens up the gameplay for the deck by searching any monster you need at any given time, so having access to this as soon as possible is the way to go. Hi, Chipser! Go to sleep? What are you still doing up? I thought you went to sleep with Guy Tag! My guy, my dude, my home skillet. Go eat bees. Go eat bees. Although it would be nice to have one card combo starter and be able to make full combo play with just Rex or any other monsters for higher hand is incredible for consistency. Okay. Immediate access to beat as well, so we don't need to run reinforcement of the army anymore. But it is still an option to keep in mind, especially in a pure list. Okay. Philo, Messenger for Hire. On summon of any monster for hire, Philo will let you special summon one monster for hire from your graveyard to your field in defense position, but it gets returned to the deck when it leaves the field. Oh, I see. While the effect is similar to Seal, adding resources from your graveyard back to play, Philo gives you another body to further link combo or make Xyz play. You can run 1 to 2 copies, it's personal preference, although for some builds, it's hard to find room for a second copy. Okay. Okay, interesting. Oh shit, it is 12:30. Oh god, when did that happen? When did that happen? On summon, any monster for hire, Helmer gets you to draw a card by discarding any for hire card.
Hilarious. Mountain is even.
While the draw is good, we are not reliant on it in any way, but it can set up a play for Rex on your turn to get a second copy into your graveyard. Use it on your or your opponent's turn, and only use where you get the draw for free is when you have Seal right next to her plus a monster for hire in the graveyard already. Then you get to discard for free as you add back to the hand the same card you discarded, the Seal, while drawing one on the same team, like as Helmer said. Okay. I see. Helmer's an option, but not the best option. Got it. Got it. Hi, Jed! Thank you for checking in, Jed. How many monsters do you have for hire? All of the monsters. I have all the monsters for hire. All of them. That's a lot of monsters in here, though. A lot of them are hand traps, though. Okay, level 2, level 1, level 2, level 2, level 2, level 3, level 3, level 4, level 4, level 5, level 6, level 7, level 8. Okay. How many applications did you send out to get so many? Probably like 4 or 5. Let's be real. I did spend a lot. No, not money. Just crystals. Just gems in general. I spent a lot of gems on the secret pack. Except I got Folgo in a random standard pack. And I was like, oh. I got this guy. And I do like the fur hires. I thought they were really cute. So then I was like, okay. Let's see what I can get. And I got Wiz pretty early, and I got beat a few times, and I was like, K, I can get the rest of these. Hi, Allie! How are you? I'm alive! I should be asleep. It is 12:30. I did not realize what time it was. Oh, yay! There's, ambulance lights outside. That's cool. Love that for me. I love me a flashing light in my face. That's so cool. That's so cool. Am I wrong? I mean, mercenaries don't cost cheap. That's fair. That's fair.
Mountain is even.
Thank you, Lobo. Hi, Lobo. You eating snacks, Lobo? Mom. Me too. Just finished prom. It was boring. Aww. My prom was also pretty boring, let's be real. Okay. So the setup is we want Rex and Beat. Philo's also a good option. Seal on summon for any for hire. Seal will let you add back one monster for hire from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. On summon of any monster for hire, Bravo will boost the current field by 500 attack/defense. The boost helps get over some more problematic targets as it increases Raphael's attack to 3,300. It's usually enough to swing over possible threats. Okay. Donpa is also an option people usually want to start with. One of the 2 destruction cards in the deck on summon of any monster for hire will destroy a face-up card on the field. Ooh, okay. Be careful as it can also destroy your own cards, so don't want to use this effect on your first turn to stop your own plays. Fair enough. Together with Recon, you can rank 2 Xyz plays into which gives us a few options to choose from. Keep in mind that you can trigger the destruction effect with the help of Rex for hire, Freight for hire on your opponent's turn. Okay. You did Robin wore her wig? Oh, hell yeah. Did you get pictures at least? I wonder what prom is like. Prom is a thing. I mean, I never went to prom with a date. The one person I was supposed to go to prom with, decided just not to go in like the month going up to prom. And I was like, okay, that's cool. Love that for me. Okay. The other 2 destruction cards in the deck. Oh, the other of the 2. On summon of any for hire, Recon will destroy a face down card on the field. Be careful because it also destroys your own cards. Together with Donpa, you can rank 2 Xyz plays, which gives us a few options to choose from. Okay. What would they suggest then? Any suggestions for rank 2 Xyz monsters, sir? Because this deck does not have Xyz monsters in it. Sagita. The worst of the high level monsters for hire. When you special summon this card, you deal 500 damage to your opponent's life points, times the number of other for hires aside from Sagita up to the max of 2,500 life points. While Sagita is on the field, your opponent cannot target any monster for hire you control with that card effect except her. The burn and targeting protection sounds quite decent on paper, but in practice this effect is very lackluster and not worth the time to pick up in deck. Okay, we're gonna drop Sagita. Sorry, girly. Sorry, girly pop! Dyna for hire. While you special summon this card, you can banish cards in your opponent's graveyard up to the number of monster for hire you control with different names. This is the only level 5+ monster that includes itself in its effect. While Dyna is on the field, your opponent cannot attack any other monster for hire you control. This gives you protection for your smaller furs that sometimes stay on the field, but not for generic monsters that are summoned. Okay. Usually you play him on a 2+ turn simply because banishing turn 1 is not needed when you start to set up all your board. He is not mandatory for the deck, but if you want to include a high level monster for hire besides Wiz and Raphael, I recommend Dino over Sagita. Okay. COVID's still going while I was a senior, so I've never been. Oh! That's apparently important. Oh, I see. I don't know. It felt boring to me, except a boy I met that was a cutie. Hell yeah. When you special summon this card, you can look at the top cards of your deck times the number of other for hires besides Raphael, and then add any card amongst the excavated cards to your hand. Oh, okay. A single card. Any single card. While he is on the field, once per turn, you can negate the activation of a monster effect from your opponent by discarding a for hire card. This is a quick effect. You want to run 2 copies for most builds, but some niche builds require to run 1 because of space issues. More than 2 could end up as a brick most of the time, so 2 is just a sweet spot. Keep in mind that you need for hire cards in your hand to use the negate. Otherwise, he's just a body with 2,800 and 2,200 attack. Raphael is also the built-in card to be anti-Nibiru, which is usually a problem for a lot of decks. Most of the times you want to summon it as the force summon, and if possible, leave it on the field. More about in the combo section below. Okay. Wiz. For the special summon this card, you increase your life points by 500 times the number of monsters for hire besides Wiz. While she's on the field once per turn, you can negate the activation of a spell or trap card your opponent used by discarding a for hire card in a quick fight. You always run this at least one of her for most builds, but you only want to run one. But there is a small engine where if you want to run two, but that's more about that later. Okay, Donner. Donner is a link 2 and needs 2 monsters with different types of summon with no other restrictions. So the material similar to Folgo, very generic, which can be used to our advantage once more in forms of engines. She has 2 different effects. Her first effect lets you target 1 for hire you control and 1 monster your opponent controls and destroy them. As the materials are generic, this can be used outside of the archetype as a simple removal tool by targeting itself and a problematic card on the field. This won't be an option for decks that don't run different types of monsters. With the second effect, you contribute 1 monster on your field to special summon 1 monster for hire with a different original name from your hand or graveyard. Then, if the tributed monster was a link monster, you can special summon a second monster for hire with a different name. This is where a rookie for hire comes in clutch in combination with Rex, and you can summon Philo Messenger for hire off the rookie link to link 𝒟𝑒 to tribute it and resummon Philo and Rex on the field. Oh. Okay. When you use Donner as her own tribute and resummon 2 monsters for hire, as example Philo and Beat, neither of them have activated their second effects. The monster that you summon first will activate, giving you a good way to trigger the effects if you couldn't beforehand. Keep in mind, you can only use 1 Donner Dogger for hire effect per turn. Okay. The link monster that makes this deck very fun and satisfying, Folgo, is a link 3 and needs 3 monsters of different types to summon with no other restrictions. When you link summon this card, you can special summon any monster for hire from your deck with a different type than you use for the link summon. Holy shit! Okay. The main summoning targets, depending on the starting play and how you get into Folgo, are usually Beat Bladesman for hire to search for the next summon, Philo the Messenger for hire to get more resources in the field from the ones you use to link Folgo, Raphael the Champion for hire if you want to make sure to have at least 1 disruption in case you have no better follow-up to Folgo. When he's on the field, a card your opponent controls gets destroyed by battle or card effect. You can activate his field effect to draw a card. If you control 2 other monsters for hire with different names than Folgo, you can draw 3 cards instead. This is what keeps the advantage for the deck going. Having the ability to draw 3 cards every turn is very strong. Okay. Whew! Hi, Lolman. I can suggest 1 YouTuber for this deck. Oh, okay. You can throw it in the Discord. Speaking of Discord, let me go ahead and update the link. The invite link, finally. Copy. Nope. Let's try that again. Move up. Have you ever seen Magispector? Ooh. I have seen some Magispector. I think I've played against 1 Magispector, but I could not tell you if I enjoyed playing against it. I'm gonna say I didn't because I wiped it from my memory. But I do have some Magispector cards. Okay. Edit. Show advanced option. No, not playlist. What the fuck? This. Edit. Save. Okay. I know I'm yawning now. Okay. There's the Discord if you guys want to join. Wow, 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 wow. Why you should play for higher runic. Oh. Okay. I got asked if I was gonna play runic for higher or not, and I said I was gonna try and play pure first, and then we'll see. But I will take a look. Alright, where are all my URs? Should I just... Okay, hold on. Dismantle selected cards. Show me my URs. Okay, we're gonna dismantle one of you because I don't need all of you. I barely even need two of you. I only have two of you for reasons. Yes. Oh, that's right. That's another hand trap, right? I forgot about this one. Okay. Hot Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss! Can I see it? Yes, I don't see the cards. Wait, what? Oh, wait, what? What are you wanting to see, Lolman? Are you wanting to see the for hire deck right now? What I currently have? Oh, I see. Okay, hold on. Hello, Vtuber. Please move your big ass head. Hello, hi, I'm here. There we go. Okay, so this is what we got so far. We got Blackbeard, Plunder Patrol Captain. We have two of him. We got this bitch, Masterpiece, the True Draco Slayer. We also got another Plunder Patrol Shipyard. I'm getting rid of one SP Little Knight because I already have two normal ones of her. I also have 3 Triple Tactics talent, which I've been told I literally shouldn't even run. But I have 3 of them. Do you want to build Plunder Patrol? Honestly, I don't know. Plunder Patrol seems fun, but at the same time, it's kind of like, am I gonna run Plunder Patrol? Am I actually going to run Plunder Patrol? Convince me. They're very cute. They're very cute. Don't get me wrong. They're very cute. You can dismantle one more SP? Okay, that's what I thought. We'll do one more SP. Good night, girly pop. What about these guys? Mutant Ultimus or Red Hot Dragon Archfiend Abyss? Well, I had it once and it's easy to play. Okay. Maybe I'll keep him just in case then. Or this guy, Blackwing Full Armor Master. Or this guy, Simurgh Onslaught. Onslaught? I don't have any Simurgh monsters. Varar Valmonica Concord. I got her. I got the girl. I got the lady. Wild. You can dismantle that. Which one? Mutant Ultimus, or Red Hot Dragon Archfiend, or Masterpiece, the True Draco Slayer, or Blackwing Full Armor Master? All of them bitches? No. Okay. Changuich, hello. 2 SPs? Bruh. Bruh, if you knew how many fucking SP Little Knights I've pulled, I need a restraining order. Truly need a restraining order. I have pulled like 8 of her. Why not? Because I want more material. I ain't picky. I ain't picky. Well, Masterpiece and the spell next to the link. Okay. This one. Tokusano Shikyojin? This guy? What am I building? For hire. I'm building for hire. Masterpiece. Okay. Goodbye, Masterpiece. Okay, what about Mutant Ultimus? I don't have any mutant cards. Well, I have some mutant cards, but like, I don't know, am I gonna use them? Yes, and the other one too. Okay. These two? Or this one, the Simmerg one? Dismantle Mutant. Love your avatar and voice. How are we, chat? We're doing good. And thank you. This is a pixel avatar. Yes. Okay, Simmerg. And then, what about these two? Mutant. And Red Hot Dragon Archfiend Abyss. Fucking Red Hot Dragon Archfiend Abyss. Crying. We're saying yes to Dismantle Mutant. Alright, and then we also have Blackwing Full Armor Master and Red Hot Archfiend Dragon Abyss. The Red Hot is a good card, so maybe it comes up someday. Okay. Blackwing Full Armor Master. Oh my god, For Hire is the same pack as Plunder? Great, yeah! I have so many Plunder cards! I'd actually be interested to know if I have everything in the set. I'm gonna check this after. For Hire is the same pack as Plunder. It really is. It's great. 10 out of 10. I did another pull and I got another Folgo. Hell yes! I need to make another... What's his name? Raphael. I need to make another Raphael. Because he's kind of like a standard tour to play. We need 2 of him, but we have 2 Folgo already, which is great. 10 out of 10. We pulled another one. Any opinion on Blackwing full armor master? Was that a yes as well? I'm sorry. I'm kind of skipping all over the place. I'm sorry, Lolman. Full armor? As a Plunder connoisseur, I will 100% recommend the deck. Okay, Lolman was also saying Plunder Patrol is easy to use, so I am glad there is a vote of confidence 2x. My first deck was Melfi's, okay? Full armor is a yes on your dismantle list. Okay, okay. Lolman, any consideration? I would not call Plunder easy to pilot, but it's really fun. Okay. So my 2 decks right now that I feel really confident in using. No Dismantle Blackwing? Okay. Okay. Alright, let's dismantle these guys first. Ooh, it gives me 78! Oh, we're so close. Oh no, wait. That's 2. That's 2. That's 2. Okay. Alright. They were saying, so the deck list right now is saying that Folgo as 2 would be a sweet spot for it. But a standard for this would be Folgo 2. 2 Folgo. Okay, we're saving. We're saving. Let's add a Plunder Patrol. Excuse me. Plunder Patrol. Oh yeah, The only card I'm missing is this, the Plunder Patrol Yord. But I don't play fucking pendulums, so yeah. Looky there. Looky there. I got all the plunder cards. There, we'll put the shiny one in just for you. Look at him. Yord is so strong. Is a pendulum that's not really a pen deck. Click related cards. It's the same list. Alright. What would be you guys' Plunder Patrol Rex? Alright. Okay. Two Yord is not mandatory in my opinion. You can get away with one. Okay, okay. Oh my god, the Salamangrates! They strike again. I don't think I have an Almirage. I might, but I don't think I do. Adamancipator Risen Dragite? Bruh. What is that? White Aura Whale? Ayo. He's got Aura. 3x? God damn, okay. And a nib? Why are we running a nib? Oh yeah, the Molcharmy. I don't have a Molcharmy. That's the other hand trap I was looking at. Oh, what was that? Oh shit, what was that other hand trap? Hold on. Bring up the URs again. Come here, you. You. Add you to my list. You're on a list. Yeah, I don't have either of these. Alright. Sorry, I got a call. I'm back. Okay, what's your main Chan? Fool is better to craft first if you want to pick. Okay. Oh, why my message not automatic? Oh, I got the list. I'm looking at the list right now, don't worry. It's because, I don't allow links in chat, but I can still see the links. Don't worry. It's okay. Nightbot will remember this, but Nightbot is, a silly little guy. Melfi sounds like a hard deck to pilot. I tried playing with Tri-Brigade, but too hard for my tiny brain. Okay, my Melfi deck is kind of an abomination. Oh, there's my Melfi deck. Okay, edit. Shush. Okay. So, my Melfi deck is a little bit of an abomination. Because as you see, there's something down here. Oh, you can't see that, actually. Hold on. Let me move my big-ass head again. I'll move over here. Okay. As you can see down there, that's Zeus. And so, the thing that I do, 50 card pilot, you're so real. Thank you. So it's kind of funny because I actually played this without ever, so I the last event that was Zeus just chilling. Zeus really just chilling over there. I want to play a funny Zeus deck too, maybe. Oh, I had there's my Discord. So if you want to throw any links into the Discord, feel free to do that. That's usually how I have people do it, so that I can just like take a look at them. Oh my god, I also have Barone. I finally pulled a Barone. And I haven't put her in anything yet. Oh, shut the fuck up. No? There she is. Sorry, there's 2 N's, not 2 R's. Ugh. Okay. I pulled 7 Barone? I can't. Lolman, you're over there crying about my gacha luck, and then over here being like, I pulled 7. Dude. I did pull 4 Zeuses, so there's that. But, like, still. 4 Zeuses, 7 SPs. I wanted to cry. I also pulled a fuck ton of the alt arts. Ashes. Speaking of which, get you out of here. Add you in here. There we go. Now I have both alt art ashes, alt art ghost bell, etc, etc. Okay. I need alt art ash IRL Sag. Real. Okay, we're saved. We're cool. We're saved. What did I get rid of last time? Oh, so the last event we had where we, I opened 90 packs for the alt art ash trade. I kind of want to pull some like real cards. Oh my god. Wait, what is this? Lyrilusk? Tri-Brigade? I don't think I have a change of heart. Mist Valley Apex Avian. Oh, hello, Utopic. Lyrilusk? I don't have any Lyrilusk cards. I did have a few Tri-Brigade cards, but I don't know if I got rid of them or not. Let's be real. Oh, this is a link one. Oh, I see. If you tribute this card, then target one monster you control. It cannot be destroyed in your opponent's card effect this turn. When a normal summoned monster you control is destroyed by battle while this card is in your graveyard, you special summon this card. Oh, that's fun. Okay. Gets you another card on the field. Yeah. You know what? I'll bid this on Master Duel myself. Lyrilusk is such a funny burp deck. Yeah, I've used the Lyrilusk Loner, and I did not understand it, and then I watched somebody else use it, and I was like, oh, I get it now. I get it now. You should use 3 ashes. Sure. There's 3 ashes. It's the most used hand trap. I know. Anyways, so that's the Malfi deck that I have. Here's for hire. Hello. Okay. Can we duel or later if you don't want to now? I will not use meta. Right now? Maybe not right now. I need to get off. Oh, fuck, it's 1. God damn it. Okay. We need to end. It's already 1 a.m. How did this happen? Okay. Hi, Breaker. Hi, Breaker. Ross is on. Mochi's still on. Why is Mochi still on? She's ring. Cake is on. Yuna's on. Okay. My only meta is Exodia? Oh, I see. Can't promise not to use meta myself. I see. I mostly have anime decks. Oh, hell yeah. I mean, we've dueled before, Lolman. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Oh wait, you didn't hear that. Cool, perfect. Alright. I'm gonna send you over to Ross, because we love the silly penguin. Thank you guys again so much for hanging out tonight and sticking through the terrible lag of the morning and also the art and the video essays and finally Yu-Gi-Oh! We had a long day today, but thank you guys so much for hanging out. I appreciate you. Mwah, 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 mwah. Please go ahead, copy pasta your raid messages in chat so I know you guys are ready to go. And I'm gonna start the raid. Wah! Nice to know your channel. Thank you. I'll see you guys probably tomorrow. Wahoo! I have to. Wow, good timing me. Hi, Gyarados! Hi, Gyarados! Hi! Good morning, Gyarados! How are you doing? Wee! Hi, Zero. Thanks for streaming. Thank you, 𝒢𝒶𝓎. Thanks for stream. Thank you guys. Alright, guys. Have a good night. Have a good morning. Have a good evening. Have a good afternoon. Have a good time zone. Have a good sleep. Thank you guys so much for hanging out again. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. It'll be a little bit after my normal start time because we're gonna be watching a bunch of episodes of 𝒠𝓿 Diaries. Yeah, right, Krisu? Right, Krisu? We're gonna be watching 𝒠𝓿 Diaries tomorrow at noon ish, and then we're gonna start stream sometime after that. Yeah. Why don't I see the light? Oh no. Go to bed, Loman. All right, guys. Toodaloos. Bye bye bye.